I know it. This violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
All right. All right. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Success. Success. Happy Friday, everybody. And I'm glad that you're with us. How was your week this week? Hopefully, we can end this week on a good note. Let's do that. I don't have my hooked up yet, but I'm going to get to that in just a little bit. But
yeah.
There you go. It was organic, very organic.
Yes.
Yes, welcome. Yes, welcome to Topstep TV. This is opening call. He's Boss Hogs, and I'm Sheriff Roscoe Pete Coltrane. And I'd like to welcome you here to another fabulous day of education, knowledge, traders, real traders, trading real trades, and lots of other good things. You know, Johnny, I was looking at the schedule today, and I usually put that out. I usually put the link in the Discord, and I kept going more and more and more and more. We got like coaches coming in. Zach's going to be with us here today. Peter Tuckman's going to. I mean, it's a loaded Friday, boys and girls. So buckle yourselves in, and we're going to get going. But first, I'd like to say hello to my good friend. Yes, my very good friend. We all love Johnny the Hogue Hoagland. John, good morning, sir.
Morning, Eddie. Happy Friday to you and to everybody. Yeah, it's Friday, October 11th already. Our focus on the opening call is always seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. And good morning to the top of the chat. We got Eddie's Bumblebee, Command, Kingdom Citizen, Vinny Swinney. There's a new one. Van Trader, Nick Nichols, Romeo, Dan Trader. There's Dan Trader again. Ezra, Kanabiskan. There, I think that's right. And Blue Ken. Those are the top ones that I see. Good morning to each and every one of you and everybody watching. Glad that you are all here.
I see one in here, Johnny. Roshan Peter says, "Goo morning, community."
Ooh.
Goo. Must still be in bed. Anyway. Well, let's get going here. Anything you want to say before I jump on the news?
No, let's hear what's happened in the last 12 hours.
Okay, well, if you were comatose, I got some news for you. Earlier, U.S. stock futures hovered below the flat line. That was today, as investors are looking ahead to a slew of earnings. Yeah, Johnny's going to cover that. About 15 minutes ago, the Dow was flat. We had the S&P down 0.1 and NASDAQ down 0.3. Main averages closed yesterday in the red, following the Labor Department numbers that showed hotter than anticipated growth in September. Now, this is the first time claims for unemployment benefits last week were also higher than what those economists had thunk. Traders were pricing in roughly about an 86% chance that the central bank will roll out the barrel and also roll out more traditional 25 basis point reduction at its next meeting in November. Now, we had some talk about that. I think Williams said that they might do nothing. So, I don't know. The plate is on your table. You decide. So, anyway, this is going to be in November. According to the CME Group's Fed Watch tool, which Jack has a good handle on, there's about a 14% probability that the Fed will keep a borrowing cost unchanged at the range of 4.75 to 5.0. Tesla. I tell you, do you see these? It's coming out with a phone. It's going to be like $100. So I don't know. This guy is unstoppable. I mean, now he's coming out with something. Hear about this, Johnny? Cybercab. Yes, Cybercab. I guess this was he unveiled a long-awaited Cybercab. Elon Musk provided a few answers to crucial questions surrounding the technology. Now, Cybercab model, it's got no steering wheel or pedals or seats. No, it's got seats. but it's
Or
likely to
driver.
go into production before 2027. Will be available for less than $30,000. So if you want to start your own cab company, start saving money. Musk did say that. However, the tech tycoon who entered the event, Los Angeles, riding in the Cybercab, noted that the service would still need to clear a variety of regulatory hurdles. Also, the smell of BO, the unwanted conversation that usually follows in any cab ride. So those are the two things that he's got to get rid of. Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, has dumped, like a morning bowel movement, another batch of its holdings in the Bank of America this week. They sold 9.5 million shares worth over $382 million this week. That's bringing the stake under 10%. Berkshire holding fall below the key Security Exchange Commission threshold that would require the Nebraska-based conglomerate to disclose stock purchases and sales within 2 days. So Johnny, that's what I've got so far. What can you add to this mysterious conversation?
Well, we did have some economic numbers coming out this morning. As anticipated, the PPI numbers did come out and a little bit mixed. The September PPI year over year was expected to come out at 1.6%, down 0.1% from the previous 1.7%. It came out at 1.8%, so a little higher than expected. However, the month over month PPI overall was expected to go down from 2.2% to 0.1%. It came out 0%. No change in the overall PPI for September, the monthly. The core PPI, also kind of similar. Core PPI year over year came out 0.2% higher than expected. They were looking for a rise from 2.4% to 2.6%. That came out a little bit hot at 2.8%. Again, that's the core year over year, and the month over month came out as expected at 0.2%. So, I think yesterday CPI numbers were viewed as maybe just a little bit hot, but not hot enough to shake things up. And I kind of view these as the same way, a little kind of opposing situations going on there in the year over year and the month over month numbers. At 8:45, Goolsby is due to be speaking at 9:00 this morning in Central Chicago time. University of Michigan consumer sentiment is due out. 9:45, Logan speaks. 12. Baker Hughes rig count is due out, and at 12:10 we have Bowman on the docket to speak today. That's about it for economic and talking Feds for the day. Earnings this morning. Yes, the front edge of earnings season has begun. JP Morgan beats expectations on earnings per share and revenues. Wells Fargo beats on earnings per share, but misses a little bit in revenues. And the Bank of New York Mellon beats on both earnings per share and revenues. So we're coming into that beloved earnings season we all look so much forward to. The VIX this morning pretty much flat at 20.81. Was 20.93 yesterday. The dollar index pretty much, again, flat, 102.95. It was 102.9 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year up slightly this morning at 4.1%, where it was 4.06% yesterday. That's what we've got as far as known economic numbers, expectations for this day and for the talking Feds. Back to you, Eddie. Dude, where's your crude?
So, crude. Dude, this is about crude, which I will include some trading food that have stewed, viewed, and accrued. So I recommend if you're trading crude, stay glued to if you're in the mood to see what we shared. I conclude oil prices were choppy, chop. Although they remained on pace, set for the second straight weekly gain as investors gauge the impact of this hurricane damage in the U.S. and tensions in the Middle East. We did see the Brent slipping by 1.1%. WTI also traded 1.1% lower. For the week, both benchmarks were headed for gains around 1%. Now, in the U.S., Hurricane Milton cut destructive path across Florida. And, boy, you can see a lot of that on YouTube and TikTok. And terrible, but leaving millions without power and I hope that we don't have too many of our friends that do watch the show here without power. But yes, destruction could dampen fuel consumption in the world's largest oil producer and consumer. So if you're trading crude, man, I tell you, it's a fragile market, and I tell you, somebody burps and the market runs or the market falls. So anyway, be careful. But anyway, let's get to our tip of the week, and we've got it. There it is. Continuous learning, networking, sharing knowledge, participating in trader communities like this one. Read market reports, attend webinars. There's a lot out there that is free. Obviously, you're here at Topstep TV, and I find this a very beneficial venue for all of this. So, just, keep learning, keep the experiences fresh, stay ahead of the emerging trends or best practices. So, Johnny, that's what I've got so far. What do you got on this?
Eddie, that crude thing that you just did was just amazing. Very, very poetic. Very, very good. And I love your T-shirt today.
Oh, yeah.
Quisp.
Remember this?
Yeah,
Quisp. It was like a Captain Crunch, but little flying saucers. But the thing is, they had the better little cheap ass toys in Quisp than they had in Captain Crunch. Remember the little submarine? You put some baking soda in there, and then it'd sink and it'd come back up.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
I tell you, we were very entertained with nothing, folks.
Well, entertained with nothing isn't a bad thing, but of course, continuous learning is always going to be a good thing. Talked about it all week. Make sure that you are continually learning more and more about the markets, how markets work, and more importantly, about you.
I love you, John. And I tell you, everybody needs a hogue every day. Every day. Every day of the week. So, anyway.
Very nice of you to say, Eddie.
That's true. And I'm not.
We all need Eddie.
I love you. And everybody else, hey, you know what we got coming up before we go to charts? We've got Coach Jay going to be coming up for Fast Markets, star of At the Buzzer. We also got Coach Dakota going to be with us. And, of course, our good friend, Paisan, bada bing, bada bang, super coach, Coach Vince is going to be with us also. So, but let's get to these charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, let's get to the daily on the S&Ps here, and let's get a good look-see at what we got going on here. All right, so where are we? All right. Looks like some longs may have lightened up yesterday. We did have a close above that 58.30 weekly kickoff level. It's become a little bit magnetic at this time, and that from time to time happens when the longer time frame takes a little bit longer to make any decisions about adjusting inventories near these levels. Yesterday we had an inside day, and we've got an inside overnight, inside an inside day. The market seems to be just kind of hanging around waiting for new information. And if you were looking for that new information to come in the form of CPI or PPI, maybe we're a little bit disappointed. Both of those releases yesterday and this morning turned out to be, as Dee calls them, a storm in a teacup overall. But we don't know how traders are going to digest that information for the rest of the day. And of course, we still have a couple of things coming out, mostly the Michigan sentiment. So we are looking for more information. Was today going to be all about the PPI? At least the early part of the session was going to be about that. And again, I think we're really kind of centering trade around that 58.30 weekly kickoff high as longer time frame traders ponder making any kind of an adjustment. We did lose 13,000 in open interest yesterday, so maybe some of those longs that were enjoying some of those profits on that push up on Wednesday above that level decided to lighten up a little bit up there. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at here. All right, so let me get everything in order here. So, well, yesterday, yes, an inside day. Last night, inside an inside day, the market seems to be coiling, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We break out of this. It could provide some decent opportunities. The market probed both extremes a couple of times yesterday during the after the 7:30 numbers, and then for the rest of the day, it just kept kind of probing the extremes and coming back towards the center, which is pretty much where it closed. Overnight inventory. No, nothing really to speak about. Are we out of range? Are we out of value? No, we're in range and we're in value. Look at the market is really just kind of sitting here saying, okay, what next? What are we going to do now? Anything I think we're looking for today will probably be based on shorter time frame levels. By shorter time frame levels, I mean levels that are going to be more important to short time frame traders, shorter time frame traders. Yesterday, as was pointed out, we had a little bit of trouble getting below the afternoon pullback low from the previous day. The late spike from Wednesday kind of put in the high from yesterday, and we're still between those two levels. We found buyers down below there. We found sellers up above there, and we're right in the middle of that range. So I'm going to try and be patient today. If you were able to profit from that 7:30 number in some sort of way, consider yourself lucky and be patient today. I mean, we're opening in the middle of the range and in the middle of value. Not a whole lot of change in the perception of value here, so try and stay patient today. There's no reason to get all biffed up on a Friday. The profile in the S&Ps yesterday was a normal variation day. Both extremes of the initial balance were extended to some degree yesterday, so the market really just kind of fell back into rotational trade, and I believe is still in that rotational trade. The daily in the NASDAQ. Well, we've had a little bit of trouble getting to that weekly kickoff high here in the NASDAQ, 20,530. Got close to it yesterday. We put in a high yesterday of 508 and a quarter, so almost in that range of the weekly kickoff level before sellers decided, it's about enough. And again, we saw maybe a little bit of long liquidation up from that area yesterday and losing 1,200 estimated contracts in open interest. Volume hasn't been all that impressive while we've been doing what we've been doing for the last 3 days. So overall, what are we looking at today? Well, we're on an inside day. We had a little bit of an outside day, a little overlapping the higher day yesterday in the NASDAQ, and probably where we started to see some of those longs liquidate some of those opportunities. Today was going to be all about the PPI. We do have more data and the talking feds and things coming out as the day goes on, but I think the major number for the day is out. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. What did we do yesterday? All righty. So yesterday we, had the CPI numbers. We didn't really show any signs of acceptance. It's all shadows or wicks on the 30-minute chart below the afternoon pullback low from Wednesday. Mostly wicks above the base of the late spike that from Wednesday. And value, this range really just stayed largely inside of value from the previous day. Where are we today? Do we have any overnight inventory? Actually, in the NASDAQ, we might be a little bit short in overnight inventory. The overnight has found a degree of support at that afternoon pullback low from Wednesday. That's where we left all those shadows or those long wicks down below that on this 30-minute chart. Are we opening out of range? No, we don't have any gaps. We have a settlement gap. We do have overnight inventory a little bit to the short side, so a settlement gap would make sense. Are we out of value? No, we're right at the low of value. So I think this this afternoon pullback low right at the low of value from yesterday might be something that might be useful, or at least give you an opportunity to limit risk if you were to take an execution in that area. Again, that's not financial advice, just putting context over the market here, folks. So we open in range and in value again. I'm going to suggest trying to stay a little bit patient here this morning. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Look at what we did yesterday. We opened in range and in value. We put in the low in the first 30 minutes, and then we put in the high a couple hours later. So just being patient and looking for better trade locations somewhere after the open is what ended up being a pretty good idea. Suggesting that for us again today. What about crude? Dude, I can't rhyme like Eddie does. That was just amazing, Eddie. So it is in rollover, folks. Remember that. We added 9,000 overall in open interest on this push to the upside. But we lost 8,000 in the November contract. So we're continuing to see the open interest in November fall. Volume is still in the November contract. So continue to trade the November contract until you see volume greater in the December contract, which will happen at some point next week. Daily chart. Well, I think we're kind of setting up a rollover range. It is a wide rollover range, although it may be a rollover type range. I think it's going to be a tough roll if we continue the volatility in the current area of balance. It might be a tough rollover for some of our longer time frame traders. If you look at where it is now on the weekly chart, here's this week. It is a relatively indecisive bar if the market were to close here. We've got long wicks on both sides and very kind of indecisive. That also leads me to believe that it's likely to remain relatively range bound during rollover. What are we doing here? So, well, we opened with a gap yesterday. We couldn't close the gap. The market continued to push higher, putting up a double distribution trend day to the upside, up against last week's high. Okay, not really getting anywhere close to the weekly kickoff high at 77.40. Where are we today? Overnight inventory might be a little bit short, but with the double distribution trend day yesterday and opening right in the single TPOs, and I'm just going to estimate now, the single TPOs are from approximately 75.14 up to 75.27. Opening in that indicates a possible repair day. A repair day, when we have a double distribution trend day, we see a consolidation of time and volume here. We see another consolidation or distribution of time and volume here. The market will have a tendency to reach to an assumed point of control, perhaps volume point of control in the lower distribution, as well as the upper distribution. So I'm kind of looking at crude oil, unless something happens. And as Eddie says, this market is kind of on a hair trigger. If something happens, all this goes out the window. And as we always say, anything can happen. ACH, baby. But if nothing happens, if there's no new news, I'm expecting this to be an inside day and for the market to test down to an assumed point of control in this lower distribution and an assumed point of control in the upper distribution. Those assumed points of control will, of course, be very subjective, but, just kind of looking at this, so the market is just kind of filling in any business that didn't get filled on the double distribution and the single TPOs to the upside yesterday. You're going to see if there's any business left in that area before it chooses to move to a different direction or a different area. Of course, any news could change that drastically. So make sure another acronym for you, CYA, cover your ass. Gold.
Gold.
All right. So we talked yesterday morning about how unimpressive this breakout below last week's low and the breakout below the weekly kickoff low was low volume on the breakout on Wednesday. We lost open interest. We haven't seen a lot of changes in open interest since we've been in this, and we didn't see a whole bunch of new selling coming in on Wednesday below that important inflection level So we said, you know what? That breakout didn't do very well. If this breakout fails, we're going to go in the opposite direction. And that's pretty much, I think, what happened yesterday. When we couldn't continue this push to the downside, a lot of shorts decided to get out. Not only did we get out of some of those shorts, we added about 9,400 in longs, new longs on open interest. So the fact that we failed down there has woken up a lot of traders and investors to say, you know what, that low there doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Let's think about covering any shorts and start looking to the long side. So with the failure down below that level, I'm looking for the market to eventually, not today, we don't know when, but technically I think this market can come all the way back up to last week's high or even another test of that 2709, that weekly kickoff all-time high. Could we do it? I don't know. We have to find out. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here's the breakout. 2 days we closed below it. Yesterday we finally closed that gap. I'm just going to go ahead and take that gap right off my chart because it is no longer valid. We tested down to it. It's on the 730 CPI numbers yesterday, and we rallied, closed back above that level, and again, adding 9,400 in open interest. New buying coming in. Well, that new buying that came in yesterday is certainly getting paid today. We've got overnight inventory to the long side. So far, that overnight inventory is continuing to get paid. We've got a large gap, and if we can't close that gap, we're going to be using gap rules. We're looking for opportunities to buy gold on weaknesses unless we reaccept inside yesterday's range and value. That's just a general rule. Again, it's not financial advice. When we cannot close a session gap relatively early in the day, we should probably be thinking about going in the direction of the gap. We're looking at 2665 here, which was a previous weekly kickoff level that I've left on this chart because I believe it still has some valid properties to it, if you will. And so far, it's kind of put in the high. It put in the overnight high. We're having a little bit of trouble maintaining price above the overnight high. Maybe look for some sort of a pullback for an opportunity here in gold. And the profile yesterday was certainly a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, which we think we probably saw some of yesterday. And with that addition in open interest, we saw new buyers coming in and getting along in crude oil. So take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. And today, every day, all weekend, pray for peace and for everybody's safety. Thank you very much, and let's have a great trading day. I'm looking forward to today immensely.
Thank you, Johnny. Coming up here, hey, we've got Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, trying to bounce back from a negative day in the XFA, and of course, Coach Vince. So we'll be right back. Stick around. Fast Market coming up. All right, let's get our robo-taxis lined up. Robo-taxi, I think they put a chip in your head and you just blink an eye and the cab shows up. But anyway, I'm going to pass this to Andre. We're just about ready to open. Andre, good morning, brother.
Good morning. Well, thank you, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Got Dakota, Jay, Hogue in the house, and we are now open. Hogue, take it away. What do we got here? ES, NQ. I see NQ selling off.
Yeah, NASDAQ looks a little weaker. We're now trading below the overnight session. We're below value. We're below everything here in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ certainly the weakest, and of course, Dakota just mentioned in the green room why Tesla is down 8.5% on the open here. So that's giving the NASDAQ a little bit of a push to the downside. I see you've got your bear open there, Dakota. You're thinking short, huh?
Yeah. For now, I'm looking at today to see if we sell off and then turn around. I watched that Tesla event last night, and it looks like the market did not like it. I enjoyed it. It was pretty entertaining, and I think I understand what Elon Musk was getting at. It seems like they just wanted more. Investors always want more, left hanging with the details. But I think it was a positive note for Tesla. Even though we're down 8%, I'm taking the opportunity on my personal accounts to sell some puts and maybe pick up some shares at a discount.
You're always covered when you sell options, right? Do you ever just stay short options?
No, I'm never naked when it comes to.
You're always
options.
Covered. Yeah. See, the S&Ps are right in the middle of the range from yesterday. We're moving right back to settlement. I think it's a whole different story in the S&Ps with Tesla down that much. I mean, it's down 9% right now. That's absolutely insane. No wonder the NASDAQ is having a little bit of difficulty, but we're seeing some pretty good buying coming into the S&Ps. My suggestion for today, I mean, just looking at where the S&Ps opened, is to stay patient. I mean, we opened right in the middle of range and value yesterday, so very little change in the perception of value. But we're seeing some pretty good buying coming in here. Delta about 700, 1,200 now positive. We just saw a whole bunch of buying come in. So it's a little bit of a different story depending on which market you're looking at, as it usually is. Jay, you seeing anything you like?
Yeah, the S&P is pushing up to the high, towards the high of that news candle, Hogue. This 58.35 to 58.30 area all week. I mean, obviously we've been in this range, but there's been a lot of absorption of buying in this area. So if we get long, we got to be conscious of that. Just any icebergs that might potentially show up here. I, like Dakota, coming into this, was leaning a little bit to the short side, maybe down to 20,260 in the NASDAQ and looking for a bounce there. But right now, in the middle of the range, I'm going to be patient as well.
Ready?
There is something to be said that
That was popping. Go ahead.
could this be an opportunity where if we're going to be in a range-bound market today, we're at the lows. We're at the October 10th lows. Yesterday's lows. Could we see a rotation back up to the middle of this range into the 400s? I mean, that's possible. That is very well possible. I don't know.
Definitely
I think it's just, let's see what this market's going to do. I think that's it. Yesterday's low was what, 304, 302, somewhere right there.
Order filled.
Yeah, right around 301. Yesterday's low.
Yeah, 301.5.
You take any slow market trades, Dakota?
I'm kind of liking along if we could break above 345.
345.
346.
I got a 5-lot queued up if this is something you really like, Dakota.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that, Jay?
Order filled.
Where's your risk?
It could have to be below the low, which is going to be
Order
317.
Okay. Yeah, there is some big buying coming in here right now. So if they continue to follow it, I think we could push up to 385.
Oh, I just missed it. Let's see if he'll give us an opportunity.
Down in the S&P is
Looking heavy
the
here.
opening ranges of the dead low.
Yeah, they're popping hard here, Hogue.
Yeah. NASDAQ's traded both sides of it.
10 point
Oh, wow.
drop. Morning,
That's a
Michael
nice move on the
Stanton.
Dow.
Yeah, it is. Strong. Volume, too.
Maybe we focus there.
What market?
Microsoft getting hit.
The Dow.
Apple getting a hit. Nvidia's
Tesla's
holding.
looking hammered.
Tesla's whacked.
Tesla's getting smoked.
Tesla's just
Damn robots.
Order filled.
Dakota.
down almost 9 and
all right, now we're selling. Here we go. All right, looks like the Nasdaq's going to bring down the
hands
ES
off.
with-
Hands off. Let's
Yeah.
see if we could go. I did not like that.
Nasdaq won the
Now
battle.
we're breaking down. This could
Nasdaq
get
won the
ugly.
battle. I did not see that coming.
We can see test
Mike.
of 300s here.
Microsoft really getting whacked here. Down 2.5% right now.
How do we want to get in short on this, Coach Jay?
Oh, not
Would you-
2.5%. I'm sorry. About 0.5%.
Looking
right now.
looking for an opportunity to potentially get in short. Again, we are still in the opening range. I don't have a signal yet to take a short. The short would have been where you were looking to get long, where it's high of the opening range.
Our focus
let's
is on
see.
NASDAQ here, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of just scanning around, Hogue. Yeah, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, but the S&Ps as well doing the same thing.
ES might provide a better short opportunity.
Better trade location, perhaps. Huh?
Yeah.
Right.
It might be one of those days where the ES just rallies and the Nasdaq sells off. I mean, Tesla's having a big effect, obviously.
I like the robots.
It's the
They
robot.
look cool, man. You see those? You see him shake the hand of that one robot? It looked cool.
Yeah, they were having a party over there.
Yeah, I don't see the problem.
I wonder if the people at the port's going to strike on that.
Oh, I would definitely strike on that.
They're going to take our jobs.
Robots-
I mean,
robots were having a fun
that's
time.
more scary than what they were striking about.
Yeah. It looked like it was fun. I don't know. Investors don't like it. Anyways, all right, we're starting to sell off. Now in the Dow finally is like, all right, fine, I'll follow the Dow or the ES and the
Order
NQ.
filled.
Finally, I'll sell off. Gold pushing higher here, 26.68 last trade. Bit of a holding
The
pattern
old
right
man
now.
Dow's decided to follow the kids.
Exactly, John. That's exactly what it is. Fine.
Look at that. Was that a run of liquidity for the Nasdaq
Oh,
to the
look at that. It's
315?
right.
And
See, it's that range bound session so far, right? If I'm looking at anchor view up from the New York session, it's a flat line, and that's why you were saying, Dakota, where do we get short? It has to be up here if we're going to look for it because of this potential pop, right? That's a 30-point trade. We would have been, in the opposite direction.
We
So,
would have gotten smoked.
yep.
It's tricky right now.
Now, if we want to get short, it's right here. But I'm okay being patient right now, where we have to be very quick with execution on, hey, we're in, we're
Yeah,
out, unless we get some momentum. Go ahead.
we got time. That's the beautiful thing, right? Trading's
Exactly.
optional.
Yep. No rush to do anything. 8 minutes into the session.
8 minutes into the session. This is Friday, last day of the trading week. It's the last day of VIP check-ins this week. Make sure you stay tuned throughout the day. Did take a quick peek at the calendar. It looked a little light on the lighter side, but my man Eddie always looks at it in much finer detail than I do. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for this Friday?
Oh, for this Friday, Andre Goolsby is going to be speaking here in about 5 minutes, if anybody cares. Coming up here also in about 20 minutes, we do have the Michigan Consumer Expectations and Sentiment. Scrolling down a little bit, we've got here Logan's going to be speaking. She'll be speaking here at 9:45. 11 o'clock here, we've got the WASDE report coming in also at 12 o'clock. Of course, our Baker Hughes breakdown. Yes, everybody loves that one. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes. Only 8 minutes in. Dakota and Jay joining us on Fast Markets. They could have taken a short there. Oh, it's tricky. You want to take a long, want to take a short. I think we're chasing our own tail right now, and that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, the
but
market's
we're
got
not
sorts.
trading.
Yeah.
It's fun to talk about it, but we're not trading.
100%. And guess what? We're up $0. We're down $0. Slate is clean.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks would love to be where we're at right now.
100%.
Yeah. Tesla's bouncing. It was. What a volatile session for Tesla. Pushing the
Bouncing
lows
like
again.
a brick.
Yeah, I could see the Nasdaq getting down to 300s. Maybe take a peek below.
I'm looking at 20,267 now. It's the weekly VWAP, so I would not be surprised at a test of that if we do get some selling here. But still, range-bound New York session to start.
Yep.
Fading the extremes of that 30-point range. I know Dolby is probably in the YouTube chat. I don't have it up right now, but I know Dolby's in the chat asking if anyone said range. Yeah.
He is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 1 minute range.
Chop.
Seeing some new highs here in gold.
Ooh, okay.
Crude 73% long, and the tilt 75.33 average price, 62% in the money.
Andre, remember yesterday we were talking about how we were not impressed by that breakout to the downside in gold.
Very much so. Look at us now. Hogue?
Yesterday we added about 9,400 new contracts to the upside in gold yesterday. Buyers came in down there, man.
Yeah, they're going to run this thing up to 2,700 eventually, right? I mean, they're just, if not 3,000.
Order
By the
filled.
dip.
Matter of time.
Yep.
Order filled.
You've been talking about 2650s all week. Hogue, you've been reading like a bad mofo right now, man. You're
Order
reading this
filled.
quite well. Dow staying strong. Dow about 30 points off the highs. Last trade, 42,916. Here comes a bit of a bounce in the NQ.
Going back to basics, my friend.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think watching the Dow at this 43,000 may give us a nice opportunity, depending on what the market reaction is, right? If we get up there and there's no real buying, similar to that short, Andre, that Jack, the VIP Jack took yesterday in the NASDAQ, right? When we pushed up to that major level, there was no buying and it was a 100-point trade to the other side. I'm watching the Dow for something similar. Yeah, it was
VIP Jack's trip.
Made his parents proud.
Yeah,
everybody's loving VIP Jack. Eh?
The other Jack P. The other Jack P.
He doesn't bill me $5 when he can't hear me.
Order filled.
Oh, well done, Jay.
It's gap accounting. Jay, we got to do it.
We got see if we can do these 43,000s here.
Let's see.
43,000s in the Dow if we get up there. Wow, nice bounce in the NQ.
Yeah. I mean, if we're trading a range-bound market, it's buy these lows. It's just you gotta have courage. Like,
how often do you find yourself taking those trades, Dakota? Because I can see them. I just don't like taking them.
All the time. Yeah. Mentally, emotionally. This is one where you're like, yeah, I'll just put on a little teaser. And then it's the best one, right?
Teasers
like, I'll just put on one contract. And then you make 60 points off that one contract. Right back up to these 40s. If we break through these 46s and hold, I could see us getting back up to like 360s.
Do we want to try to play the range here with small size?
You mean shorting this, right?
Yeah, it's too late. I was going to say just short up near 345s and risk about 10 points, where 10 points would put us out of this range.
I'm up for that, Coach J.
Small size though, because at any point this is going to break. We're not going to stay here forever.
I'm okay shorting five up here. There's 100 contracts at 350.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Short in 350s. Let's trade 345, 346.
That's what the market is saying. It's just a trade that I personally don't really love these, but I'm just trying to figure out how to operate here.
Well, why
the other option, like we said, is to be patient. I'm a momentum trader, Hogue, and in the back of my mind, there's always the opportunity for this range to break. And the way I trade, I would just rather the range break and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, this is the upper side of the range, and if you're going to trade it, that's the trade.
That's the way you do it.
Mm-hmm.
We're below VWAP on that 730 bar.
Yep, we just rejected at it.
That's why I was not questioning, just asking, why you don't like it.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we get to these 360s. if we
360s.
do have a
Okay.
continuation to the long side.
360. Okay.
This is where that afternoon pullback low at 20,355 is where, I mean, if you look on the 30-minute chart here, every time the market went down below that in the NASDAQ yesterday, it ended up with a wick. There was no 30-minute bars closing below that level yesterday.
Let's see. Brett in the chat, 15-minute bull candle sending us to the high of day. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. Yeah, I could see that. That's a 3-minute reversal. It's a nice indecisive reversal candle.
Oh.
And then the high of day is going to be the upper side of that big range up here into what, like 360s? Or 460s? Yeah,
460s,
460s, 470s.
460s, yeah.
Up to the...
Back to overnight session VWAP now,
Mhm.
almost.
Hey, good no trade. Good no trade.
Yeah, here we are in these 360s right now.
Your gut felt it right there, Jay. Gut, yeah, whatever it was. Hey,
Yeah.
sometimes that's all you can rely on.
Yeah, if we're looking at this as ranging, right? We're looking at yesterday's range, the high and the low. We just came down and tested the low, and now it would be, are we going to rotate back up to these highs like Brett was saying? I mean, it kind of correlates with, I did just sell some Tesla puts, and this could be a simple case where we rally right back up. There's
So
been a lot of days where
overreaction, and then
They're gonna buy the dip on. Yeah, they're gonna buy the dip on this.
yeah, why not?
They're already
so
buying it.
Tesla's not.
Oh, yeah.
Tesla's not going anywhere.
No, Tesla's here to stay. Oh, they didn't like the robot show. They're gonna buy the dip.
Too bad.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't like the little robot party.
Okay, we're at a key area in the NASDAQ. This was the breakdown, and so we're testing it. And so the question is, does this support become resistance? Which we need to get through that. We did get to those 360s.
Dead.
And we would need either a pullback and then a continuation for this to confirm. I want to see us hold into these 360s.
Gold is looking interesting here as well. Kind of just missed an entry that I would have taken, but I'm going to stay on gold for a little bit and see if it presents an opportunity to get in long. We do also have Michigan sentiment in 10 minutes, so.
Oh, yes. Eddie, looking for some Goolsby comments. Nothing quite yet. Again, not a voting member, but does seem to be a mouthpiece for the Fed.
Yes.
I lost power at the house for about a half an hour yesterday, like 5:30. Somebody hit a
Dig.
pole like down the street and knocked out our power for about a half an hour. And I keep looking at my clock on the wall, and I haven't reset it. I'm like, well, how is it 7:15 right now?
It'll be wild. It'll be wild. Oh. It'll pull
Tesla's up above 8, down 8. It's bouncing. Tesla's starting to bounce.
Yeah, every 5-minute bar has had a higher low since the open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, coming from Brett in the chat, he said the only reason Tesla sold off was Elon said 2026 is our expected release. I'm ambitious with the date, so basically 2027.
Yeah, I seen that. He was a bit hesitant on giving a timeline.
Yeah,
Well,
2027. Just for reference, previously they'd wanted 100,000 or 1 million of these on the road by 2020.
Oh, really?
So that's
A little late.
probably
A little
why
late on
it's.
that.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
That
inventing
was
stuff.
really ambitious.
I want my
You're
robot
inventing-
taxi now.
Yeah, I mean, you're inventing stuff out of thin air. So he's off by
I
a year
like
or
the
two.
idea, right? I mean,
Yeah.
parking lot. How many parking lots do we have around the world? I mean, it's a stretch.
Traffic, Dakota.
Right.
We'll solve traffic.
Yeah, it needs every great idea starts somewhere. Right? People thought it was crazy that we'd be driving electric cars.
Milkshake.
I want it now.
Pretty much, Eddie. Hey, the investors spoke. Hey, 78% short in the YM right now. 64% short in the NASDAQ. Market's still trying to make up its mind. A little bit better of an open than yesterday. Yesterday was a snoozer, but we did eventually break out. Wednesday was a snoozer as well, but we eventually broke out. This,
Yeah,
on
we
the
go
other
back
hand,
into these 60s.
into the 60s.
360s. We had the
365,
pullback.
the low of that news candle.
Okay. We pulled back to 348, 347. Yeah, you see, we're just struggling to get over this. Once we do, this thing could get a lot of momentum to the long side.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I like that. Let's get spicy.
There we go.
Justin here in chat's talking about, I'd be impressed if the cars he builds didn't break down so often, but you got to remember, I mean, I think there's, he's
cars.
under the microscope. That's why. I mean, you look at all these other car companies, you know, they got recalls and this is wrong and this is broke and we got to fix this. He's just under the microscope, I believe. That's my.
We looking for a pullback to those 60s now, Dakota?
Yeah, I'd like to see if we. I mean, that was a decent. I was looking for a deeper pullback.
I'll just look
rather
for a
than
trade here.
346.
Not letting us in.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is a clear technical pattern where we broke through this zone. We broke through. We came back.
to
We
130,
tested it,
135.
and now we're continuing. We broke through the 348 zone, but we're not out of the woods yet. Just because these are zones, right? There's a lot of buying right in this zone, and now where there was buying, there could be selling. Right? This was support, and then this can become resistance. That's my main hesitation. What I would personally like is to see if we could go through and break into, like, say, these 380s, and then we get a pullback to like 360s and look for a continuation up. So I would much rather prefer this to where we break through this, what used to be support is now starting to try and act as resistance. I like to break through it, test the next resistance, pull back, then find an opportunity to buy it.
Okay.
Like watching a football coach. You go left, I'll roll out to the right. You get out about 15 yards, cut to your right, and I'll hit you in the center of the field.
Street ball. I like it.
And then 1 minute later, everything changed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, last trade 58.36 in the ES. Good no trade on selling the 60s. Probably would have gotten stopped.
Order
Or, sorry, the
filled.
50s. Probably would have gotten stopped out.
Oh, yeah. 50 would have got stopped.
This is coming over the wire here. North Dakota Pipeline Authority, as of this morning, oil production estimates to be down around 50,000 to 80,000 barrels per day due to the ongoing wildfires. Not hurricanes, wildfires.
No, one thing is
Mother
another.
Nature is just on our ass.
Mother Nature's not happy with us, Eddie.
No. What do we do?
All right, last trade 58.38. 58.38 quarter now in the ES. It has now trade. ES, very resilient today. Are these new all-time highs? We're getting close, aren't we?
We're getting there.
Look for a tick.
46 half, I think, is the all-time high.
46 half, thank you.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting here on the NASDAQ. If we break below 345, then are we going to go back down to the 320s? I just want this thing to just go up.
Did you change your background to the bull?
Yeah.
You
No,
might wanna
not
do
yet,
that.
Dakota.
Nope.
No. Once
Okay,
we
well.
break through this and I get what I want, then I would. But until then, there's no reason for me to buy this. I'd be technically buying at resistance, right? I mean, it's a decision zone.
Right.
And I think this has a good chance on breaking to the long side, breaking through and maybe seeing 380s, 390s. But
5 minutes remaining.
There's another reason, right? News in
Yeah,
5
we got
minutes.
Michigan coming up, and nothing from Frankenberry yet.
Order filled.
So I'm
Frankenberry.
watching the wire here.
5839. Order
58.39.
filled.
Yes, pushing higher. Yes, definitely leading the way. NQ dragging,
filled.
but did finally see some buyers off that initial sell-off from the open. Last trade 20,364. We bombed out to about 50 points lower, 20,314. Hasn't been smooth.
Tesla's still having a hard time.
Yeah, we got Michigan.
What's going on, Hogue?
Hogue's pondering.
Yeah, he is. What do you
Trying to
see?
figure out who knocked out that light pole in his neighborhood. Get him, Hogue.
We got. All right. So if we're looking at a 30-minute bar here. So we've rejected off yesterday's lows. We're back above the afternoon pullback low from 2 days ago, and we're getting up to a test of the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, which is 20,372. Yes, I do. And that is going to pretty much put us right back inside value from yesterday. I'm seeing TPO value low at 20,372. If we show signs of reacceptance inside value yesterday, then I could certainly see this market rallying up to at least 20,454. That's value high, TPO value high from yesterday. Volume value, however, is a little bit higher up. Volume value low is up around right up around 20,000. Here's that number again, 400.
Yeah, we're not just breaking and we're struggling. I mean, this is a rough one to hold if you're in a long, and it's a rough one to short. I don't want to be in a trade right now. Still long. I do like the longs. I want to see us break through to the long side. Tesla's back down below 9%.
Still hammering it, huh?
Nice little bear flag on that on the 5-minute chart in Tesla.
All right, 2 minutes on that number, folks. Check your positions.
Order filled.
Better stay.
We found a little resistance there in the NASDAQ, right at value, TPO value low, and the afternoon pullback low.
You said 372 is Hogue, right?
Yes.
Yep. It's where that full session view up is as well, right at 375.
Yes. Yeah, right.
You said that funny, Hogue.
I just Jay just pointed it out. I was like, hey, yeah, that's right. Holy cow, it is right there.
That's funny. All right. University of Michigan. Man. A minute. The Wolverines, Jay.
What are you talking about? It's only 7:15.
Yeah. 7:15 somewhere at Hogue's house.
Frozen in time.
Andre, you got Michigan, yes, the Wolverines, and following that is Logan.
Yeah.
My name is Wolverine.
Wow, how about this?
There is at what I do, but what I do isn't very nice.
Wow.
Eddie, well done.
Mm.
Well done. Funny how
Disney, Eddie, you need to give
sorry.
You need to give a tutorial on your soundboard, Eddie.
Oh man,
because it's like whatever's connected to your mind. You think of something, you have a sound clip for it. I don't know how you do it.
It's like a list of thousands of sounds.
Yeah, right. Queued up, ready to go.
Wolverines and Logan next, man. Eddie, pretty good. Chuckling back there. Eddie's loving it back there. Here we go. University of Michigan. Come out right here, right now. Let's go.
Here we go.
Where did it get
coming in University of Michigan sentiment prelim, actual 68.9 forecast. They were looking at a 71, and the previous was 70. Also, we do have the sediment prelim, and I think that's what we've got. Yes, back to you, Andre.
So worse than expected. Starting to see some sellers coming here in the ES. We're about 4 points off previous post number. About last trade 58.35, 36 is now trade. Buyers going to try to buy that dip. NASDAQ sold off about 30 points on the University of Michigan sentiment, coming in worse than expected. Let's throw it back to the fellas here, Dakota and Coach Jay.
I mean, that's kind of what I was worried about as a bull, right? That's the resistance, 360s. I mean, and it's a zone. We whipsaw around that. And yeah, now I'm a more, the market's more free to do what it wants, right? We've kind of done, we don't have any other major news to come out. And so this is where I would look for either a continuation down or a higher low. If we can find a higher low, then it's going to be a better risk reward now to play for a break of those 370s.
Yep.
As I'm speaking, this could be that higher low right here in the 340s. So that's something I'm watching. I'm still going to be patient and wait.
I'm with you on that,
That
Dakota.
could have been the higher low for the better risk reward opportunity today, and looking for us to get back up above those 370s and break through. But for me,
Amanda,
I'm just going to wait and see if we could break through and then go back.
Just going to talk about that. The late spike base from Wednesday. Just put in the high in the S&Ps. 58.40.
58.40.
So now's where I'm okay playing a break.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I would have a lot more confidence now to the long side.
Now we're breaking that late spike base needs as well.
There we go.
Go. Buyer stepped in, bought that dip.
Right back down. What a fun market to trade.
It's trying. It's trying to move to the upside.
Now, what do we say
Question
about
is, how
gold?
good of a job is it doing?
Order filled.
Right, exactly. What do we say about gold, Dakota? I was looking for a potential buy at gold. I don't like that anymore either. Maybe a little bit lower. If we could get somewhere down near 26.61 in gold, I'd be looking to buy there.
Yeah, I'm looking at crude oil too. That trade that we made during slow markets, Coach Jay, on crude was
on Wednesday. It
was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
Shout out to J Void. Completed his combine today. If I had anything to do with it, J Void, I'm very happy about that. Congratulations. Sorry about that.
Congrats.
Yes, well done. Hey, real quick,
that
upper left
jab thing where we're highlighting everyone or as the people with success. That's
fantastic.
One of my favorite ones.
Yes. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see hashtag Fast Markets. Save it for hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Topstep TV. Twitter. How about this? We got 1,000 followers on Twitter already. Or X, we should call it X. 1,000 followers already at Topstep TV. Hit us up.
Dakota, how many followers you at?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Dakota.
I honestly don't.
I knew he didn't know. That's why I asked.
Okay. All right.
That's coming over the wire.
I'll look and tell you. Take a look at this pattern on the Nikkei. This is a pattern I've been following for a while now. This is an hourly chart. If we want to talk about a technical analysis pattern, take a look at this one. This is a thing of beauty on how clean it looks. And the play is going to be a breakout of this 40,000 level. The Nikkei, for everybody wanting to know, this is the Japanese market, and if we do break out, it can be very, very strong. Like you can see these moves on the Nikkei. If you measure them, like these are not small. This is like a 6% move, and these are big moves that can happen in like an hour, 3% in an hour. And I covered a lot in my slow markets class, but it tends to be pretty consistent when it comes to technical analysis. Figured I would talk about that because it was looking pretty good.
Did you trade last night at all?
Here.
No, I did not.
This is coming over the wire. North Korea accusing South Korea of flying drones over their territory, threatening to attack next time. Huh. Those neighbors that you don't get along.
Chill out. We'll just chill for a second. Hey, pushing higher here in the ES. We make new highs. New highs 58.43 is the high of the day.
Oh, there you go. Someone says I have 228 followers.
New highs.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, there's the
All
push.
right, here's the break.
Boom. By the dip.
Seeing
By
the
the
spike
dip.
in volatility now.
Somebody get the air horn ready.
It's coming.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep
We
it
just did
going.
it. You just did it, right?
Is Tesla bouncing?
Nope.
Tesla's
Yep.
Miss a buy tick.
about where it's
There it
been.
is.
There it is.
There it is. Pew, pew. There it is. There it is. New all-time highs. Boy, we're so enthusiastic when we make new all-time highs these days, guys. Man, it's
Right?
It goes
Longer
up the
USA.
next birthday.
pushing higher here. Looking for NASDAQ finally catching up. Last trade 20,390.
Dakota, you see an opportunity to buy this?
I'm going to wait to see if we can get a pullback to these either 370s to get in long. I'll shout it out.
Andre, the day to take the opening range trade in the S&Ps was today. Dead ass loss.
Low. It's true. But the NASDAQ we had one eye on the NASDAQ just falling out of bed. So
Yeah, I know. That was our focus.
I
Yeah.
agree. Follow the rules, right? All right, 58.50s, new all-time highs, folks. We are off to the races to the upside here on this Friday. Topstep TV. Fast markets. Not power hour, Andres. Fast
Hey,
markets.
Andre, we're back at 20,400.
Oh, the magic number. We did it up to the 500s yesterday.
That 72 level was a pretty good push above that, wasn't it?
It was
72.
So with that 72, if we pull back there, would you buy there?
Yeah, I mean, the more we spend time above that, the more it's accepting value from yesterday, and the higher the probability of the value area acceptance play actually playing out.
Right.
It may not happen, but the longer we stay above that level, the more I like the longs.
Yep, we can rotate to the high of the range. High of the range, maybe 450s up in that zone. 450s, 460s.
Yeah, 454 is high value from yesterday, so that's right
Yeah,
there.
now I can go ahead and do this.
This might be one of those that just
65,
leaves
almost-
us behind.
Ooh, shoot, Eddie, I'm seeing 76% long NASDAQ here on the tilt. Average price 20,381. Oh, they're sitting pretty there in the money, about 30 points. We're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, 20,411. 76% that are long from 381. Smiling ear to ear.
74% money there. Wow.
Yeah, the buys above 46 were good, of course, with hindsight.
You know what was better? The buys at 318.
Oh, yeah.
Those are even better.
Yeah. I was looking for a break of those 46s, but I mean, when you have a news event, it's hard to get in and hold a trade through that news event.
Yep.
But we got what we wanted, and now let's see if the market will give us a trade.
Okay.
Yeah, that 15-minute. I
Ooh,
mean, I
look
don't
at
look
this
at the 15-minute, but
Just pushing.
Pushing.
I mean, that was clean. That 15-minute bar right there is a beautiful, beautiful thing. You can see we had a few of them yesterday on the 10th, and it played really well. And so here we are again, and another beautiful trade. Break above that 3-bar reversal. I mean, stop loss at below that. I mean, there's so many ways to play it.
My favorite trade today was not shorting at 350.
100%,
so
Jay.
far.
100%. That's a good no trade.
I mean, we would have had
That's a
our
good
risk
game
managed,
here.
but
Still,
it was the wrong
It's a tough
read.
day when the best trade you did, the best trade you did was one you didn't
was
take.
the one you didn't. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
so far so good. Yes. Hey, I see Dakota switch. We got the bull behind him now.
Yeah. Now that let's see what Nikkei's doing. Is Nikkei
Wow.
breaking?
Push.
The Japanese
man.
You're
market.
just rallying.
43,000 in the Dow. Pew, pew.
There goes the Nikkei.
Right. Where do we get in?
Right back into that opening bar from last night in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
It's just by BTFD. Days all over. I think Hope said it yesterday in the chat. It's not remind him of July. Where they just buy the dips.
Yeah, Nikkei's
Looks like we're
breaking.
Yeah, never get in front of a Friday rally, 100%, Amanda. Yeah. What was I just going to say? It's something that just went out of my head. I don't know what.
Yeah, it's one of those days. This rally's got us speechless.
Well, yeah. Oh no, I know what it was. This NASDAQ is going to hit value high before we even get a chance to get in. At 72 level was diamond.
I'm trying to get long the Nikkei right now.
Something catch your eye over there, Dakota? Or just chart formation looks good.
Yeah. I mean, we're breaking through. Seeing if I can get a little bit of a pullback to see if we could break through these 40,095. NASDAQ. I have one eye on NASDAQ as well.
Nvidia is carrying the NASDAQ now. It's up above 135.
Well done. What's Tesla doing? Is Tesla still dragging it? We're
Yeah,
all right, we can finally buy it.
Yeah.
It's bouncing. It's finally bouncing.
Mm-hmm. $454 value high in the NASDAQ from yesterday. That would complete the value acceptance play, which left us in the dust.
Yes, it has. Hey, there'll be more chances. At least we can't complain. It was quiet, boring open. We definitely got the movement.
Definitely not.
We'll take this.
Yeah, I would love a pullback before we get up there to 454s. To 404, 405 area.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
What are you looking at in the Nikkei, Dakota?
I'm looking to see if we can pull back to 40,000 evens. I'm watching the NASDAQ as well, and I agree. Maybe like these lower 400s from like 400 even to even 380s, 390.
The S&P's Charles Chapman Seaman's talking about his Tuesday prediction, 59.22 by the end of the week. So far, not following the 2007 top analog, which preceded the rate cuts based on slower economy. Thanks, Seaman.
Thank you, C-Man. All right, we did pop above 43,000 in the Dow. Pulled back about 20 points. Last trade, 42,290. So ES making new all-time highs. Here goes the NASDAQ. Now NASDAQ leading the way higher. How about this?
Just pass the baton.
Pass the baton. Exactly, Jay. Pass the baton. So here we go. Another leg higher. 20,444 last trade. Yep.
Close enough for me.
50.
Yeah, that's a target hit, Hogue. You call that from 100 points lower? That's a target.
Mm-hmm. Value acceptance is a tough trade sometimes because you never know. Because acceptance of value is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't take it right away, they leave you in the dust. If you take it right away, they tease you and put you in a little bit of heat. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's always just a tough trade to take. Unless it does what it did today, just right to it.
Rally. Yes, here we go. Off to the races. Off to the races, man. Look at this. New all-time highs. ES, new all-time highs in the Dow. NASDAQ has a ways to go. Who knows? Maybe next week we can do the trick. Earnings, baby. Strong banks. The banks are strong. See what tech does next week. Let's trade 58, 59. Do we have any upside targets from here?
In the NASDAQ, yeah, I mean 460s, 460s, 470s would be a play. But still, it depends on how you want to approach this market. When we get up here, then the question is, do we just short it? Because this is the range. And if we're looking at this from like an hourly chart, I mean, kind of like what we I was referring to is buy low, sell high. In a range-bound market where there was our buy low opportunity, do we get a sell high opportunity? Maybe. Or we could just break out. I'm not a big fan of shorting this market, but
no, neither am I right now.
But it's there. Like that is a trade.
Pushing higher. Well, a bit of a pullback. You got a command. Been pushing higher in gold. 2670. Highs. Bullish.
I think there's a buy opportunity for a breakout in crude.
Crude 75.39 last trade.
Can we get in long crude in the house?
72% long here in crude.
In
the tilt.
I don't have data for that, but I can get it.
What? Yeah.
Okay.
What do you seeing there in crude?
I'm seeing a breakout above the 75.50 and a possibility run to 76.
Seems like a line of resistance there, Dakota. I mean, on my 15-minute, it sort of just lines right across west to east.
Yeah, I like that trade. I like a long on crude oil.
Let's see if we can get that right here on Fast Markets. Dow staying strong.
What's your thoughts, Jay?
All right, let's talk about it. Pull up the charts, guys. Tell us what you're looking at here on crude.
I'm on an hourly chart in crude right now. I see the potential for a buy. Let me go down to a 30-minute. Yeah, we just bounced off of the 30-minute 200 moving average down at 74.81, acting as a support. Yeah, I like the buys in crude as well.
Yeah, my target would be like 75.80, and then more of a stretch target is going to be like 70, just above 76.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like that trade.
Really? All right, guys. Well,
where's your risk here, Dakota?
That's the hard thing. I mean, technically, I like my stop at 74.50, but that's a $1 stop.
74.50 if we go with a 5 lot, that's $5,000.
74.50.
Yeah.
74.50.
And I'm okay
If
with
we get
that.
it right now.
But then the reward would be $1, right? So risk.
I
1 to 1.
think
That's
if
1
we
to
get the
1.
push that we're looking for, we could get up to 76.60.
We're getting there right
So that
now.
would be about 1 to 1.
Fair enough.
Interesting. BDP Trading is saying that NASDAQ has 100% probability on making a new weekly high, given that the weekly low was made on Monday based on the last 3 years of data.
A 100%.
100%?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I mean, I know nothing is 100% in trading, but that's interesting. We'll have to watch.
Okay, so say that again. I'm curious on an anomaly like that.
So he's saying that NQ has 100% probability on making a new weekly high, given that the weekly low was made on a Monday, based on the last 3 years of data.
Let's buy it. Let's put it to the test.
And who is this?
What do you mean?
And who is this?
What do you mean? What's the problem?
Order filled.
100%. I don't see the expected values,
Well, I mean,
whatever you
it's-
want it to be.
What
Yeah.
what is the? I guess I'd be interested. What
Jack,
is like
Not
what's
that far away.
What's
the
the issue,
end
Jack?
value there?
It's 100%. What's the issue? I don't.
All right, switching to 0 DTEs.
I don't. 100%, guys. I don't see what you're missing. What you guys don't see. 100%.
It has 100% to do whatever it wants.
Uh,
You see that in the chat.
Yeah, Bernie says the captain said that on Tuesday morning. I don't know if anyone watches the captain's Twitter streams.
Really?
Down.
That
I'm
he does,
saying,
yeah.
let's do it.
But
Oh, look at this. Look at the robots on CNBC. Look at these robots, man. They're wild. I give them 2 legs. Anyways. 75% long in crude, guys. You hey, just so we can keep an eye on that, Dakota. What was your paper trade with the crude? What do you want to do there?
Yeah, I mean, it's buying it with a stop at 74.50. Whether we wait for the break above
Order
75.50, or we could buy it somewhere in this consolidation. I'm okay with both. Obviously, the one that buying the break has a higher probability, but buying it in the consolidation has a higher risk reward. And so it depends on what do we want. Do we want the risk reward? Do we want the higher probability? And I'm fine with either, and I'm even fine with both. Right, where we could get in a position in the consolidation, and then maybe add to it when we break out. Sorry. The only when is that 100% probability.
It's based on 3 years
If
of
that
data.
works out.
It's
Right.
based on 3 years of
Before you
data.
get kicked out of here, what
What's
is the exact thing again? It's if
New weekly
X
highs.
happens-
when the weekly, if I heard this correctly, when the weekly low is made on a Monday, the NASDAQ has a 100% chance of making a new weekly high by Friday.
We should buy it.
Is that right, Hogue?
Yeah, that's what I started.
Yeah, that's what it was. A new weekly high on Friday.
That price would be.
And I get what you're questioning, Jack, right? Because is it always on Friday, right? Because the new weekly high could have been made on Tuesday, and then yes, that's 100% if the weekly low is made on Monday. So that the important part is that it always happens on a Friday.
The
'Cause
important
today's Friday.
part.
Go ahead, Jack.
Might have lost some.
Did we
Phoenix.
lose Jack?
I think he got kicked by JD.
Yeah, he got.
He's like, no, don't question.
Right at the
it.
important part.
Anyways, let's see. I think he got booted by.
Looks to me like
know what?
the weekly low was put in on Tuesday.
Well,
Oh,
there goes our 100%.
Well, that throws everything off.
Yeah,
They don't want the truth.
That's-
Hey, the closest
gonna
thing
make a
I
big-
have to 100%
80%.
is the fact that the markets go up and to the right in the long term.
pretty much. Zach B said, "Take a look at the monthly, and you tell me if I'm bullish or bearish." $20,440 last trade in the NASDAQ, 58.58. Last trade in the ES, 43,018, 018. There's Zach B, Real Deal Futures. You got the blue check mark now. A lot of fun. With Zach
He's
yesterday. Markets were slow, but we had good vibes throughout fast markets. We'll be seeing more of Real Deal Zach in the future.
He's going to be with us today.
Uh-oh. Man, Zach, is that cool? We asked you to come back right away.
We're gonna see if this is 100% workout. There goes NASDAQ.
Yep.
Don't
What's
sell
the
a Friday
weekly high?
rally.
I agree.
What's the
Hope.
weekly high? 509.
Yeah, 508 and
509.
change. Put in
Here we go. Here we go.
Wow.
100%.
100%, guys. You were laughing. 100%. You guys were joking, man. Watch this. Do it. The 500 lot sitting here, 58.64 half in the ES. It's real. Hey, Hogue, what will the price have to be for new weekly highs? Just 503, 504, somewhere? 508?
It was 508 and a quarter is the high from yesterday, and that is the weekly high.
509s. We get 509s. We're going to be rubbing it in everyone's. He's going to be rubbing it in our face when we hit 509.
Absolutely, he will be.
So get ready.
He should.
I'm on your side. Who was it? What was it? Was it Donald? Who was it? Donald Key? Who was it?
Hey, you know what? It's statistics, right?
It
Statistics
is.
are always right until there's an anomaly, and based off of that data, I mean, yeah, sure, you could.
Please get the
You could say
509.
100% of the time
509.
based on that sample size is correct. So let's see if it's going to play out here. I mean, so far so good.
It's going to play out, Dakota.
Yeah, I hope
it's
so.
going to play out.
Please work. All right, we're still seeing the 600 lot at 50. I think it's fake. I think it's an algo.
Crude oil break-in.
Here we go.
75.50.
Yeah.
It should be just a couple of more minutes, and I'll have the data to get in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to take 3 micros long here in crude.
Okay.
Yep. I'm long crude. 3 micros from 75.44.
Cool. 3 micros. What was that price one more time, Jay? Sorry about that.
75.44.
540. Thank you. Short 3.
Long 3.
Long 3. Come on, Andre. I'm still looking for this 100. I'm still watching this 100%. I'm still watching this 100% trade play out.
I know. I'm watching it too.
Me too.
Andre.
Please worry. All right. All right. We got Jay. Update that board. Long 3. Micro crude from $75.44.
Boom. There we go. Looking good, Jay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Nice.
far. My target is at 77.60. Oh, sorry, 76.60. 76.60.
76.60. That'd be a very nice trade, Jay. Nikkei breaking. Thank you, Pete Lewis.
Oh, man. Did I miss that Nikkei trade too?
We're watching this 100%. This 100% got us all flustered, man.
I know. Come on.
You don't hear that very often. You don't hear the 100%, man. You don't.
No, I mean,
Captain.
whenever someone says it,
It's
and
Captain.
it's
Brennan,
backed by
watch
data. It's like let's
Watch
see. Let's.
Oh, it was Captain. Thank you, Hungus. Sends it back to you. Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do. We have a VIP update here in just a couple minutes. Again, we have some VIP check-ins this week or today to conclude the week. Get ready. We got the VIP draft next Monday. Coach Hoops team. 50 slots available.
Do we have a name? Do we have a name for the team yet?
You know, the Pit Raiders. Pit Raiders, if I believe.
Ooh, I got a
Pit
good
Raiders.
teaser too. When you guys are ready for it.
You got a teaser too, Dakota? Man, we are clicking today. We got 5,500 people watching right here, right now. Click like, click subscribe. Can we get to 124,000 subscribers by the end of the day? think we're
Sure.
very close. Rip or Dakota, what is your name? What's your tease for us here?
So I don't have the details yet. I'm working with Danielle and the amazing team behind the scenes. But if you guys join my slow markets class, I've kind of told it a little bit, but I'm not. It's not a VIP, but I'm looking at doing a private group coaching. Oh, Danielle's in the chat saying, "I'll tell you the details now." So I mean, that's breaking news as we're here. But for me, the idea is to give back to the people who join my slow markets and is there consistently. So if you guys don't know, I stream live at 7:30 p.m. Central, and I want to be able to do. It's not VIP, but it's going to be the closest thing to where I'm going to dedicate time to a more private group coaching. And so, yeah, as soon as we get the details from Danielle, I mean, the cat's out of the bag. I'm excited to do it. There we go. Exclusive group coaching session for 20 traders in slow markets. We're going to have everyone who's interested sign up for it, and then we'll do a random drawing. I'm going to try and influence that random drawing as much as I can, though.
Wait a minute. How are you going to influence random?
I don't know. I might try and I'm going to try and find a way to influence it. They probably won't let me, but
Oda. Like a meddling NFL.
I'm
like a
all
meddling
for breaking
NFL owner.
rules, Andre. I
Jerry
like
Jones.
breaking rules.
I know you do. Like Jerry Jones with this football team. You're always meddling. Just won't let the people do their job.
All right, Danielle's hitting me with that. So, well, maybe I can't influence it, but there it is. Not even for any amounts of money, huh, Danielle?
Love it. Oda. Exclusive access. One of the best traders.
My loyalty is to the people in slow markets, but I'm open for that. And it's not going to be a one-time thing. I would love to have it continued.
Nice trade so far, Jay.
I was going to say that. Jay, where's your exit?
Looking way up there.
I want to get out at 76.60, but I'm looking at the first 30-minute opening range, Globex opening range, and we talk about this all the time and at the buzzer. Give me 1 second here.
76.60.
Where is it? So the high of that range is 75.83, and we're kind of rejecting there right now. And VWAP for the whole session is below that range. So a little bit of a divergence here, right? Where maybe I should be looking to short in this area because we haven't made a high above that 30-minute opening range. But I like the trade, so I'm going to stay in it. We're seeing some buying momentum come in. And if we get a close on a 3-minute candle above 75.83, then I really do like this trade.
Nice.
So I'm going to hold it for now.
Jay.
Thinking about trailing my stop up to reduce the risk, but I'm going to leave it for now.
Nice.
82%
Chris Hopper says I should reverse.
Chad is feisty today. I don't know who peed in their Cheerios this morning, but they are feisty, man. They are.
Friday.
Man, Friday. You should be happy. It's Friday, man. This is the best day of the week. Best day of the week.
Sometimes Chad is right, though. When I was buying the NASDAQ yesterday, someone said, "Hey, Jay, stop buying it." And they were right. So it's not 100% though, chat. Not 100%.
Well, the 100%
so I
is
got to go with my numbers.
I need the 100% to work right
it's
here.
NASDAQ's the 100% NASDAQ.
Yep, 508s, baby. 509s, we got the 100%. Captain's going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Nice.
Let's do it.
Great work, Jay. I passed some combines just now on that crude oil trade, but nothing in my live account yet.
Nice.
You too, Andrew Kim. %9 long in the crude. ES, just caught my eye there. ES, 68% short in the ES. Maybe we're trying to call it top. And we got the
Come on, NASDAQ. I want NASDAQ to get a new high.
100%. Jack behind the scenes.
100%.
Jack's trying to wrap his head around it too. Hopefully it happens when Jack's doing his news pack. It can happen while Jack's on. Because Jack got cut off.
Get that guy on Topstep TV, whoever he is. If it works.
It was Captain and his people. Captain's no joke, man. Captain. All right, we got to pull up here in the chat. Will NQ break?
I see Captain on the New York Stock Exchange with Peter Tuchman on social media?
Really?
Maybe.
Yep. Yeah, he was out there, I think, on earlier this week.
Really?
How tall is Peter?
He's not very tall.
I mean, like 4'7".
He's not. He's Janet. Yeah, that's Janet Yellen, Hogue. That's Yellen. Hey, speaking of Tuck, that's my guy. We're gonna have
loses
Tuckman
like a
here.
half an inch a year. I mean, there's something behind that. As you get older, you tend to shrink a little bit.
Gravity, right? Gravity does the damn. But yes, Tuckman will be joining us here this after about less than 2 hours. We got Tuckman. We're pushing higher here. 40,476 last trade. And we're working on the VIP update here very, very shortly.
I might just jump into a long here to play for the break.
Play for the 100%.
So I want to ask whoever, and you can put it in the chat, whoever said that about the 100%, when you have a stat like that, do you just buy it and go with no stop? How do you trade that? Right? Because the data is the data, but how do you execute it?
Yeah, that's the important question.
Buy dips.
You don't need a stop. It's 100%.
There you go.
That's the thing. I know I'm being kind of being a wise ass.
I get what you're saying.
No, if it's 100%, it's yes. That's why we're all wrapping our heads around this because
until it isn't.
That's not 100%. That'd be 99%.
We can call that the Uncle Julius trade. You just buy it and keep buying it. And it doesn't matter how much you lose on it because
where's James?
You know you're going to win on it.
Yeah, we asked James if he saw his name on the playbill. James went to the opera last night, everybody.
Oh, I have buy limit on the Nikkei at 40,000 even.
Okay, well, everyone's flat right now. I do know Jay is long the crude or micro crude from 75.44. Sorry, guys. I saw these guys waiting in the green room. We got JD and Coach Vince in the house. Let's do a VIP update if we're good to go. JD, Vince, welcome to Fast Markets. What's up, guys? Happy Friday, JD.
Happy Friday, you wonderful people. How's it going? All right. We got Coach Vince, captain of the Market Makers, here with us today. What's up, Vince? How's it going? $5 for
How you
Vince.
doing, my guy?
I'm doing okay.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Freaking Friday.
Hi.
What's going on, Vince?
All right,
Not
let's
much.
pull
How
up
you guys
that
doing today?
leaderboard overview real quick, please, James. No change on the leaderboard from yesterday. This is high-level overview. We got Coach Vince's Market Makers down there at the bottom. Started with 53 traders. 13 have passed through the XFA. 38 currently in combines eligible for funding. 28.3% pass rate. 2 traders currently in XFAs. 2 traders at the funded level. Total of 3 payouts for the Market Makers. $2,385 in payouts.
Nice.
What's next? Let's take a look at the top 5. No change in the top 5 from yesterday either. There was no change in the top 10, so we're just going to show the top 5 today.
Okay.
We got Travis from the Lunatics, Monique, Scott from the Market Makers, Ashley and Jeremy, both from the Stop Hunters. Stop Hunters still kind of dominating the top 5. But again, no change from yesterday. So not a whole lot to talk about there. We are going to talk about a particular trader on the Market Makers in just a second, but let's take a look at Coach Vince's top 5. We've got Scott and Daniel both trading in XFAs. Daniel's in a tight spot this morning. We're going to talk about him a little more in just a minute. He's down 953, or he's got a current balance of down 953. That's $100 away from losing this XFA. We're going to pull up a trading card for him in just a minute. We got James G, Joseph, and Jean-Pierre fighting to move up to the funded level. They're getting pretty close. Jean-Pierre started over a couple days ago, but he's building that account value back up. You need a $6,000. You need to make $6,000 That's the 100K trading combine. So
Nice.
they're getting a little
Real quick,
closer.
I'm long Nikkei from 40,000, just so we know.
Long Nikkei. All right, let's pull up that trading card for Daniel, please. So
Nice.
Daniel's numbers don't look that bad. He's just in a real tight spot. Like I said, less than $100 away from losing this XFA. He's got an average daily P&L of just close to down $100. Winning days 30%. He's mixed up the products pretty nicely. This is the time to be trading those micros when you only got a few bullets left in the chamber. You know, what can we do for Daniel right now, guys? A little encouragement, maybe. I don't know what he's doing so far today. I don't know if he's in the market or not. I tried to take a look. Couldn't find anything. But
Vince,
I think Daniel could
what
use a
would you
little
tell Daniel?
encouragement.
Well, just take a step back, right? Because this week was a little bit of a challenging week. I didn't really trade much this week at all, actually. Daniel, I would just say your reward or risk is great, and your win rate, I mean, it's not bad, right? 33% winning trades is not a bad thing at a 1.7 to 1 reward to risk. So I'm curious to how he's down to almost losing the account with those metrics. So that's kind of, I'm confused with that. Did he take a big
at his trade
loss?
report right now. Yeah.
Probably a big loser in there somewhere.
It must have been some one day where it was a dramatic
Opening day,
loss
first day.
because
So he's completed 10 days in this XFA. Opening day, his first day trading in the XFA, down $1,300. And he's been fighting back ever since then. Small winners. He had another $800 losing day. His largest winning day was $530. So he's had a couple big losers compared to his biggest winner. But still, he's keeping the math on his side, technically. And just getting real close here.
sequence of returns. That's what started you off, Daniel. You started off with a big loss. You got to fight back, right? So if you lose 50% of your account, you got to make 100% just to get back to even. So the sequence of returns, I think, is what's killing them right now. Because I like the metrics.
Would you tell him, definitely trade micros, Daniel?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
If you can dig your way out of this, Daniel, you'll be a better trader for it.
For sure.
Absolutely.
This is go time.
Yeah. Claw your way back, small base hits. And you'll appreciate it better too. When you fight through it, instead of just doing a reset and just, going at it from the top, because you can't reset real money. Okay. So just keep that in mind. If this is your real account, you have $100 left, you're not going to blow it, right? Throwing on a mini contract and it moves 2 points and then you lose the account. So really treat it as if you're trading your own money and, just claw your way back. Little base hits. That's all you need. Once you build it back up, maybe you can add a little more size and, keep it going, scale up a little bit. But for right now, stay as small as you possibly can.
Yep. We're thinking about you, Daniel. Good luck today. Maybe take the day off if you really need to. Pardon me.
Yeah.
On the lighter side, Coach Vince, you had a trader take a payout the other day. Not a VIP payout, but someone on your VIP team took a payout from one of his XFAs. Want to tell us a little bit about that trader? I know you talk to these guys all the time.
Yeah, so Board Yeti, he's doing amazing right now. I think he took out 3250 last week. He just sent me a message. I think he's taking another 20. Where'd it go? Taking out 2950.
Yep.
2950. So he's taken out, over $6,000 out of those accounts in the past couple of weeks. So, kudos to you. Proud of you. Yeah, just keep it going, right? Stay with the discipline. It's all, we keep talking about discipline. That you need to stay disciplined in this. And he's doing the work, right? He's really doing the work.
Sure. Again, yeah, that's Board Yeti is on Coach Vince's VIP team, but those were not VIP payouts. Just a nice shout out to a VIP trader.
Absolutely.
What are you telling your traders going into the weekend, Vince? What's the
going into it? You can just have a good weekend, reset, relax, maybe do a little bit of research on your week's trading. That's what I would recommend. Go back, see what you did, check your journal. I can't preach the journal enough. I know it's tough. We do it for a day, then we don't do it. But it's really, really important to really go back and relive that trade. And it'll help you to, the next time when you're feeling a certain way, maybe you can avoid a situation that, you don't want to put yourself in. So I think it's very important to do that. And I reflect all the time. Over the weekend, I'll do some back testing or something like that, or market replay to see what my trades were, just to get a feel for like what I could have done better or what may have been going through my mind at the time, and just try to, avoid it going into the next week.
Love that, Vince.
Yeah.
Excellent advice.
Thanks,
Part of the homework. Just part
Personally,
of the
I'm
homework.
going to
Gotta do the homework.
Got to do the homework.
Think about it. If you're a professional athlete, right? What do they do? My son's a football player, right? He's a football player. They watch film and film and film, and they analyze that film, and it's all about, knowing your opponent too, right? And you got to think about what the other guy might be doing and why they might be doing that, so that you can counter it with something else, right? So I'm a very big believer in watching the film over and over and over again, and see what you could do better, or maybe tweak something here or there to help your performance, and that's really it.
Vince, how's Sal doing?
He's doing all right. He's we'll see what happens in January, but so far he's doing pretty good. Still getting back. Tell him I say hi. Yeah, appreciate it, Hope. Thank you.
He's got fans out here,
Yeah, well, maybe I'll be able to announce it, and then you guys can watch him. So we'll
Awesome.
see what happens. Hope all goes well.
Awesome.
Watch my
Thanks,
Saturdays.
Vince.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you, Vince. Thank
Have
you,
a good
guys.
weekend.
We'll be back. And you have a great weekend too, Vince.
Thanks, Vince.
Andre, I'm gonna go find myself
Vince.
I'm gonna find myself a new brick wall. I'll be back with some update.
All right, you know what I'm waiting for, JD. We got to see that hot streaks. But anyways, go check out the hot streaks. Bring us the good news in a little bit later today. We are selling off here. NQ and ES 20,427 last trade in the Nasdaq. About a 60-point pullback, if you want to call it that. Dakota, what's your thoughts? What's your read? Yes.
I closed out that Nikkei long for scratch. This is kind of what I was it's hard to short up here, but that's what we're in. We're in buy the low, sell the high. It's hard to do. It really is, especially in like something like the Nasdaq, where it's just so hard to do it. Sometimes some of the hardest trades are the most profitable, and it's hard to short up here when the market's rallying so hard and have a stop. Same down here. It was very hard to buy down there and have a stop, but here we are right in the middle. I'm actually liking longs right here because we're at this support on the 5-minute. Thoughts, Coach Jay?
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about what this pullback would look like if we wanted to get in long. I think we both said somewhere around that 390 area. We're not there yet. Yep. It looks like we could get there pretty quick here. But yeah, around that 390, 380-ish area. What I'm looking at, the anchored... Go ahead, Dakota.
No. I was looking for a long right now.
Right now?
Keep going.
Hey, we got Logan speaking too.
The only thing I'm looking at is anchored view up from the New York session open is right at that it's right at 395 right now. So I would not be surprised at a test of that.
395s in the NQ.
But yeah.
Wow, right away, Eddie. On cue. We got Logan, guys. I'm guessing this is what
we got Logan here coming up here. Also, we're going to be hosting the VIP draft for Coach Hoop's team on Monday. So tune in to see if your name is chosen. It's going to be in the morning session. And also, we do got the real deal. Zach going to be joining us for Power Hour. And taking a look here, nothing yet from Logan, but my eyes are on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Hey, yes, the big draft next Monday. Coach Hoop Pit Raiders. See if your name is chosen. We got lots and lots of submissions. We're very excited to add 50 more traders to the VIP under Coach Hoop. Pit Raiders. Should be cool. All right.
I'm just too hesitant.
390s. I know we never got the 390s. The 390s were just never going to come on that first move right there, Jay.
Yeah.
We remain patient. Right? We remain patient.
Yeah, Dakota.
A little
don't
bit of
hesitate, man.
reference.
If you see it,
What's
shoot
that?
it. Go ahead. Oh,
A little bit of reference. I mean, 415 is the IB high from yesterday. It's pretty much right in the middle of the range
right now.
and the point of control, but that is just a little bit of kind of obscure reference right there.
So what do we do with that? What can we do with that 415s?
Well, I mean, if this is an area that Dakota's thinking about looking for a long, that could be a little bit of confluence in what he's thinking or what he's going to do.
Little tester. Let's make sure he has the bull up. All right, the bull is up in the background.
Yeah, I want to get in long. I mean, that was an opportunity for a quick 10-point scalp. I missed it. I've been so hesitant this morning, which whenever I'm hesitant, I'm okay with not taking a trade rather than chasing it. Because here we go. 390s. We touched 400.
Yesterday's value low 372.
I was just about to say that.
Look at you guys.
That was the breakout area, right? I was
That was
just
the breakout area.
just going to ask what that number was again. 372s.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we get 390s, stop at least has to go below that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 72. Okay.
All roads.
Would you work the bid? Or are we still waiting to see how we get to 390? If we do get to 390. We're about to get there. Here we go. 390 hit. 390 hit. 390
We're
hit.
there.
Gravity kicking in big.
91's trade.
Turtles trades. Proverbs 28:25.
I want to give it one more try.
Dakota, that range you were talking about, is this the middle of that range then?
Yeah, middle, pretty dang close. I want to get in long. It's looking very attractive to me.
And right to the both VWAPs, and you're seeing a nice bounce off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see if I could get in.
Was it that easy of a trade? Just buy VWAP?
Yeah, I'm long 5 in the NASDAQ. Long 5 in the NASDAQ.
Do it.
Right, are we joining this?
Yeah, I like this trade.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
This is my live account.
Ooh, we're joining.
Yeah. I like this. Where's your stop, Dakota? Or where's
Price
that?
did we get?
That
My
order?
stop is going to be 388s.
We are 408. I ran away. I didn't have the clip size on it. We're long 4.
No problem. I closed out of 1 right here at 16. I closed out of 1 here at 416. Looking for a push into these 420s. Closed out another one right there at 418.
Wow.
Okay. I got out of 3 of them. We're along 1 right now. It's a quick scalp on Dakota.
Yeah, yep, quick scalp.
You out now?
No, I'm still in 3. Still in 3. I want to see if we could hold these 400s again. I like that we made the 403s as 405s as support. If we could break above these 419s, this is going to look really good.
I like it.
Maybe even a run to 430s is a possibility if we could break through into those 20s. We just made another pivot. So, there's an argument to be made to move a stop loss to 403. 403 is a valid area for that order.
Right now, realized we're up 539.
Nice.
Crude right
Broker
now,
stuck on that one.
84%
It was a
long.
bad fill.
They're scaring me, Eddie, because we're not going anywhere.
Crude?
Yeah, stuck in this range right now.
44.
I caught the 40s earlier.
Doesn't scare you out of where you at.
These 20s.
Right. Yeah, above these 20s, NASDAQ looks really good.
Just got to have another one right at 20. All right, there we go. Going to get out one more at 25 if it will give it to me. Okay, there we go. I'm going to hold on to one runner, move my order to even.
Dakota.
Beautiful trade, man.
And I'm out.
Dakota.
I got out for the.
Very nice.
That was well surgical.
There we go.
Very nice trade, man.
Okay, we are flat as well. 948.
Nice. Nice trade.
All around.
Beautiful trade.
The power of patience.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you just lock yourself out and be done for the day, right?
Hold on, Dakota. We still have an hour left here on Fast Markets. Just hold off here. You don't have to get trade. We got Look at Dakota. Look at that smirk. Look at that guy.
Hey, I was waiting for this. Sometimes it's frustrating to watch the market rally without you, and you just have to just wait.
90
it doesn't
minutes
matter
of
how
nothing,
frustrated
guys.
you get, you just don't act on it.
Yeah, 90 minutes of doing nothing. Doing everything.
Jay, that
watching.
VWAP off that 730 bar, golden.
Money, Hogue. Money. Literally money. Buy it there and make some money. Of course, nothing happens 100%.
Well,
except for the NASDAQ.
Hold on.
NASDAQ making new weekly highs.
You know I'm watching this, guys.
Yeah,
all
I'm here,
day.
by the way.
Yeah, there's Jack.
We should have just
What's
held
up,
one
Jack?
contract for that.
Yes.
They cut
Jack,
off my mic.
Come in, Jack. What happened? You had a thought, Jack.
Since we're out of the trade, we'll do some news. But I really want someone who has that program to run. Basically, I think the only criteria that would prove that wrong is if the high and low were both put in on Monday, which seems exceedingly unlikely, especially if Monday has to be the first day of the week. That was some gonzo numbers there. Anyway, PPI this morning. Just want to take a little zoom out here and look at where we were, where we've come, just to get a broader sense. As Hogue mentioned this morning, these are mostly in line, little misses each way. But as we've talked about, the Fed rate cut cycle is going to be up in the air. It's still 85% chance that they do the cut, but we're getting back into that hold mentality. And then some Friday news. This woman got a reply about a job application 48 years after she sent it out. She was applying to be a motorcycle stunt rider. Yeah. It was the post office that actually lost it. They found it behind a wall or something. I'm not sure how a letter gets into a wall at a post office, but they sent it back to her. She has since become a horse whisperer and snake whisperer, but we have a picture of her on the motorcycle back when she was doing that.
Yeah. Catching some air. Yeah. Look at that.
I got to read this description of what she's doing now. She says she's doing okay. She moved to Africa and worked as a snake handler, horse whisperer, learned to fly, and became an aerobatic pilot and flying instructor. So
she's just an adventure seeker.
Yeah.
Oh, groovy, baby.
Does mail still get lost? Is that still a thing? Got lost in the mail?
It's more my excuse when I don't get something.
Yeah, there you go. It's actually a thing. Does it actually?
All right. Last thing, I don't want to advertise a product because I don't know if it's any good, but I did like the concept here, so I'll show a picture. Here's an advent calendar of Hans Gruber falling off the Nakatomi building that you move down each day.
Where'd you find this?
I want one of those.
I think we should order one maybe 2, just in case the mail loses it, and see if it's not a piece of crap.
That is hilarious.
This is the greatest thing I've seen.
Jack. Jack don't miss, folks. Jack doesn't miss.
Lastly, James, do we have that photo of Dolby from the? This is like a teaser for later, maybe.
Dude.
In the
Look at
bowels
this
of
guy.
the old Topstep
Dude.
Trader discontinued blog. We'll dive
Hey, Jay,
into
why?
this
Is that really
further,
Dolby?
but we found it's Dolby time,
On my way to
May
steal your
12th,
girl.
2016.
My gosh. Looking like
Looks
a
like
snack
he's-
out here. Yeah.
Looks like he's trying to date us.
Yeah, I guess quit looking at me like that. Dolby, my goodness.
He's been talking about TS Tinder, right?
There's your profile pic. There is your profile pic, Jay. 100. My gosh. What's up? There's Dolby in the chat. Sultry eye. My God, I'm distracted. Who needs Marcus? You got Dolby looking. She's like, wow.
We'll make a new high though. Don't worry about it.
100%.
We got a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. Hogue, I seen chat pointed it out to me. We were closing it as the 3-bar reversal was made, so
We're
there's
just
definitely
finishing,
room to
right?
the upside. But the thing for me is we're right in the middle of the range, and so
Yeah.
it's a lot harder to hold on to trades in the middle of the range. We had that nice pullback, and then the 3-bar reversal in the 5-minute. It's still valid. This is still a very valid trade where the entry was
just location.
Was there? Yeah, it's just like location and it being Friday. I'm perfectly fine with that trade. Now, if we break to new all-time highs, then I'm going to be like, dang,
Well,
100% coming into play.
Yeah. I got such a bad fill on that trade. If I had a better fill, we probably would have held on to one just to see what happened with it.
don't sweat it.
Which is fine. You can't go rotate profit. How's that crude oil, Jay?
I'm just taking a peek at that chart, Jay.
It's going well. We just did get above 76. Would have loved to see more buying above 76, but so I trailed my exit up. Right now, I'd get tagged out at 75, 78. Make about $100 on this trade if it does come and stop me out.
Okay.
See if settlement holds here. I was actually looking to add to this near 75, 60 when it kind of consolidated around there. Was a little bit too slow, but it is what it is. It's working out pretty nice.
What a day, man. All these great trades we've had because of patience.
Best day of the week. Definitely the most fun day of the week. I'll say that. This market's giving us opportunity here. 71%
I
long
love being on
NASDAQ
here.
right now. What's up, Togue?
I love being on here with you guys. Like my favorite day. Not just because it's Friday.
Yes. 72% long in the
Give
NASDAQ.
it up,
Average
man.
trade 20,424, or average long position, long price from 424. So are in the money. We're starting to see.
Yeah, Nasdaq was very strong right now.
I know. 3-bar reversal. Paid that time.
Johnny, it's when you're here, I feel very secure.
Oh, well, thank you, Eddie.
I love what you told us here, man. Yes. Well deserved.
Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate you.
Oh, man.
Hey, Coach Jay, can you explain your position? Someone thinks you have 3 positions on, but you just moved your
these are
stop
micros.
into profit, right?
Oh.
You have
stop
3
into profit.
contracts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wish I could add 3 positions on, right? 30 minis.
Yeah,
instead
one's
of
your
these
stop,
3
one's your
micros.
take profit.
Right.
Eddie, I'm ready if you are.
Ready.
Eddie, we got Jay again. Jay Long, 3 micros from 75.44. About $1.50 in the money right now. Looking for 76.60s. Jay, nice call. Dakota, nice trade. House account, nice execution. Feeling good on these Fridays. Good vibes, Eddie. What do we got for announcements, my man?
Oh my. Let's get her done.
Get her done.
Yes. Hey, coming up in next week, October 15th. All right, write this down. Make sure you're here. We got Dr. Brett Steenbarger going to be with us here the 15th of October. All right, and he's going to be doing a special trading mindset AMA, Ask Me Anything. So we're going to have questions for him next weekend. But check this out. He's going to be joined by Anne Marie and, of course, our good friend John Hoagland. So the 10:15 is that day. And for those that are in the Express funded account, you're not going to want to miss this special. It's going to help you out big time. Also, if you like what we're doing here on Topstep TV, if you can, once again here, it takes about a minute, drop us a review here on Trustpilot, and I'm going to post a link right now. There is the link. Leave a Topstep review on Trustpilot. Take about a minute. We'd appreciate to hear what you think what we're doing here. Hope you like it. Otherwise, back to you, Andre.
And we're back. Thank you very much for that, Eddie.
There you go, Johnny.
Andre's away for just 1 second. I'm sure he'll be back with us shortly. NASDAQ's still looking strong here. A little bit of a pullback in that crude, Jay, huh?
Yeah, we did, Hogue. So there was this volume spike that happened at, what time was this? 9:27 Central. So that's the candle that I have framed out on my chart right now. And I attached a VWAP to that, and we can see volume, that white VWAP has not left that range, and that's why I'm trailing, right? If this white line was exiting this range, I would be thinking about adding to this trade, but the momentum is slowing down. And right, momentum is slowing down. We hit that 76 level, and in order to break levels like that, you need convinced buying. Volume's not going with it. I'm okay taking what this trade is presenting right now.
Nice trade.
Thanks.
Here's a question. So let's just put this hypothetical out there. If you had a crystal ball and you looked into it, and it said by the end of day today, the NASDAQ's going to be above 20,500. How do you trade it? Because we could go all the way down to like 20,300 and then rally all the way back up. Even though you might think you know where price is, it's still very difficult to trade, right? Because the market could do things like we just saw. We got all the way up to 480, sold off almost 100 points, and now right back up to 450. And now if you're going to just go all in because you think you know where price is going to go, you're not going to have the risk to hold that much drawdown. So that's an interesting thing I've always wondered, where if you know where price is going to go, it's still difficult to trade.
Trade options.
Yeah.
Hey, we're talking about futures, Jack.
Well, I think it depends if you're trading your own account and you've got the cash to hold it.
Mm-hmm.
But in a trading combine or an XFA, you might hit your daily loss limit or your max drawdown before the market turns around and continues to pay you. It's a very interesting question to go to.
I see a lot of traders be like, yeah, I knew it was going to get there, but then they hit their DLL before it does, and it's just it doesn't. Yeah, the path it takes to get point A to point B is
that was the dip.
That's painful.
We bought it too.
That was the dip, man.
Yeah,
that was a beautiful 3-bar reversal. Hindsight.
Yeah, above. Yeah, this looks really good. But
yeah,
just need to not drop the ball here. But this looks really good. ES holding up really nicely as well. I am out of that crude trade. Like I said, it did come back to that range. Made $100 on that. Down a little bit on the day in this XFA, but didn't like the momentum rejecting at that 76. And this could just continue to run without me. But I am flat.
Nice trade. Nice call. Nice location.
100%.
72% long in the, so excuse me, 73% long in the Nasdaq. Push higher here. Those longs are about
80%. Hey, crude? Oh.
Crude, yes.
Gold still right.
Wow.
Yeah, gold rallying as well, Dakota. That's why I really wanted to get long on the day. I think we had spoke about it earlier. It was looking for 2660s and just didn't get that full pullback. Almost similar to the Nasdaq. And I think, like you were saying, Dakota, when a market is just going and you have a pretty strong idea of where it's going, scaling in slowly. It's kind of what I wish I did in crude, right? Just start with a one lot, and if it goes in your favor, the market's doing what you expected it to do. And we don't get to call everything out perfectly, right? So I go back all the time to you saying, hey, it's a zone. So general areas, right? We just, we call that 390 area, but it didn't have to get there, right? And coming down to 395 and not taking that trade would have sucked. Where, we say don't, you try not to measure it, especially in the Nasdaq to the tick. Yeah, it's a tough decision to make.
Yeah, no splitting ticks, especially the Nasdaq.
Right.
And yeah, this morning, I mean, it is already still morning, but when we were rallying and we was talking about the 100%, I mean, there was a lot of excitement. It was a very strong rally, and I'm sure there's people out there like, okay, we could see 500, and those that's like, okay, I know we're going to be, above 500, and they're buying up there. Like they hit their daily loss limit or stopped out on that big pullback.
Right.
And then if we continue to rally and we're back above 500, they're going to be saying, I knew it was going to be above 500. All my signals and everything was pointing that way. It's just that they were in too big of a position size. They didn't have enough drawdown. They didn't have the right stop loss or the risk management to get there.
Right.
Whoa.
Hey, we got coming over the wire here. Finally, Logan speaking here. Logan talking about the U.S. economy remaining strong and stable. Thank you very much. Also, the less restricted policy will still cool inflation. And the last one I've got here, recent inflation data is very welcome. That's all we've got from Logan right now. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie. All right, we got something special coming out for you guys in about 3 minutes. But before that, we can do two. We can walk and chew gum around here on Topstep TV. So I'm gonna throw it to JD. JD, we got some payouts and P&Ls. Hey, what's
we sure
up,
do.
JD? What's the number?
Live funded. We'll get to the number in just a minute. Hang on, though. Let's take a look at the yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We've got Chi up top there, trading the Nasdaq, 13,832. Our boy Pakanon, we hear quite a bit about him, is trading the Nasdaq Gold and the Nikkei, 11,285 out of the Nasdaq, $12,432 out of gold. Took a $1,600 hit in the Nikkei, but still ended up with $22,116 for the day. Then we've got Michael. Michael is trading gold in the Nasdaq. Pulled $10,185 out of gold and $738 out of the Nasdaq for a total of $10,923. It's two big back-to-back gold traders yesterday in the live funded account. Balkaron. Balkaron, another fan favorite. Trading the ES, MNQ, and NQ. Took $980 out of the S&P, $1,015 out of the micro NASDAQ, and $2,424 out of the mini NASDAQ. Total of $4,418. Then Jonathan, Banton Cleanup. Trading the NASDAQ, $4,173 for Jonathan. All right, let me change up an overlay here. What's your guess on yesterday's total payouts?
Millions.
Thursday.
Millions.
Million. Yeah, a million. Is it million? No. Well, this week has been millions. Jay, that might be on the low end these days. It might be low.
Yeah, I'll take
the low end though. What's the low end?
I think the floor is 1.1. Where Jay said I got 1.5. That seems to be the new normal. I don't know.
Pretty close. Here we go. $1.24 million.
Hey, Jay, okay. This is wild, man.
547
Yeah.
total payouts,
It's great to
averaging
see.
$22.75. We are averaging over $2,000 per payout for the last week now. So these numbers just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's nice.
Fantastic.
Good job, everyone. Great trading.
Man, that's beautiful. Over $1 million a
Money.
day.
$1 million a day. Yeah.
Yup.
It used to be. Remember the days when it was like
500,000.
Oh, we would say like 300,000 in a month was a huge number.
Yeah.
Now $1 million a day.
Okay. Honest
JD,
question.
I have. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I had a question on a stat. Could we get a stat of like how many traders take payouts in a month? Right, because sometimes people are taking multiple payouts. But how many unique traders are taking payouts in a month?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to do a little digging for that, but I'm sure we can pull that for sure. Let me make a note.
Awesome. Thank you, JD. We'll see more JD here very shortly. Those
You want to
hot
see
streaks.
XFA?
Yeah, I want to see the XFA. Yeah, let's do it, JD. I want to get straight to hot streaks. Let's do XFA payouts.
Patience. All right, the only one of these traders not trading the NASDAQ was my. I was trading gold, $15,990 for my trading gold. Everyone else trading the NASDAQ, Jeremy, $16,468, Andy, $16,324, Alberto at $12,168, and Mason, $10,520. We got a couple traders copying trades. Andy, for instance, up there in second place, actually took home $32,623. And Alberto, total of, 1 second, $23,258 for Alberto. Big numbers.
Yeah!
A lot of money flying around in gold last couple days, guys. Let's keep our eyes on that one.
Gold.
Yeah, a lot of people making money in gold. All right, thank you, JD. Without further ado, people in the chat are getting a little restless. Where is the VIP drop form, Eddie? Eddie, they're asking for it. Let's give it to him, Eddie. Eddie,
let's give it to him. All right.
Players and VIPs only.
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Of course you would.
Is that Fergie?
It's time. There's the form. We have pinned it nicely up top. No harm, no foul. I see no blood. VIP is expanding. Coach Hoop. Hoopity Hoop is drafting 50. That's 50 if you were on the trading floor for his team. And here's the deal. You get 3 free months in a 100K combine, 2 free resets, no activation fee, and yes, you get that secret code to enter the private Discord chat room with your coach and your team. So, one thing though, if you're participating and you do get drafted, which we're going to be having Monday, we ask you just to make one appearance here with us lovelies here at Topstep TV. That's all we ask. And we're going to have fun with it. So we're giving away our bell-to-bell viewers. We're going to be dropping multiple forms. Today's the last day. Friday's the last day. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to keep this up here, this form, for about 15 minutes. All right. All you need to do is just do it once. I do see that some of us are 13 for 13. Yes, this is the 13th one. So keep going. You never know. Don't give up. And I think that is what I've got so far. So have at it. Fill out that form one time. Fill it out completely. Discord name, Topstep username, and then submit. But otherwise, that is what I've got for us. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. We'll have that form up for 15 minutes. We have 13 of these now? 13 down.
Yes.
2 to go.
Yes.
2 to go this week. And then again, we got the big draft next Monday. Hey, nice call on getting out of those longs there, Jay and Crude. Seeing right back right back to your entry. 75.41 last
Pretty
trade.
much.
Nice call.
I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to take it again. I need to see sellers kind of fail here. And we talked about, the buyers not dropping the ball in the equities, and it looks like they're doing exactly that right now. I know we had Marcelo on yesterday. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart on the NASDAQ. And Marcello, if you're in the chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like an M, right? And this M pattern is very bearish.
Hungus, 12 for 13. Hungus, you might have a good shot.
We might run to the low of day. It's range bound. Buy low, sell high. But no, we're not going to go to the low, right? We have 100% new highs.
Hey, Dakota, we still have 4.5 hours. Don't.
Yes.
4.5 hours. Look at that smirk.
Hey, we could rally 100 points the last 5 minutes. We all know that.
Just takes a powerful MOC and then boom. Who's got the last laugh? Who's laughing now? Yep.
Nice bounce
can be true. Yes.
72% short in the ES. Average price 58.56. About taking a point of heat right now. Last trade 58.58. Last trade. Hey, check out. We've been looking at oil. We've been looking at ES. We've been looking at NASDAQ. But take a look at gold. Gold continues to creep higher. Pretty much on the highs. 26.75. That's right, Hogue. Hogue's been bullish.
When it fails a breakout, you gotta go the other way. Gotta be long.
Right.
No.
Hogue's been bullish.
Alt I looks pretty bullish.
Alt I. I love the alt I, man. Who knew? Who was that? You, Jay? Were you the one that stumbled across that? Yeah.
It was. Just a little.
Hey guys,
doing some
brain
take a look at this analysis. Yeah, I like a breakthrough 408 to the what do we call it? A bullish alt I.
Stop it.
I can see a skip to 365s. I mean, these candlesticks are all gray or dark gray, so does it really matter?
You can't. Oh man,
Dakota's got jokes today.
They won't switch back.
I know we had that stat about the 100%, and I, not to keep commenting on it, but one thing with working with Coach Paul that I've learned from him is that weekly candles usually don't end on the highs or the lows and have a wick on both sides, right? If I have my NASDAQ chart up right now on the weekly, and there's a wick on a lot of these weekly candles. There's a couple of them that end at the highs, but I don't know what the percentages are, but a ton of these candles have wicks on them. So making a new high there, I don't know what the probabilities are, or closing on a high at least. And buyers look like they ran out of steam a little bit.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, we just wait.
One trade today. Some of the best statistics I've seen
100%.
in traders are 1, 2, or 3 trades in a day, and they're done.
Yep.
Any fun plans this weekend?
Probably go visit my niece. Order subs?
Ordering subs right now for a 3-year-old birthday party.
Subwoofers?
Subwoofers.
Yeah, getting my subwoofers out.
Couple 12-inch subs.
Alpine submarine sandwiches.
Alpines, Jack. Remember those?
I lived next to it. I get Alpine all the time still.
Dude, really? Incredible. Yeah. Alpines. Subwoofers. So funny. So you just go party subs, Jack, and just go like the 36-inch, and we just cut them up in those little snack size.
Snack size, Andre.
Finger food.
Uncle Taddy. He's old enough, right?
I did see that, Dakota.
You get it? Because he's playing with his son?
Yep.
All right. Let's get back to the markets here. We got bottom of the hour. We're almost coming up on the euro close. We got 74% long in the crude right now. I ran out of my train of thought.
Hey, Andre.
What's up, Eddie?
Andre, did you know this Sunday the Bears are playing at 8:30 in the morning?
London.
No.
London. Yes, they're in
London,
London.
right. That's right.
Who are they playing again?
The
Jags.
Jaguars. Yeah.
Literally, you're getting there this
8:30.
morning. It took off yesterday.
It'll be fun. Breakfast and football.
Yeah, nothing like breakfast football here in the States.
Yeah, you can't
for our
drink
people
all
on the-
day
in
if you
Lon-
don't start in the morning.
That's right. Hey,
Hey,
for
speaking of London,
our viewers in London,
London
yeah, hey,
closed in
good call,
5
Eddie.
minutes.
Speaking of London, for our viewers in London, do you guys like the NFL football, the American football product? Anyone out there is watching
Yeah,
in
good
London?
question.
I got a question. Do you guys enjoy us just force feeding you this American football stuff for the last 20 years?
You've been taking their soccer for longer than
Basketball.
that.
We're trying.
Basketball.
Yes. Very much. There you go. Hell no. Yes. No. Never
You
seen
know,
it.
what was
No
the
lines. There
game
you
that
go.
they were playing in Germany, and the whole the whole arena started singing John Denver, Country Road, which I thought was really cool.
That was in Munich. That was in Munich last
Munich.
week. 2 years ago. Yep.
That was pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Gotta love those people.
All right. So go Mahomes. All right. There we go. People are starting to like it. All right.
A lot of people I talk to internationally say it's too slow.
It is too slow.
Yeah, Bears
minutes
might
of
actually
action.
have a chance against the Jaguars. Jaguars are 1-4. They're the worst in the division. So Bears might have a chance. I see the Vegas barely has them as favorites.
Same record as the Packers.
That's true. Tell them, Jack. Tell them.
Here's something they're wondering why. The average amount of time the ball is actually in play during an NFL game is, take a guess.
6 to 8 minutes.
Well, you're
No.
undercutting that, but 11
20
minutes.
Yeah.
11 minutes.
It's nothing.
So that's
3 hours or 3.5
11 minutes
hours.
that there is action.
Yeah. It's all replay.
When you
I'm
put it
sure
like
the
that,
micro-
it's so boring. We sit there and watch it for 3 hours for 11
Soccer's
minutes
the
worth
best.
of
90
action.
minutes nonstop. What's up, Jay? You said, are you
Hockey,
getting into a
baby,
trade?
hockey.
Yeah, I'm short the micro Dow, not risking a whole lot on this, risking less than what I made on that crude oil trade, but looking for just a little bit of a pullback to this anchored VWAP at 42,953. Looks like we got a little extended here. Buyers running out of steam. I am short pretty much right here right now, 43,059.
Well, 5.9.
What
How many
market?
times? How many micros?
4.
Cool.
What
you.
market?
Micro.
The Dow.
I'll put my check mark on that one.
Okay.
We got the 3-bar reversal on the 5 minute. Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Code approved.
What are we doing here?
Well, Jay
Short
short
Dow.
a Dow.
Shorting down. Where's the
Back
risk?
That one, Hope.
The risk is going to be above
My
the
stop
high.
is above. Yeah, above the high, 43,101.
I like that.
Mhm.
Let's see.
I'm okay with
we
risking
are.
5.
Go ahead, Dakota.
I was going to say I'm okay with risking 5,000. So whatever position that comes to.
Jeez.
5 Gs? Okay.
We are bouncing at this initial balance high, so I am conscious of that, Hogue. I know you probably see that initial balance high is 43,061. So just conscious of that, but I'm just looking for a little bit of a pullback. This is a counter trend trade. I am aware of that, but just looking for a pullback to VWAP.
100 contract sitting at 070. So if we enter here and the risk is 43,101, how big of a size would it be to risk 5,000? Are we in anything
30 contracts.
yet?
30 contracts if we're risking $5,000, and we get short right now.
Okay, I like
It's
it.
down. Short 30s?
And let me just measure out this risk real quick. Yeah, it would be 30 contracts if we got short right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't have data for it.
Okay,
fair enough.
That's all right. Well, let's get that sorted out. We got London close coming, which London has come and gone. One last reminder: form pinned to the top of the chat is coming down in less than 2 minutes, folks. It's the 13th one of the week. We got 2 more coming today. Again, form pinned to the top of the chat coming down in 90 seconds. But man, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Where's JD? JD, you there?
Instead of the Dow, what about the ES, Coach J?
Okay, look at that.
To me, the ES looks like it has a little bit less room down, where we're kind of holding this 58, 55 level.
Okay, because I can see ES coming back down to 43s, the lower 40s. But yeah, I like the Dow a little bit more.
Well, at least the Dow is giving you the opportunity for a failed upside auction.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
NASDAQ and the S&P haven't left the initial balance yet.
Yeah, here we go. Greg B in the chat. Greg B in the chat knows what time it is. JD.
They know, huh? They just keep track of it.
JD. Give us
Oh,
the
we got
good
a real
news on
special
this
treat for you.
Friday.
We've got a real special treat for you today, too, guys.
No, what do we got?
Courtesy of our good friend Andrew Kim in the chat. Sent us a nice little ode to Delesh. I'll read this for you.
Really? Read it. JD, you have to read it now.
Love Andrew.
Ode to Delesh by Andrew Kim. Delesh, your streak is hot. Are you just trading one micro lot? The chat is honestly confused. Jack doesn't know if he should be amused. 2 hundies 5 times you've got to make. You've got what it takes if you want to take that payout. I'm waiting for you to get a mixed shout out. Oh, Delesh, Delesh, Delesh. You force 80s hot streak refresh. Oh, Delesh, Delesh, Delesh. Aiming for $2 a day and no less. Oh, Delesh, Delesh, Delesh. If you make it tomorrow is anyone's guess.
Well done.
That is beautiful.
Well done,
Fantastic.
Tim.
Oh, the man's a Shakespeare. The man is a Shakespeare.
Well done. Shakespeare.
Love that.
Fantastic.
That was awesome, man. Great job, Andrew. Well, he better
Thank you,
be on
Andrew.
the list. He better be on. He better be still alive.
Oh, you think I would read that out loud and not show you day 68? Come on, guys.
Could you imagine if you read it out loud and then showed him?
Yeah. Yes.
Delesh
That'd be
made $4
cruel, JD.
yesterday. He's going off script. He made $4 yesterday. So that's
Slippage. That's all it was.
yeah, slippage. $13 over the last 5 trading days. Nice job, nonetheless. You got 32 to go, Delesh. 32 to go.
Nonetheless.
You want that 100. All right, next up is Mina. Where did Mina go? Mina made $234 trading the NASDAQ. Now 28 days, we're at $7,107. Next up is Arjo. Arjo made $12 yesterday. Slow day for Arjo. I think he had to make a bit of a comeback to get on the positive side. Trading micro NASDAQ now at 27 days worth $5,458. Next up is Joseph. Joseph made $439 trading NASDAQ yesterday. Extended his streak to 26 days worth $9,600. Current hot streak P&L leader. And then we have Thayer. Thayer made $335 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Now sitting on a 26-day heater worth $6,435. There are your hot streaks. Want to see yesterday's best? Want to see yesterday's biggest payouts?
Yes, please.
Let's see it. I heard there was a huge
million.
one. Was that yesterday already?
189. Yeah. 189.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
That's the new record.
Hamza, there's actually one trader with a larger payout, but they've requested we not share their information. So, Hamza, who took the huge payout yesterday, I believe that's what their name was. I'll have to double check.
Hamed.
Technically, second biggest payout is Hamed. Hamza was on the leaderboard yesterday. That was a Hamed. Technically, second biggest payout, but the biggest payout we're allowed to talk about. Does that make sense? All right, here are yesterday's biggest payouts. Antoine,
there we go,
almost $50,000. Andrew, 33.4. Theodore, 31,393. Vincent, $27,000 even, and Lamar, $22,360.
Big name, big money. Look at those payouts. That is not chump change. That is
all we're seeing is big numbers nowadays.
Sheesh.
There are no more small numbers, right?
No,
daily
digits.
All being paid out.
Five digits, man. Gosh.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll be back with the leaderboard, guys.
Thanks, GD. Okay, watching this Dow just kind of grinding, walking this sucker up higher here. Jay, I know you had your risk managed nicely. You want to give us an update? You gotta get off mute. No mute, Mr. Mute.
So you guys know it's still
check.
7:15 in the morning.
Yeah, your mic works. What's up, Jay? Yeah, talk to us.
Yeah, I'm risking about $105 right now. Unrealized right now, I'm down $63.
Okay.
So, gonna leave it where it is. See this reaction at 43,100. This may be one of the percentages of trades where I'm wrong, but that's okay.
Very good. All right.
I'm
We
not
got about
seeing
20
anywhere.
Dakota, one trade, one winner, man. Not bad. For
Yeah,
Friday.
one and done for me today.
It's another day at the office.
Yeah, I missed a couple
Oh, yeah.
opportunities, but yeah,
You don't seem to be stressing it too much, Dakota.
win or lose, man. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Andre. It gets boring. We all love to trade.
Make
Trading.
money?
I mean, it really does. I mean, you place a trade, you win or lose money. You place a trade, you win or lose money, and you become numb to the dollar amounts because the dollar is really just a tool, and it really does get boring. And that's the true and the sad reality of when you do it for a very long time, very like as consistent as you possibly can. You very rarely get too excited.
I would say this.
Or is that just
good
me?
trading. Good trading is boring. I would argue.
Okay, fair.
Good trading should be boring.
Yeah.
Shitty trading is not boring. Shitty trading, you go crazy. Yes, good trading is boring. It should be.
But it's fun when I'm with you guys. Doing it here by
Nice
myself
save.
without anybody. It's like place a trade, I get up, I go get like breakfast or something, I sit down and do it again.
I did get stopped out on that trade, so lost $100 on that.
Yeah, they're just grinding it high.
And that was pretty.
All
That was pretty boring. Just.
With that, Dakota. Yep, Big Ben, consistent trading is boring. Yeah. One piece says a lot. Good trading is boring, Dakota. That's what he means by it. I do believe.
You know exactly what I mean. Everybody in chat knows what I mean. If they want to have fun, don't risk money. Casinos make lots of money off of people having fun.
They do. All right, taking a quick market recap. Dow's the only one that seems to be moving right now, just putting in new highs. These are all-time highs, mind you. 43,112. Last trade and new all-time high. We did see new all-time highs in the ES today. That all-time high was 58.66 quarter. Last trade is 58.60. So it looks like we have entered a bit of a range or a holding pattern. Looking at the gold, we're about $2 off the highs of the day. Last trade 26.74. Crude selling back off. Topped out at $76.04. Last trade $75.39. Nice cover by Jay there. Right
You
now,
think
we're just
Peter
kinda-
Tuchman gets bored.
Like, I'll ask him. I will ask him here, Dakota, in about 20 minutes. I will ask him, does he ever get bored?
After
He has to
all
be, yes,
those years, does he still get excited? I'm curious. I feel like he
With
does.
his energy, I would say so. Yeah, with his
Yeah, he
energy, I
seems
would say
excited
so.
all the time.
Someone asked me
Do
if I
it for
get
that
bored
long.
yesterday.
You have to, right? You have to absolutely just love it.
I coached a kid in basketball my last year at the high school, and anytime we did conditioning, he was like the first one on the line, ready to go. It's just like I love that as a coach, but dude, what is going on here? Your energy is just like is unmatched.
I have a.
We're
I
doing
have a
ladders.
I have a
and,
que-
like gets
Oh,
excited.
Hey, Coach Jay, I have a question for you as a basketball coach. Did you play
What's
favorites?
up?
Be honest. Did you have favorites on the team? Be honest.
So the last 2 years, I coached my brother actually in high school. His last 2 years of high school, I coached him. So it was hard to do that, right? Because everyone would expect that I was playing favorites to him.
Yes.
And this was a couple of years ago, or 2-3 years ago. So I was still playing with them in practice. So no, not at all. Me and my assistant coach, our goal was to just bust their ass every practice.
Love it.
We would jump in and play. My favorites were always the kids that weren't that good, but tried hard.
Fair enough.
So I had a kid from I coached at a small prep school. So I had probably about 7 real basketball players, and then the other kids were just filling in the roster because they had, an obligation to play a sport.
Yep.
I had a kid from Germany who was a great soccer player, never played basketball in his life, but he could shoot really well. He was probably my favorite kid to ever coach because he's just like, Coach, I want to be really good. I'm just like, you can't dribble a basketball, but you can shoot. So I'll find a place for you. So yeah, anyone who was willing to work hard.
Respect. Just like trading. Just like the same. Just like the lunatics, man. Same thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A lot of parallels between trading and sports.
Hard work beats talent. Kobe Bryant is a beautiful specimen of that.
100%. 100%.
I've had people ask me which of my children is my favorite. I have a girl.
What's your answer?
I have a girl and a boy, and I get to say I have my favorite girl and I have my favorite boy. They're both my favorites.
Good answer.
You guys are great. See,
Very
I will
diplomatic,
have
I hope.
favorites. Like, I definitely will have favorites. I'm not gonna.
Will you tell
I
us?
have 5
Deion
kids.
Sanders.
I will.
Deion ranks his kid.
I'm gonna make it clear. This one's my favorite, and this is why. And it will make the rest of them work harder. I don't know.
Do better, kids.
Yeah, competition breeds excellence. Come on.
Yeah, if you can do that without scarring them, that's good.
Okay, but going a bit sideways here in the ES 5860. Again, we do have jab coming up in a little bit. We got appreciations coming. We also have the most important leaderboard in all of the funded trading space coming up here shortly. We got about 15 minutes or so on fast markets. I had a lot of fun today, fellas, but the day is not done. Stay tuned. We have a developing story throughout the day. The 100% trade that the NASDAQ will get to 20,508. Again, 508s. Stay tuned throughout the day. Let's see if we get to 20,508. 100% play, we'll call it.
Andre, I'm thinking yes, because we never want to sell a Friday rally.
There you go. All right, so we have 2 confirmations there. We got the stat about the Monday lows, making sure we put highs, and we got Hogue here. I like it.
And sometimes Friday rallies are boring.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Sometimes.
this could be a flagging pattern for breakout. Are we breaking out here in the NASDAQ?
Hogue, I can confirm that you never want to sell a Friday rally. I sold the Dow, and I should not have sold the Friday rally.
At all-time highs, huh?
Right. Yep. At all-time highs. Somebody has to sell it up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Small risk on that, though.
Yeah. Straight 20,445.
All right, Andre, should we do it?
Yeah, I've been on a cold streak, man, so now I'm getting nervous. This week has been trickier. Whatever you've upped the questions this week, and I'm struggling. So yeah, let's do it. I need to.
I'm up in
dive
the
into
questions because I'm taking the test in 1 week from today. So
Good.
Me too.
in a potpourri of my favorite. Best of luck to you, Dakota. And here's our intro screen.
Okay, here we go.
All right. This is a type of question that I have strayed away from, but this is what a lot of the questions in the test are like. So even if it doesn't look good on screen, this is what it is. A short hedger is one who, Roman numeral 1, is short the basis. I'm just going to call these 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 is long the basis. 3 sells futures. 4 buys futures. Now, you have to decide which of these 4 is or are true, and then that's how you select A, B, C, or D.
Well, 3 obviously is going to be part of this.
Yes. I'm going to walk through this one with us, too.
Yeah, it's 50-50. A or C.
Say A. I got A.
It's the question is,
Yeah,
I would say A.
Yeah, I
because
said
a hedge is exactly that. It's long the basis and short the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go ahead and see the answer to this question. It is A.
All right.
And this is very important. So somebody that is short the basis is short futures and long the commodity or underlying. That's something to remember.
Say that one more time, Jack.
Now, a long hedger is someone who is the exact opposite, right? Who is
Short
short
the
the
market.
basis, but then buys the future.
You do whatever in the futures that you want to do in the future. So producers, for instance, are short the basis. If you're growing corn, it means you want to sell it in the future. If you're a baker, you are long the basis because you need wheat in the future, but you don't have it yet.
So when the chat says, this game is dumb, it's not a game. This is a regulated test.
This is life.
Gage.
Real light.
Gage,
Gage
come
is
on.
Gage,
This is
Don't
real
be
light.
mean. Gage,
Gage
why is he
98
mean?
is your name.
Come on.
This is
That's
a
your government name?
Series 3 question.
Your Christian name, Gage
By
98.
regulated
Gage. We're trying to have good vibes on this Friday. You're calling this game dumb? Man. Come on, Gage. Lighten up on us, man. We're trying.
Gage was
out here,
a top quiz fan. Like that game better.
Hey, Gage, we're trying our best over here, man.
He likes top quiz.
We dumped Top Quiz into the dust heap of history because it was a game and we don't
Oh,
play
he's trolling.
games
He's trolling.
on this
He's
show.
Yeah. Oh, he's trolling Gage. You got us, Gage. Oh, man. That's the problem with it, man. We can't hear tone, dude. That's the problem, Gage. You got us, man. Well, we're glad for your tuning in.
There's too many.
Play dumb games, win dumb prizes, man. That's what they say, Gage. So we're here just to amuse you. Yeah, we got leaderboard and jab coming up. Love you, Gage.
Feels like the Dow's going to do what I expected it to do now.
Ugh.
Oh, hurry,
You
jump
off
in.
now, right?
No, I'm done. I'm done. Hurry, jump in. I'm done for now. It looks like it wants to sell, but let's see. It's looked like this before as well. Really not seeing any momentum to the downside. So I'm assuming that anyone who's selling this is just taking profits because they're in profits for the day on those longs. So it's likely a move that will happen with more momentum later in the day if it doesn't happen now.
Hey, Andre.
Hour.
Hey, Dakota. Gage
Why
my
do you
feelings.
need or
What's up,
want
Dakota?
Series 3?
Why?
Yeah.
Why do I want it? My boss told me I have to get
need or
it.
want
That's why. My boss said
What's
I have
that?
to get it. My boss said I have to get it, so I'm going to get it.
I love that.
The boss says we got to do.
Yeah. So I'm going to do it.
All right. That's fair.
It also
enough.
makes us more
Yeah.
buttoned up. We're professionals around here. This isn't no mom and pop shop. This isn't just like some high school project we're doing around here. We're professionals, right?
Boss says we need
Some
6
sort of
people
one.
on screen at the same time. You do it.
By golly, we've got 6 people on screen. But no, all kidding aside, yeah, it makes us more professional. We're more buttoned up. We're more, yeah. We're the real deal here, right? Real trades, real executions, real payouts. So why are you doing it? Your boss didn't tell you to do it.
No, I'm doing it because I want to.
Exactly.
And exactly what you said, right? We have a lot of new traders that's always going to be coming into this industry, and there's so much dang information out there on the internet. And what better way on to help shine a light for direction on showing, like, yeah, we don't only trade, we actually do know what we're talking about. And if you had to pick to watch somebody, wouldn't you rather watch someone who's certified and they know what they're talking about and has taken those certifications over anybody else that you might be able to find? And I'm not saying we're the only, like, would be the only ones to watch, but they're just like, out of 1,000 things to find online, maybe there's 3 or 4 that provide true value.
Johnny had asked, where can you get the materials? This is the book that I had. Full disclaimer, I failed the test, so buy this at your own discretion. But maybe I didn't read the full book, but this is it. I'll hold it up to the camera so you can see it. I got it on Amazon, and there's a bank of exams that you can take, practice tests. So that's the book there. Hope you look like you just got a book off your shelf as well.
Yeah, I've got that one too.
Yeah, same one, right? Yep. And arrows trading, I don't disagree with you. So I don't know if you realize this, Hogue, but in the answer key, some of the answers in the answer key are wrong, right? So they have those chapter quizzes at the end. The answers in the answer keys were wrong. So I was going to write them strongly worded email after failing.
The Kaplan one is the same way. There's so much wrong stuff in there. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that. Yes. I was arguing with the answer. Key by myself, yelling at the book. I'm like,
so now I'm curious about this one. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. So what I realized, and this is really important, right? Because I was very confused, right? I wrote down the right answer, and Dee just said it, right? Some of the math is wrong. Whatever they type out as the answer, right? Not just the letter. Whatever they type out as the answer is the correct answer, right? So some of the questions I put C. The answer key says A, but then has the answer typed out for C. So trust but verify, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we're coming in on time here. We'll try to get jab in a little bit. Cybermax, good question. Book always wins. Let's go. Got JD. Let's get that leaderboard going. We'll have jab coming up to you shortly. But yeah, JD, let's hit him with that leaderboard. Get your cameras out.
Get your cameras ready. Eddie's got a treat for us. Let's do it.
Will you fight? No! We will run! And we will live!
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee a week won't go by in your life you won't regret walking out, letting them get the best of you.
Well, I'm not going home.
You've got too far! And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy.
You're going to work harder than you ever worked before.
But that's fine. We'll just get tougher with it.
If a person grits his teeth and shows real determination,
failure is not an option.
That's how winning is done.
Believe me when I say we can break this army here.
And win just one for the Gipper.
What I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time.
You've got to get mad.
I mean plumb mad dog mean.
If you would be free men, then you must fight.
to fulfill that promise. Let us cut out their living guts 1 inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do!
Let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
You're like a big bear, man.
This is your time. Seize the day.
Never surrender.
Victory or death. That's the shot.
Who's with me?
Oh, top
Nice
20.
graphic.
Okay, I like
There it is. Get your cams ready. This could be the greatest night of our lives. What an intro.
That was awesome.
Rafa, Marvin, Adam, Nick for a tick. Moved into 4th place. Dakota dropped a couple spots. Now it's 7th. You guys were 5th and 6th yesterday. Nick for a tick moving up. The list today was Michael T down there at the bottom. Transferred a bunch of money from XFAs into a live funded account, moved up the list nicely, and opened 5 new XFAs also. So Michael is a player. We'll be keeping an eye on him. Other than that, most of these traders were in the top 30 yesterday, with the exception of 2. Just Trin there in 16th place, and Michael T were the only 2 traders not in the top 30 yesterday.
Who has the lowest winning trade percentage?
The lowest winning trade percentage?
Is that me?
Actually,
like you.
You guys could fade me and make money like that. That's
27%. That's okay.
No,
That's okay.
That's funny.
All right, guys, we're going to keep it up for one more second, and we're going to get out of here.
I love how close it is.
Very close, yeah. These top 25. It's a toss-up. Well, Rafa just isn't doing bad at all. All he does is good.
Mm.
But that's it for today. I hope everybody got your screenshot. Back to it. Catch you guys later.
Thank you, JD.
Thank you.
All right, it's that time of the day. That time of the day coming to the conclusion of Fast Markets. We got more in store today. We've got to see if we're going to hit 20,509 in the NASDAQ. 20,509, that's 100% play. But right now, we're going to do appreciations. We're coming into the weekend, right? What are you appreciative for? It's been a heck of a week. Boy, boy, oh boy. Anyways, I'm going to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative first and foremost? Would love to hear from you. Heck of a week. Anyways, with that being said, I'm throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Friday?
You know, we had a great week this week. I completely enjoyed it. I want to thank everybody from Topstep to our community for putting a smile on my face, educating me, and sending me off to a nice, relaxful weekend. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Hogue. We gotta figure out who ran into that light pole in your neighborhood and killed the power for a half hour yesterday. We are not appreciative for that person. We are not appreciative for that person. But Hogue, who are you appreciative for?
Well, of course, we hope that person is okay. We don't want anybody getting hurt. But as always, I appreciate my God, my family, my country, and it's a beautiful day. It's a Friday. It's gonna be a beautiful weekend. But I'm going to appreciate the fact that we get to enjoy a nice weekend, and we get to come back here on Monday and do it all over again.
Well said. All right. Coach Jay in the house. What are you appreciative for on this Friday?
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate working with you guys. I know we all get excited about trading together on these Fridays. We have conversations offline about how we can improve this, and I think we're doing exactly that. So I'm appreciative of what is to come in the future as we continue to improve this thing.
said. Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
Life. I need to come prepared on this every time I do this.
Every Friday, Dakota.
I always love to do quotes, right? I mean, it's like the markets. The markets are like wind, right? We might not be able to control which direction it goes, but we could always adjust the sails. It's like, doesn't matter what happens to us; it matters how we react.
Okay, excellent. And I am appreciative for new all-time highs in the ES, new all-time highs in the YM here on Fast Markets. Appreciative for this VIP drop we've been doing all week. We're very, very excited to have the draft this Monday. I want you guys to make sure you stay tuned in. But on the other side, I'm also appreciative for Gage 98. Gage 98 had me cracking up today saying this game is dumb. Gage 98, love you. Love the chat. But on the other side of this, we got Peter Tuckman in the house. Power players coming up next on this Topstep TV. Let's see if we can get to 20,509 in the NASDAQ. 100% play is on today. Topstep TV, power players coming up next. Let's go.
Hey traders, it's Gabe with Topstep, and I'm back with yet another update. We are absolutely ecstatic to announce the release of hotkeys inside of TopstepX. You can now fully customize keyboard shortcuts to streamline your trading process, reduce manual inputs and possible errors, and get quicker trade executions. Let's go ahead and switch over to my charts, and I'll show you how they work.
All right, so we're back inside of the TopstepX platform, and what I want to do is navigate to the left-hand side of my screen and click on the platform settings button. From there, I'm going to click on hotkeys, which will be the second tab at the top right. Out of the 10 actionable items that you have available to choose from, you're going to click on the set hotkey button for the one you'd like to customize. For this example, I'm going to use the up arrow key. I can click confirm, and as you see now, it shows up as the hotkey selected. If I want to overwrite that or clear that out, I would just hit this button again. I can leave this blank and hit confirm if I want to remove it, or I can simply go in and add a hotkey. But that's it. Hope you guys enjoy. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you on Topstep TV.
Everybody, the biggest, the best power player on New York, in the New York Stock Exchange, Einstein on Wall Street, Mr. Peter Tuckman in the house. Where are you right now? Wow, that's Wall Street. Look at that backdrop. That is so beautiful.
It's called Experience Square. It's an area cordoned off right out front of the exchange on the corner of Broad Street and Wall Street. Let's see if you can see. Let's see what's behind me. There is the federal building. George Washington was inaugurated. That's anyway.
All right,
Okay,
Mr. Tuckman. First, we get into, I want to talk about the all-time highs in the ES and the Dow Jones. But before we get into that, someone had a question in the previous segment. Mr. Tuckman, do you ever get bored doing this job? Do you ever get bored with the markets?
No way. Think about it. Look, I went on FinTech TV this morning, and we were reading off all the stuff that was coming in about the day, right? This is a new show we do on, also it's called Reach TV. They bought the rights, and they do all the TV in airports and in business lounges, right? I do it every Monday and Friday also, like you. And we were sitting there looking at all the PPI yesterday, CPI, the stuff happening globally, the stuff happening with oil, all this stuff coming in. And there's just like Powell and, negotiating the numbers and all. It's so fascinating. There's so many components to this shit. I get that, first of all, the floor of the exchange has got the most inspirational place in the world. It's like, that's my office. So I get to go in there and look at the ticker tape and all the logos and all that. I love that shit. But also the excitement of trading, going in and out of, a couple $100 million a day of other people's money is always fun. And look, I'm a bookie, right? I get.
No, I'm not done with him. I got more questions. Come on, it's New York City. They have strong sell signal out there. Please come back, Mr. Tuckman. Please, Mr. Tuckman, come back. I was going to ask him about the new all-time highs in the S&Ps and the Dow Jones. He is the perma bull. I want to see if he had any words. Are you there? I want to see what he had to say to all the bears. Hey, there you are.
There you go. Anyway,
hey, I got a question for you. All right, yes. Peter, new all-time highs in the S&Ps, new all-time highs in the Dow. What do you have to say to the bears that say the world was ending about 6 weeks ago? You are the perma bull. Do you tell them just take that? What do you say to all those perma bears that are saying, the world's ending and we're going to zero?
Go back into your little cave, get yourself a nice bag of popcorn, get a nice tall super gulp, and sit back, relax, and watch the show. And stop coming out every fucking, every 4 or 5 months. One day where the bears take over and you keep saying, I told you so. Look, if you look at the graph, just pull up for me the graph of the S&P since 2020. It is just from bottom left to upper right, with a couple of dips in the road, right? So I don't know. Look, with all that's going on, think about it. We got through those years, right? With all the banking crises, with COVID, with all this crazy stuff. And I know we printed a bunch of money, and I know there was stimulus. But at the end of the day, if you look at the market over time, right, independent of a couple of pullbacks, very few crashes, a few crises, a couple of consolidations, a couple of pullbacks, some sell side coming in, net, those are all opportunities. Your traders should be looking at every time, we talked about it before, every time you have a day like August 5th, right? Every time you have a day like the first week of September, which is the worst week for tech since COVID, think about it. What's great about this market is the movement is so insane that you can literally get opportunities that used to take a generation to happen, right? Pullbacks, when they happen, are generational, right? These things used to take 20 years to get a pullback like that, where you were able to buy stock down $50 in a company where nothing fundamentally has changed, and you love the story, the product, the process, the people, and you're sitting there. Unfortunately, people get scared away, as opposed to jumping in and going, wow, my favorite leather jacket's on sale. I got to go into Macy's and buy it. Everybody runs from the theater screaming, fire, fire, and they think about it. You had an opportunity to buy NVIDIA at 75 in April before it went back, right? From 750 before it went back to 940. You had a chance in February 23 to buy NVIDIA at $108. A year later, it was trading at 900. So, you know what? The market is telling us what it thinks. Look, is the economy doing great? The economy's not doing bad at all. I think it's doing better than most people think. You have to realize the economy and the markets are different. Think about who's investing in the market. Unfortunately, people who are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, those are not the people buying the S&P at record highs. It's being bought by people who are the 1% of the 1%. So we need to differentiate that, right? We're hoping, obviously, what Topstep was created to give access to the market for the general Joe and Jane, who are not the big $25,000 accounts, who are not the big players in the game. So you guys have opened the runway for anybody with $100, right, and an iPhone to be able to invest in the stock market. That's the greatest thing that you guys have done. And then you guys partnered up with us, which was the second greatest thing you did.
Boom. Go.
Boom. Bing bong, shotzi.
All right. Well, you said we partner up with who? Who do we partner up with? We partner up with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Tell us, Mr.
Wall
Tuckman.
Street Global Trading Academy, the greatest technical analysis platform in the world. David Green, my teacher, my mentor, my friend, ex-market maker for Bank of America, retired at 38, spent the last 20 years, tens of thousands of students, how to trade this market successfully, right? And now he and I have WSGTA.com. We have a masterclass on October 16th. It's live, it's free, it's at 8 p.m. You got to go to the website and register. And we have a special guest, Dan Ives, #1 tech analyst in the world, is coming on. It's Tesla earnings day, and he better talk some good shit because Tesla's down $20 today, right? So we're in deep shit there. But anyway, he says good things are going to come. I know I may have to smack him over the head for a minute. I may have to hit him with a 2x4. But anyway, everybody go to WSGTA.com, the website, go to the link in my Instagram bio, register for the webinar, the masterclass. It's live, it's free. We're going to be talking. Our course has hours of stuff about how to open an account on Topstep. We spent 70% of our masterclass talking about trading futures. Greatest collaboration since, I don't know, lamb and tuna fish.
Oh, wow. Is that the greatest collaboration? Lamb and tuna fish. On that note, Mr. Tuckman, enjoy your weekend.
It's peanut butter and jelly. I'm sorry. Peanut butter is the greatest collaboration. Peanut butter and jelly.
There you go. You heard it right here. Go check them out, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Mr. Peter Tuckman, we will see you Monday. Thank you so much for joining us live from the New York Stock Exchange. Nice night, Wall Street. Thank you, Peter. Have a good weekend.
Cheers. Bye.
Lamb and tuna fish. I'm not sure those two go together. Interesting, but hey, that guy's the man. Again, go check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Him and David Green. Ding dong. I know that guy. That's my partner. Let's get right into it. What's up, Dolby Times? That guy is fired up, Dolby. Uh-oh, Dolby. This might be your first time ever being on mute. I can't remember if you've ever been on mute before.
Oh, son of a bitch.
This has got to be a first. I don't remember you ever doing this. Oh, you almost said it too.
I didn't get the Series 3 question right. I didn't get my mute button right. It's been rough. It's been a rough Friday.
All right, what's behind you, Dolby? Everyone's going to be asking, so let's just get it out of the way. What is behind you right now?
This is a inverse purchase declined at Mr. Submarine on card Topstep for $35.49. Make sure you get $35 of Mr. Sub.
Yeah, someone went crazy. Who's is? Yeah, that's a very healthy order, but declined. Declined nonetheless. Yeah, declined nonetheless. Anyways, let's get right into it here, Dolby time. Look at the NQ 20,440 last trade. Let's start. Let's zoom out to zoom in. Dolby, talk to us. Let's share the screen.
Let's remove everything. Do NASDAQ first. Look on the 4-hour. 4-hour was really good today. And that would have been a pretty easy range to find as well, even before this first 4-hour candle printed. I think you guys are actually talking about getting long around 318s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was a 4-hour range low. So
those worked.
Yes, resistance became support. Really solid. 1 hour is not in range. 30-minute is kind of getting pretty range bound as well. So let's add another line. Okay. Do 30-minute range high. If I can type.
Just struggling, Dolby. It's a Friday. We're struggling today, man.
I've already had a good day. So this is fine. That's about it. 15 minutes, nothing. 5 minute, nothing. 1 minute, maybe a little something, something. But we're hanging out here up by the highs. Not really sure where the opportunity is right now in Nasdaq. Maybe it's out to the short side, actually, just because we're staying within the 4-hour range. Maybe we get down to like 20,391 or something. It looks like we're starting to head over a little bit. Also a lower high off of 482s down to 473s.
Okay.
What's chat feeling though? Hello,
What's chat feeling? What's chat? Chat was feisty this morning. Man, they were taking shots at me left, right, and center.
What was the best one, Dre? What was the best one?
I don't know. Does he ever trade? Oh, he's worthless. Bring some value to the show. That was one of the good ones. Well, good for nothing. Something along the lines of good for nothing. I always like those. They're taking shots at Dakota or Jay. They're just coming for everybody today, man. Just very, very, very fired up today. I do love it.
How hard it is to be on air for 3 hours or 4 hours a day and still be interesting, funny, and insight.
I'm not doing it for the. I'm not doing it for the pat on the back. I do find it amusing. They're just fired up today. Don't they ever come after you? Don't they come for you sometimes? No.
No, they do, but then I just show them my cat, and they're like, "Oh, the cat's so cute," and it all goes away, and it doesn't matter. Look at this guy.
I love it.
Look at this.
All right. Okay. Let's go. Let's get in. Start to see some sellers coming in. Now we got 20,438 last trade in the NASDAQ. We got S&P's 58.52 last trade. Not seen a whole heck of a lot. Don't we want to take a look at the YM perhaps?
Take a look at everything. Ooh, YM is pulling back. Ooh, not really seeing anything there either. I mean, wow, YM was really strong today. It broke out of a really nice daily range. This is like so hindsight capital, but there was a really good daily range between about 42,100 and 42,700. Broke out of that. I think Jay was interested in getting long, or was Jay short?
Jay was short the Dow, and I'm pretty sure the price. Yeah, I think I saw him in the chat talk. He was short from. Oh boy, yeah, it was a good price too.
Yeah, might be longs at like 42,865. I would just want this to pull back a little bit. What about crude? It's like not that much going on in crude either. Yeah, go back to NASDAQ.
All right, NASDAQ it is. Starting to see some sellers here. 20,433. Eddie. Oh, we got a special guest. One of our favorites here. You guys know him. You guys love him. But joining us on Power Players. 58.50s last trade in ES. ES seems to be leading the way down here. Making a run for VWAP. VWAP 58.45. Yeah, that's definitely leading the way. ES. Just a financial get hit. Uh-oh, ding dong.
Howdy.
Hey, there he is.
Calling.
What's up?
Yes, Avon is calling. I've got some nice eyeliner for you, Andre. You're going to love this stuff. Great stuff. How we doing, guys?
Eddie.
Girls, everybody? Oh, 1 second here.
Welcome aboard, Eddie. We're just watching this sell-off here in the ES and the NASDAQ. Dolby time, got the house account open. We're going to see what we can do with this. I know Eddie's always keeping an eye on the commodities like gold and crude. So if you see anything over there, Dolby, you got access to gold and crude?
I do. I got access to it all.
Wow. Give him the keys. You give him all the keys.
Man, gold looks really bullish.
I'm up and away, man. You can't short right now.
Good Lord. I think it's straight up. I mean, do you like a gold trade?
You shared.
I mean, maybe we take one of Eddie's trades.
Okay.
Eddie, what are you feeling in gold?
You know what, though? I took one in crude this morning. And I think one was, let me hear. Is that mine? This could be mine? I think so. All right. Yeah, I took the crude. I think I caught it right around here when we were talking about the 40s. I think I caught purchased it, bought it around 75.40.
I heard you say that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that resistant line was it was knocking. I mean, it was tested so many times, and I'm using a 15-minute candlestick. So, I mean, I took the trade. What did I pull out here? I had one bad day this week. One trade, and I scaled up. I started with a 5 lot, and I scaled a couple singles. So that was my day, and I was very happy with what I had at that point. So, gold, as far as gold goes, God, this is a trend up. This is, I mean, it's like a step stool. We are knocking on the door here for some new highs here again. 2679 high. What do we got? 2678. So, I mean, we're there again. Trend is your friend. What do? Do you put a single on here and scale in?
Ooh, Eddie's talking trades. Talk dirty to me, Eddie. We got Desmond in the chat. Desmond Mensa saying copper, gold, both look good. Back to you, Eddie. Well, on, buy in, scale in.
Just you know what?
Let's 77s.
Give it a shot.
Let's do it. Gold trades. Sweet.
Doing one gold.
Yeah, why not?
I like it, man. We're reading. I mean, what's the risk here?
Join bid. Can you
join bid?
Get me
we
filled?
Go. All right.
Not really doing it.
It's over here. Open it up a little bit.
Get us in there.
Let's see what kind of profit. Small profits here. Yeah, $100. Let's see if we can grab $100 and I'll buy beer tonight.
$100. Risk 100 to make 100.
Here.
What price do we get there, Dolby time?
We're long. We're long 2678.2.
Long one, GC 2678.2. Long one
for the
GC
1-to-1 trade. Little Eddie special. I thought you went 420 to 420, Eddie. I thought that was your.
You know what? I do. But right now, this is for tradertainment, and I want to get beer for everybody tonight. So
I'm going to be thirsty.
Okay.
I'm going to be thirsty. I'm going to a concert.
I'm going to be thirsty.
I'm going to a concert tonight, Eddie, so I could definitely use a beer, too.
Ooh. What venue? Where you going?
Northerly Island. Northerly Island tonight. A DJ, John Summit. Northerly.
You know what? Do they sort of pat you down in those places, don't you? You can't bring that Daniel Boone, like, kidney sack anymore, can you?
Eddie, if there's a will, there's a way, man. You know what I'm saying?
Not with that
attitude. That's what the girlfriend is for. They don't. Yeah. Adam Balkins.
Right.
No.
Lost a hundo. Down
really already?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Asking about my 50K combine. Believe yourself. What happened to the 50K combine? Take a look at that. Shipping away. $539 on the 50K. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's I tell you, I make 150. The thing is, priority is watching. Here at Topstep. It's like if I got a couple minutes, I'll throw a trade on just for some fun. But otherwise, I'm not trading every day. Maybe one trade here, two trades, but that's about it.
What was our stop there? Dolby time?
$100 below whatever our entry was.
Tight. Man. All right, let's get to just supposed to go higher. What happened? All the gold does go up and to the right.
Well, it's like, house account put an order on. We got to pull back a little bit.
No,
Can't
man.
have anything too nice.
Eddie, I think they heard us, man.
I got stupid. It's stopped out. So, no beer for anybody. No soup for you. No soup for you today.
All right. Let's get back. Dolby time.
We're still moving here. I mean,
I'm looking at 426.
If you got my 15-minute here, take a look at what's going on. I mean, it's a tug of war right now. I mean, we start here at 10:30. Sellers took over, buyers took over. Sellers took over, buyers took over. The buyers ran it here to a new high. Sellers took over. So maybe we give it another shot here.
Let's try again. We're in.
Okay.
2677.6.
All right, I'm going to be right there with you. 77.6.
Cool. I like this. Eddie, I like chopping it up with you, man. Trading it up here. Take a look at the gold. Tilts. Yeah, 50-50 on there. Again, house account long. One gold contract, 2677.6. 77.6. Dolby, where's our risk?
Sorry. 2676.5.
76. Okay, very tight.
Oh, yeah. Hundo up, Hundo down.
Average range is 2, so this is tight.
Same
It's
here.
tight. So it's got to go.
Either way, I mean, it's something to put on and just see how this market's reacting. I really haven't been watching a lot of gold lately. Just trying to follow, the NASDAQ trade in the morning or the S&P trade. I mean, that's mostly what, like this morning, go to Jay. I mean, that's what they trade. So it's a lot of watching that and learning from that too, so.
Absolutely.
Be cautious.
Nasty getting a little heavy.
Yeah, we're getting heavy here in gold again too. Well, we'll see. I mean, I had a decent. Well, I got stopped out. So it's down
Probably get
200,
stopped.
which is fine. I gave it a try.
Come again?
Yeah, and now it jacks back up again.
Did they get
we're
us?
still in.
Nope,
I'm
here we
still
go.
in. Eddie's out.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Oh, the sim versus lot. Yeah. That's.
Well, I had our stop at 110, not at 100, so that might have saved
Ooh,
us.
Okay.
you tricked the
Yeah,
market.
it just caught my 100.
I tricked them.
Somebody don't want me
Totally
to drink
tricked them.
tonight.
They never saw it coming.
They never saw it coming.
Never saw it coming.
Oh, we are still
it's
creeping lower.
It's all right.
Creeping lower than the NASDAQ here.
Yeah, now we're risking 100.
Rick Reed says, "Walk away, Eddie." Yeah, you know
I mean,
what?
it's got
I
here.
had a better day than expected. Way better than expected. I'm looking for like 500 a day. I doubled that. So,
Oh, wow, nice.
not to say I should gamble it, but it's if I pass it, I pass it. I mean, I've got what 55, another 4,000, and I passed the 150K combine. That's the overall goal. But I mean, right now, having some fun with the guys and girls here.
You have your funded trader certificate framed back there, Eddie?
Funded trader certificate. No, I never got one. Never
got
asked
one?
for one. No,
Lost
never
in the
got
mail. That was one of the story. Jack's news stories say things still get lost in the mail. We don't know, but
one. Yeah,
that's where your funded trader certificate is.
I wanted to
Lost
be a
in the mail.
female daredevil. Right, I sent it in. It got lost in the mail.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a great story.
You
Does
know
anyone
what?
like
I tell you,
longs
give her
in the
credit.
NQ?
I do.
Anyone like longs in the... You do. Cool.
Yeah, this 100% play needs to play out today. We need to get to 20,508, 509, I should say. And then,
Oh, here we go. Big heavy here. I want to see if it bounces again, like it did. We had that seller come in here, slam it down in the gold. I'm gonna take a
Down
think about
down
it
again.
right here. See if I can
Minus
catch it.
200.
You're down 200.
manageable.
Okay.
Not manageable.
Let's see if I can catch some of that
Gold
back.
time.
This is exactly what it did prior.
Losses
down.
have been very manageable recently. A lot of singles that turn
There it
into
is,
foul
see?
balls, and then eventually you hit a homer or a
Here's this
triple.
back. Well, you shoot for base hits, and you never know what's
Yeah.
going to happen. Hey, I got a double, or that double turns into a triple, or the triple turns into a home run. I mean, that's what it's about. And see what happens is we did just exactly what happened before. We had that seller come in. I mean, I'll take 50 here. Chip away, like we talk about, jab, jab, jab. I'm not looking to get the 200 back right away.
Nope.
But I'm looking to chip away at it, jab, 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 and that's what it's about. Come on, baby.
You like longs, Dre. You like the longs in
Same.
NQ.
I mean, 406, the VWAP play worked once today. Nicely. Don't sell quiet for a quiet rally.
I got something
Hogue
in my
was
beard.
bullish. Hogue was
Go
bullish
Blake,
before he
I got
got off.
something in my beard. I got it. Do a little comb in here.
All right. We'll put a bid in at 427 and see if we can get that moved to the upside.
My.
Let's see. Let that one work. Maybe we can add another one at like 420s for Eddie. And set a stop a little bit lower. So we're in 20,427.
427. Okay.
Let's
See if we can buy one more at 420 for Eddie.
All right. So I'm sorry, Dobie, are we in? Are we in? We're
We're long one NQ. Long one NQ,
Cool.
20,427. Kind of like a 15-minute range low, so maybe it bounces here and we get some people coming in and supporting this. We'll see. Other problem though is that this could roll over down to like 20,400.
I see that.
Strong run here.
That's UAP's right there as well.
It's a little bit in the middle.
It's okay. I think we can add down there personally.
This one's for you, Dre. This one's for you.
Thank you. We got
sweet.
We got in the chat here. Gabriel says, looks like a cheap buy to me. Okay.
We like that. We like cheap buys.
Always.
It'd be nice to get back up to like 470s, obviously. Just for like the sake of the
I'd
range.
be happy with that.
Yep.
Maybe we can find a way to add some more. If we can get some strength up to like 440s, maybe a pullback, we can find ways to add into the trade here.
See, now on
It's
the
very difficult
dome
to go
here,
short.
it only gives you 10 up and 10 down
For gold.
which is tough.
Gold.
Yep.
And gold, right? And that's a CME. That's the CME. We've checked into that, and that is all you're getting.
It's all it'll give us.
Really? It's unfortunate. This may be a big Dorito. Yeah, it's kind of a big Dorito. I could see.
I see it. Or the stealth fighter jet.
Yeah.
On for 27. Last trade 20,424 in the NQ. Got still one eye on the gold here. 26.77 last trade. Wait, do we get stopped out of the gold, Toby? We did get stopped out on this. Yeah, Jaboop.
Right, now we're long 2 NQ.
Too long. Okay. What price?
Only risking $90 on that second contract. We're not moving our stop, so we'll risk 290 all day. Let's see if we can get a bounce.
There's 420. So are we long from like 3.5 or something?
424s. 424s.
Fours. Okay.
It's hard. It's tough. It does feel weird kind of going long when you got lower highs and lower lows.
Yeah.
Hey, just a reminder, too.
We're back in the
Bowman's
money.
going to be speaking here 10 after. Yeah.
Who is?
Bowman. 12:10, they've got Bowman
Sure
on
is.
the schedule.
Sure is. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah. So the heads up on that.
Let's go.
Yeah, we had
Okay.
Michigan, Goolsby, and
working
Logan. All right. Yeah, there might be some people trying to front run, traders trying to front run. VWAP, again, VWAP 406.
Ooh, that's close.
Yeah.
Internet Explorer says NQ buy at 400. NQ buy at 400
agree.
with a wing.
Agree.
Yep.
Bowman is the
Why?
hottest
Why should I
watch.
buy there? Give me a reason.
Why should we buy where? 400s?
400.
It's middle of range. It's like dead middle of the 4-hour range.
Yep. You also got VWAP at 406. Big fat round number. It's buyer stepped in there 1-2 twice before on the day. Also,
Just can't
we
get
have
higher
to
highs. Man.
Yet. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Come on.
Okay. We'll add another at 420 if we get down there. We'll probably add like $50 a risk, which is not a lot. So like what we're trying to do, I think, is like accumulate some position, like some size with a relatively tight risk and at a level that we believe in. So we're adding marginal risk for like a lot more upside if we can get the move that we want. And typically it pays off because you're only adding like maybe $50 or $100 of risk to the trade, but if it ends up going in your way, the payoff is multiples of that. Many multiples.
Okay,
So
so you got 420.
290.
Do we get the
See if we
20s
can
there?
get 420, not yet.
Yet. Boom.
Okay, now we're long 3. We only added about $50 of risk. So
That's
now
good
we're
fill.
long 20,423. If we can get up to, let's say, 432s, we can get this stop a little bit tighter. But it's not, it's just a selling off.
House account long 3 NQ from 20,423.
More stops. Not yet, but I feel it. I feel
They're
it.
going to try these. They're going to test these 400s. Oh, there's no volume. It's just drifting. Just walking it lower. Absence of more so absence of buyers, more sellers than buyers. I'd say right now.
Yeah.
Be some profit taking, hedging going into the weekend. People get back from lunch. They're like, "Oh, look at these prices. Beneath, we're at 400. Buy it." You know.
I am not friends anymore today with gold. Okay, gold didn't like
what
me too
happened
much.
now? What'd they do to you, Eddie?
Got stopped out. So who faded me? Congratulations. Sometimes what you see is what happens. Like I said earlier, still had a good trade.
Does not feel like it.
Crude. And what do we got here? About 15 minutes. Well, you know what? I'm going to lock this out for the week. I'm going to
hold on, Eddie. Hold on, Eddie. We got 15 minutes. Hold on, Eddie. You don't have to lock it out just yet.
I got another account.
Do you? Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
I'll pull up to 50.
We're out.
I don't want to.
Really?
Howdy.
How do we get out?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
They ran stops. They went down there and stopped us out. It's pretty tight. Pretty tight stop. Maybe this is the one that ends up rallying us now.
Don't do
I
this.
know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of buyers in this market. It's just all lower lows, lower highs. I think this is just rotation off the 4-hour range high, and that's pretty powerful. So probably back to the middle, maybe 400s. Buyers come stepping back in. It's just kind of no man's land for someone to step in to buy. So do we take shorts then and see if we can get this down to 400? That might be
Gold's back on the buyer again. You dirty bastard. Chris says, hey, it's lunchtime. It's on Friday. None of this trading is advisable or has edge. Hopefully you guys are doing this for purely entertainment. Chris, yes. I mean, yes. Just see if we can catch a couple bucks here on an account. I'm doing one lots. Dolby Time's doing one lots.
New idea. Let's see if we can get
15 lots.
390s and 400s.
Yeah, we're working.
400s.
That's not
Let's
one
play
lots.
levels. Let's play levels,
that's
not momentum.
That's not one lots either. That's
We'll try to buy 3. Let's see if we can get down there and
you want to buy
that low.
I'm going to be a seller. Let's see here. I'm going to go to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ.
Eddie Chin in the chat looking for 380 NASDAQ.
380? Yeah, I see it. It's either that or like stair-step shorts, which are really good.
So you're long in the NASDAQ?
No, we're flat. But we have bids at 400, 395, and 390. Essentially, the thesis is we'll come down to about approximately the middle, maybe run stops at 391, and then maybe get some bidders back up again.
I'm going to go 420. Either way here.
Pretty casual sell-off.
It is. It's just drifting lower, if you will.
It is.
Bullish
Yeah.
on
There might be
me.
something to say. Yeah.
392. You have Bowman coming out in, they said, about 25 minutes.
Yeah. Michelle. Yeah, she's
the dissenter.
She's the one that said, 25 basis points. And to hell with all the rest of you.
Yes,
that hadn't happened. Right. That hadn't happened since like 2005. That one of the feds was like, no, I don't agree. So.
See what she has to say. Very hawkish indeed. Maybe people got the text of her speech a little early. All right, Dolby, we're working. Well, Dolby, we're working. Staying on 400s, 400s,
395,
390. Okay, great. Yep. All right, we might get the dip in the. Come up to VWAP right here. 410 last trade. VWAP at 406. Now 409 trade. 408 trade. Should see some buyers try to step in and defend it ever so slightly. See if they can get a push back higher here. The main question is, will it hold these 406s?
Oh, well, find out here.
70% long in the
Dom is
crude.
pretty thin. Dom is pretty thin.
Yeah, it is.
Not really giving us any indication here. Dom ladder. So we'll go with the one lot. Stick with the one lot. Can we get a? Do we got a? Oh, hey, I'm working the bulls here.
It's you.
Do it, Eddie. Hey, can we get a poll up, Eddie?
Hey, who's the idiot not doing the polls here? Let's see here.
Go ahead. The answer is yes, Eddie. Absolutely.
All right, thanks. All right.
Do we like shorts now? Because now we're starting to get back to stair step shorts.
VWAP.
That's what we like.
I see what you're seeing. Yeah, this would be it. Then I'm walking down to those 400s, Dolby.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's a tight one though, right? This should be short lived.
Yeah. What do you mean, the trade? Or the, no, we're short. Yeah, we're short 420s.
Oh wow, nice fill. Yeah.
So stair step short.
Good job.
I mean, we're working like 400.
427.
Working 400s to the downside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A break. We think we can get back to break even on the day if we can get this one. Maybe we get 620s. We run.
What up, Hungers?
391s. But it's a good stair step pattern.
All right,
Hungus.
There's
a power hour. We got the reversal challenge with myself, Dolby, Jack, and Zach B. See you there, Hungus. Hey, pull up. What's it say, Eddie?
It says, how have your morning trades been? Are you up on the day? Are you down on the day? Are you flat on the day? Are you Daniel O'Day? Joe Black, I don't think Joe Black likes me. He's just
424
on me. He's I don't really like to toot my own horn. And if I am, thank you for letting me know. Joe Black.
Hold on, what is this?
Any relation to Jack?
Joe Black. Eddie really likes to toot his own horn. Eddie, is that true? You like to toot your own horn? Put it up on the poll. Does Eddie like to toot his own horn?
On the poll. Does he like to toot his own horn? Yeah, why not? I always like to just.
Oh man, even Eddie's catching strays today, man.
Yeah, I'm catching shit.
Oh, Eddie, they are fired up today, man. They are.
You gotta get a winning trade.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
no one is safe today, man.
No.
All right, Dolby time. I think we're short 2 now.
Yeah, almost short 3. This could be kind of in the chop shop right now, Dre.
Oh, we got caught in the spin cycle.
Chop shop. A little bit. The risk is still well managed, though, so it's not a huge deal. We'll see if we can get one more at 431s. We'll take like 4.5 points of risk on that, which is not a lot. So maybe like $500 of risk on this trade. Stair step pattern.
Reversal. Yep. Rebar reversal on the 5-minute.
On the 5-minute?
I guess.
Or 1 minute?
At least I'm on NASDAQ.
I said on the 1 minute.
I didn't read the memo. It's opposite day.
47, 48, 49. All right, let's see if we can get this to rip down.
All right, Dolby, update. Short 2 from what price?
424 evens.
424, thank you. 424, short 2. 20,424. Eddie, you're flat?
I am short at 2414.
Thank you.
Short a 1 lot. See, the thing is, too, they're making fun of my name, which is fine. True story. In high school, they would tell you in PE, physical education, they give you a shirt with a blank strip across the top.
Remember those?
And they would tell you, put your last name and your first initial on there. So whoever was teaching phys ed would be like, Horn! Dolby! But mine always said Horn E. Yes. That is a true story. Horn
That is-
E. Last name, first initial, everybody. Here's a permanent marker.
Those are big words in grade school.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's giggling.
Ooh,
when
nice
they heard that
downward
one.
move here. Nice downward move.
Yep.
Come on. That's what I need.
Lower our
Dolby, we're
stop
targeting
down.
targeting 400s. Targeting 400s.
One off at 405. Can you fill me, please?
Sure.
Fill.
You know, I might take a profit here.
Push.
I might take a little profit here.
We'll walk down to
We are
break
coming to the end
even.
of our segment.
Free trade.
Free trades are the best trades.
Yeah, so far so
Like
good.
there.
So it's kind of like a cool
There we
example
go.
of how like dollar cost averaging can get you like extra size without like risking a ton of capital.
This is true.
'Cause it doesn't work every time, obviously, but when it does work, you really guys have to be patient and hold that trade and let it play out.
You got the
You can get
fives, correct?
So much value. Oh yeah, we got them. So we got
All right,
back about half of our initial loss that we had. So now we're only down 254. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. I would still be interested in adding more to the short, actually.
You know, I'm glad I took that profit. Then $83, and it's going against me now. So
I'm going to reoffer
instead of
our
playing it.
entry and
Okay.
430s.
Let's do it. We got 2 minutes left here on Power Players. You guys saw Tuckman in the house giving 2 middle fingers to the Bears today. He is the Perma Bull. Says, you Bears are right about three.
Chicago Bears. What?
Yeah, he says you go back in your cave, get out your popcorn, and enjoy the show for this rally. New all-time highs in the ES, new all-time
did,
highs
didn't
in the Dow today.
Pay that Chuckman. No, I really hope that next year we get that opportunity to go out there, sit down, have a real nice dinner with him. You know, I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, he invited us to his charity. Invite us to his charity event. Look at this pop. Oof.
Wow.
VWAP pop.
My goodness.
Nice fill on the fives. Nice fill on the fives.
Yep.
You win some, you lose some. And gold moving up north. Ooh, big pullback.
You said it was at 406 was VWAP? I should have had that on my chart.
Yeah. 406.
That was a big one.
Well, that's just going to do it right now.
Let's
We
not
got
reoffer.
shoulder tab coming up. We got group coaching. We got trade with Topstep. Oh, JD, Nick for a tick, and Jared J joining us for trade with Topstep. Then Power Hour to close out the weekend, or the week, I should say. Take us into the weekend.
Yeah.
We got myself, Dolby Time, Jack, and Zach B for the reversal challenge. The buyers have stepped in here in the NASDAQ Dolby. Keep us posted on the trade if we're still in it. Eddie, as
Very
always, a
close to being
pleasure.
flat.
We're flat.
Yes, sir.
Close enough.
I'm flat.
We're very
All right,
close to
everyone-
yeah, we're stopped. All right, minus 366. So we got
Back to
$200 back.
Okay, good job. Good job. Like a good man's
Okay.
rest there. What's up, Jack? All right, catch Jack Duck on Shoulder Tab coming up next. Eddie, thanks Joe so much for joining us. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? It's Friday. The S&P 500 is just off all-time highs. Life is good. I'm here with Ben, so life is better. What's up, Ben? I'm Jack, by the way.
What a time to be alive. Pushing all-time highs in equities, and it's Friday. Feels good. Fall is finally arriving here. It's not sweltering at 9 a.m. anymore in Texas. It's a great feeling. So, yeah, we're doing well. It's been an interesting week. And as far as trading goes today for our live traders, pretty interesting breadth, almost a 50-50 split on red versus green, but some of the green outside of the very, very tippy top of the P&Ls, a lot of muted green, but, overall red versus green about 50-50 right now. So we'll give some quick updates on most outstanding live traders, at least for today's performance. House account blended is up $645 right now. Deanna's up $130. Dakota up $1,800. Good to see. Nick for a tick took the DLL today. Faye has a nice performance, $3,400, and Kirilos down the DLL $3,000. Nicholas V up $5,700. Haran up. Biggest P&L on the board today thus far, $10,700. G is up $5,000, and Jonathan up $4,300. Jonathan's someone we mentioned previously this week as a live trading card after a $17,000 day. He continues to put up green P&Ls. So looking like a really, really nice bright green week for Jonathan as long as he locks in that $4,300 today. Nothing wrong with taking an early Friday if you're up big on a Friday. Jack, I don't know if you've had the pleasure of doing something like that in the past, make some money in the morning on Friday, take an early weekend. Hopefully that's what Jonathan has planned. So that's what we've got in the way of live updates. And if you don't have anything else you want to lead off with, Jack, we can move right into the trading cards.
I always have something else. First off, you're right. That's absolutely the best feeling is if we would nail it on Friday morning, first Friday of the month, unemployment and be flat. There was a strong inclination to leave the office at about 7:45 in the morning, and that was fantastic. Also, weather, it's going to be 83 degrees in Chicago today, and then a low of 38 degrees on Tuesday. So we're in it, and my heat's not working right. So I have someone coming between noon and 3:45. So
bring him on the broadcast. See if he's going to take on the S&P 500 hitting all-time highs.
You know what? That could be a good sign if my guy from House of Heat has an opinion on the S&P 500. I say we take that trade. All right. With that, we got two cards today, Ben. Who do we got coming up first here?
Yeah, first up, we're going to talk about Santiago. So if we can get the card for Santiago up. Santiago is someone that we've featured before as a live trading card, and I really, really appreciate working with Santiago. He's very communicative, very respectful, very professional. He's there when we call. He reaches out to us. It's a very open line of communication. Everything about what I've seen from him, whether that's the interpersonal communication or the actual nuts and bolts of the trading behavior, it's all excellent. And wanted to give him a shout out. So trading with us from North Lauderdale, Florida. Average daily P&L is $524. That average daily P&L number from time to time can be a little misleading. Outliers tend to have a big effect on that. But generally speaking, Santiago is trading slow and steady. When he has a nice big winning day, he is able to keep that and doesn't immediately give it back. And you'll see up and down this trade report, Jack, just really nice averages, ratios. Everything seems to be in order for having traded for 42 trading days complete thus far. I'm encouraged by what we're seeing now. Santiago, one of the best things about this card is that he's paying himself regularly. The $15,150 Santiago's taken out of this account so far is across 7 different payouts. So this is someone who's paying themselves really is about as regularly as he can, and usually doing so in a way that is significantly less than what the max payout is. So rather than taking one big bite out of the account, giving himself a $10,000 payout all at once, he wants to keep that account balance at probably what he views as a healthy or reasonably high level, and take $1,000 here, $1,000 there. Really like that from a I think it tells you a little bit about the trader's mentality and about how healthy that is. The average winning day, losing day, and then best day versus worst day are some of the best stats on here. Average winning day being almost $2,000, and then the average losing day being that daily loss limit, of $1,000. So that we often harp on hitting that DLL consistently, but when you are averaging 2x your DLL, and your average your winning day percentage is 52%. That's a recipe for profitability, and you're not going to see a tremendous amount of fluctuation in that P&L curve, like we so often talk about. So, taking 12 trades a day, averaging 1 contract per trade, that trade volume doesn't particularly concern me, given what our averages look like. He's making 2.3 reward for every 1 that he's risking, and at a 37% win rate, that is kind of dead on the mark for what you need to make in order to be profitable at that winning trade percentage. So, like I mentioned at the start, Jack, all the way up and down this trading card, it looks really good. One interesting development for this trader today specifically, he'd reached out to us. Part of what led to him being featured, reached out to us today asking for an expanded daily loss limit. For this trader, that is something that we accommodated him for as sort of a one-time exception, given the account balance. We are willing to expand risk parameters for our live traders who are trading well, who have shown profitability over time. Santiago is one of those individuals, and if he's able to build the account balance back up a little bit higher, we really wouldn't have a problem expanding it, keeping the expansion if that's what he would like to do. We want to help him protect the balance and keep the account. So that's why we didn't expand it much. Gave him a $1,500 daily loss limit at his request, expansion to continue trading today. So just one interesting note there, but overall, just super healthy. What, Jack, I can tell you're chomping at the bit to give some input here. What do you have?
Yeah, so he's asking for an expanded risk limit going forward.
As an exception for today, particularly to get back into a market opportunity today. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine with this. I was going to give this is a really nice card, and very responsible with the payouts, doing that diligently. What I like about this is I don't mind at all that he's hitting, has that average loss limit. That's the DLL. Is sometimes I play this game because I always start at the bottom and look through the top of the card. And I think about it this way, is based on these results, especially the positive days and their frequency, is what DLL would I think is pretty appropriate here? And what I love about this is he is hitting the DLL on the losers, but looking through this card, I'm like, yeah, this person's, given how the size and frequency of the winners, 1,000 DLL is completely appropriate. Now, rarely is this the case. Usually when I'm looking through these, this is a 50K account. Usually I'm looking through. I'm sorry. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Everything I said is right. Just for a second there, I switched over to the next card. But a lot of times we look through these cards, especially when it's the shoulder tap, is I look through the winners and then see the losers, and they are the DLL, but that is wildly inappropriate for what the winners are. You see the stats there, they're really good. He's sprinkled in some 3, 4, 5K days. He's making more than 1,000 on his winning days with great frequency. That's completely fine. I thought he was asking to expand his risk limit going forward, and I was just going to suggest, given these stats, that would probably, I don't want to make your decision, Ben, probably fine too. But if you do that, make sure that your stats and your winning days aren't changing or staying the same is the worst thing. Is people expand their loss limits and then they kind of do the same thing, hit the same targets on the upside, but then they're just losing more on their down days. So try and make sure everything, and we're all for this. That's how you should do risk limits, is the bigger the account balance. Ideally, I'd like to see everyone doing percentage of the account limits. And then naturally, you're just going to increase that as you have a bigger balance or decrease it as you have a smaller balance. But this is great. Great trading. Great way to kick off a Friday here.
Yeah, it's a great card, and the risk team is very cognizant of that reality that you're talking about, Jack. Oftentimes, an expanded daily loss limit can act as a magnet, and so when we make those expansions, we monitor very closely how those expansions are, the frequency with which they're being hit, and we'll cinch things back up quickly if we're going there. But when you are trading at your best, and I would cite one of our famous live traders at Topstep, Coach Dakota. When Dakota's trading at his absolute best, he had a pretty close to supernova, run that he was on, April, May, June timeframe. It was our responsibility to expand his loss limits and his, risk parameters, because he needs to put on more size. He needs to have, the opportunity to swing big when he's seeing it at his best, when he's trading at his best. So just as important as it is for us to, reel in risk parameters, loss limits, things of that nature when traders aren't trading very well, when, and I know Dakota's working on, we've been in communication with him, trying to get back into that spot where he's, seeing markets very well, putting on, basically the same trades that he would normally, but with, 1.5 times the size or 2 times the size that he's been trading with. That's a process that you've got to work yourself back into. Have total confidence that he's going to be, doing that here very soon, based on the conversations we've had with him. I don't mean to make this, about Dakota specifically, but just as an example, when you are at your best, when you are trading well, and when you've proven yourself, it makes sense to, when you see a great opportunity to put on more size. That's ultimately where all of the best traders, in history, for that matter, Nicholas Darvis is someone I, invite our viewers to research. When the market conditions are right and conditions look really good for your system, it's your duty and your responsibility to swing the bat hard. Now, that's a very, very, experienced professional level trader that needs to be doing that. This is certainly not me encouraging people who don't have a lot of trading experience or are newer traders to swing hard. But when you have that great opportunity, back to Santiago as an example, the best day being $5,000 in this account, that was a day that he saw saw the markets very well, took, the extra trades or put on additional size, and then booked it and walked away, and didn't immediately, slam into that daily loss limit to give it all back. So, really impressed with this trader. Happy he's where he's at, and looking forward to continuing to see, these steady payouts, seemingly every, 1.5 to 2 weeks, he's paying himself out.
And one last thing before we go to the next card is, even if you're not an explicit numbers type person, tracking, you may intuitively understand something like your Sharpe ratio when you're doing these things. When you're deciding to size up, you need to be cognizant of not only that number we have there, like your average daily P&L, but also the dispersion of your how varied your results are, right? If you're someone that's banking on hitting the DLL 9 times in the 10th day is somewhere between 10 and 40 grand. I don't know, like name the numbers. The wider that dispersion of results is, the more up in the air your expected value is. So kind of take a self-assessment of how consistent your returns are, along with what your expected value is when you're increasing size, because the more random they are, basically, the more likely you are to probably not benefit from larger size. Just a note.
Yeah, that's right. And a good way to know if you're responsibly sizing up, pretend like someone's, challenging you as to why. Like if you were asked, why are you sizing up on this particular trade? If you don't have a succinct, concrete answer to that question, then you probably shouldn't, right? There should be something, let's call it special about that opportunity. It should be an A+ trade setup, and you should be able to explain, why that opportunity is better than some of the other things that have happened within that day, within that week, whatever the case may be. It's the people that are throwing on 15 lots every opportunity that end up, club DLL and with the gravestone next to their trading card. So we can leave that there. Let's move on to Laquan. Laquan, the trading card for him, we did not get to yesterday. Another trader. It's a Feel Good Friday, Jags. This is another trader that deserves high praise. One of our XFA traders who is going to be called up to a live account. That decision was made 2 days ago by our risk team, and from the trading card, it should be relatively obvious as to why that is. 22 trading days completed, 77% winning days is awesome, and you consider the average daily P&L of almost $900 is really impressive, and certainly high level of profitability. Another element to this is that Laquan is taking consistent payouts. Back to how valuable that is, how much emphasis we put on that when we're evaluating traders. Taking the money out of your account and making it real shows us that you really value those dollars and that you're going to be able to trade responsibly in a live account. So that's something we consider when we're calling traders up to live. And Laquan has taken thus far, it's taken $10,300 across 3 payouts. So really awesome. Hasn't been in our program for very long. Just started with Topstep in July of this year. 8 trades a day, averaging 1 contract per trade. And the hold times are, that of a day trader, only trading, 19-minute hold times on the winners, 7 minutes on the losers. That also tells me that, giving the winning trades a little bit more room to breathe, which is good. And that's reflected in the 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio that you see on the screen there. So steady profitability is really the easiest way to describe this. Similar to Santiago, it's maybe even more so that curve, that P&L curve across time is really steady. There's not a tremendous amount of drawdown in the account, on a week-to-week basis. So that's awesome. My only bit of caution would be, given the balance that is being transferred into the live account, probably need to be a little bit cautious starting out, just, keeping that risk nice and tight, because you definitely don't want to get into a live account and then, lose that due to a couple of daily loss limits in a row off the bat. That's demoralizing. That would suck. So outside of that, keep doing what you're doing, Laquan. Trading has been really fantastic, and I don't have a whole lot to share outside of that, other than we're excited to have him in the live side of the program now.
I really, really thoroughly enjoy this card, and I think Laquan's going to be all right in the live. I think he knows what to do, and I'll tell you why. The person who put together this card knows that if they're taking that payout and transferring over, I don't know what they're transferring over exactly, but
8,600,
8,600. I assure you he is not going to hit the DLL, because he's still my heart. This is 150K XFA, and he's never theoretically even hit the DLL, but he came close to it once. Like only one of these days did he lose close to 3K. Otherwise, the losing days are nowhere near that. They're 1K. It seems like he might have had like a 2K self-imposed loss limit for a lot of it. Laquan knows what to do. Big heater, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day winning streak that I see on this card going at it. I mean, can't show you how to trade, but this is a really good example of just good accounting, good risk management here.
Yeah, it's a good one, and happy to have them in the live side of the program. We see someone doing this, particularly in sim. You need to start taking those bites out of the live markets. Like you mentioned, the recent performance has been really fantastic over the last hasn't had a losing day in October yet. So really awesome to kick off the month of October. Today is the 11th, and to have put up, let's see, 10 grand, a little bit of excess of 10 grand in profits in one account is really awesome performance, and looking forward to seeing it in live. And hopefully that bug that seems to be out there, that's something I'm still trying to triangulate a little bit. What it is about live accounts that I think maybe spook is an appropriate word for this time of year. Some traders get a little spooked when they move to live, and the trading behavior changes a little bit. So Laquan, if you're listening, don't change anything, brother. You're killing it, and just trade conservatively to start, and then the sky's the limit once we clear that critical zone by the max loss limit.
Looking at his trading style, or at least what I can ascertain from the card, I don't think that any problem with the transition to live, I think, would be kind of mental, right, or psychological,
right,
because he's certainly not someone who's dependent on some sort of Bill shenanigans or something like that. He's holding these trades for, you see the average right there, 20-minute winners, 8-minute losers, but very consistent. He's holding trades for several minutes. He's trading a couple things. He's got gold, ES, NQ, but I won't hold it against them. Yeah, all psychological. There's nothing here that leads me to believe that, this could be something that maybe has a problem with live. Real solid card.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've got for today's segment, Jack. If we've got a little time left, we can do some Q&A, maybe field something from the chat. I'll leave it up to you.
We can. Is my favorite person up today?
No, we almost got out of here without a Susan update. No, Susan is not up today, took the daily loss limit. Unfortunately, I'd have to go in and look to see what the fills look like and see if there was a point where she was up. I'm hopeful that was not it, that maybe she just lost out on some opening trades, because most importantly, she can't be up several $1,000s and then, take the DLL after that point. That has been the bug that's gotten her a number of times and has ultimately prevented a large payout, So we talked about $1,000 profit target. Hopefully she's committing to that. I think that's really all it'll take to, at a minimum, take that $10,000 or $15,000 payout and win the account, so to speak. So, Susan, if you're listening, we're still rooting for you. Tough Friday. You're not the only one that hit the daily loss limit, but keep an eye on it.
Someone asked if there's daily loss limits in live. Sure are.
Yes, there sure are, so that we protect the live capital that Topstep is putting into these accounts. We talked about the CPI trading news, not just CPI, but yesterday was the CPI print. Trading live markets, there's an opportunity for slippage beyond just the daily loss limit. So we have to have some stops in place, literally, to prevent from larger than acceptable losses in futures markets. They're leveraged products. There's a lot of notional dollars flying around that we have to protect ourselves from.
Yeah. When I was trading, I was always the risk managers have to pay very close attention, especially to those, because look at the story of the guy who lost $150 million in the wheat futures. It's all real, two-sided contracts that there's no redos if something goes bad, or if our risk software doesn't liquidate you or something like that. That's a problem. So yeah, live is the real deal. All right,
Sure
Ben.
is.
Well, unless you see another trade that you absolutely want to take, not trade, question that you absolutely want to take right now, I think we can probably wind things down.
There's one more that I think we've answered a couple of times, but just to reiterate, someone is asking about the typical risk reward for the best live traders. I would say typically it's somewhere between the 1.5 to 2.0 reward over risk. So, risking 1 to make 2. I think remember if we did an internal study on that or not. I think someone cited 1.7 was like the actual line in the sand, but of course everyone's trading style is going to be personal to them. So somewhere in that 1.5 to 2.0 risk reward would be what we see most often for the best traders.
Can you have a live account and also an XFA? Sure. All right. Well, with that, we got group coaching coming up next. JD and Robert's in the house. I think Robert's got a fancy handy dandy calculator he wants to show off, so stick around for that. Later at 1 o'clock, we got Jared J joining Nick for a tick, Hogue and JD to do some live trading, and we're closing out the week with myself, Andre Dolby, and Real Deal Zach is back in the house. We'll finish the week. I'll get out into this 80-degree weather, and I'll get my heat fixed. It's going to be a nice Friday. Ben, thanks again for joining.
Yep, have a great weekend.
All right, we'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions, you traders, from the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. There's currently a form pinned to the chat. If you squeeze a question in there right now, we might get to it. We got a couple good ones, and we got a little demonstration for you today, too. So go ahead and put a question in there if you feel so compelled to. Coach Robert, how are things going today? Making any moves?
Oh, JD, they're going. Yeah, they're going excellent. I was behind the scenes here for Fast Markets, and hopefully we clip that whole section out because that was quite the trade, quite the process. It was just absolutely phenomenally called out. Not like an alert, but this is what I'm looking at. This, if it goes here, we will do this. Here's our target. We're gonna enter 5. We'll take 2 off. Boom, boom, boom. Just execution. That whole trade was textbook. So I'm gonna actually take and look at that myself and maybe learn a thing or two out of it. So if you haven't seen, if you're watching right now and you haven't seen it, go back to this morning Fast Markets. It was about 15 minutes or so. No, actually, it was a little bit longer than that because we did nothing for a little while in the Fast Markets, and then when the opportunity came up, Dakota was just man of the hour, and it was just perfect execution. So I'm still reeling on that happiness right there.
Yeah, we're really tightening up the screws on those house account trades. Today is a perfect example of how it is supposed to go. So it'll only get better from here. We promise you that, folks. All right, Coach Robert has a special treat for everyone. He built something to share with all of you. It's free, and we're gonna go over and talk about what it is. Coach Robert built a risk calculator for you.
All right. We'll make sure we get these questions. I'm not going to go fast through this, but I just want to make sure that we kind of cover everything. So right in the top right-hand side, this was maybe a week and a half or 2 ago, and a question was posed into the chat for our traders. It says, which topic should Robert cover? Because I like to do all these little side things and try to give back to the traders. I have a publicly shared Google Drive, which we'll share also, which has a whole bunch of stuff in it. Basically my brain dump and things I come up with and what other traders want as well. So this was a topic. We put a couple of options in there. One was risk management spreadsheet, and the other was utilizing different chart types. I had done the different chart types in the past, so we can see it kind of sway towards the risk management. Well, we put this risk management sheet together, and all you do is change the yellow cells at the top. I have this set up to have a 50K combine, which is the current balance when you start. The profit target is 53, and our max loss is 48,000. And we're going to trade one lot at a time, and we would like to pass in 10 days. Well, it tells us, hey, this top line is ES. Well, we need 6 points a day to pass. See, it's colored orange, and that 6 points a day is $300 a day on one contract. It tells us how many points is the loss limit, how many points is our profit target, and it breaks down the point value tick size, and so on for all of the instruments that you can see in this spreadsheet. And you just need to change one. Say, well, I don't want to pass in 10 days. I want to pass in 6 days. And when you hit enter, notice it changes to 500. This went to 10 points per day, and so on and so forth. It does that for all of these. I'll just stick with ES. We can see it on the screen a little bit better, and it's very common. And then if you make some money, let's say we're at $51,000, and because we're at $51,000, our max loss trails up a bit. Well, let's say we trailed up some and we lost some. So let's put our max loss limit at 49,500. Well, now you can see it says, well, if I want to pass in 6 days, I need 7 points a day to pass on ES and 333. I say, no, I want to trade 2 contracts now. Well, it changes. I still need the same amount to pass. I still need $333 to pass, but I'm changing the amount of points because I'm increasing my contracts. So this is a really cool thing. But I took this one step further, JD, and you know me, and I just don't like to stop doing things. I always want to advance. So I'm going to bring this back down to our original. So we have something to look at, 50,000, 53,000, 48,000. We're going to trade 1 and 10, just so we have some even numbers to look at here. What I made, folks, and this is for you, I made this calculator. Instead of looking at this big spreadsheet, and you can have both, use whichever one appeals to you, it's the same thing. My current balance I'm going to put in here as $50,000. I just hit tab, profit target 53,000. I'm matching on the left-hand side, the spreadsheet. Max loss limit 48,000. Lots per trade, we currently have it set to 1. Days to pass is 10. And I have a drop-down list, which instrument that we have. So it's not laid out. You can just pick the instrument. We pick ES. I click calculate. And what does it do? It gives us a little summary at the bottom. This summary is basically what you would see on that first line of the ES spreadsheet. It tells us we need the distance of profit target, 3,000. Distance to loss is 2. We can see those over here. We need $300 a day to pass in 10 days. and we need 6 points. It just shows the whole thing. So, and if I say, I want to pass in 6 days, we click calculate again, all the data changes. Okay, and it changes along with, all right, we're gonna go up to 51,000 because we made some profit. Let's bring this to 49,500, and then we click calculate. And you go, oh, that looks pretty good, but I trade the micros. Great. We click MES, we calculate, and it tells us how much we need. So that's the kind of the down and dirty way to use this. Hopefully it works. It's a risk management calculator based off of the risk management spreadsheet. They are both in the public drive. I'm going to share that right now, JD, while you're pulling those questions up. If you have a question on this, I'm not going to go too much further into this, but hit me up later because I want to make sure we get to our traders' questions that were kind enough to submit them. I'm going to put that public shared drive. Both of these are found in the spreadsheet and the calculator. One is called risk management spreadsheet. The other is called risk management calculator, so on and so forth. So let's take a look at this right now. We'll put it in there. And JD, let's prop those questions up ready, okay?
For sure. Coach Robert's putting the link to the calculator in the chat right now. We're going to go ahead and pin that to the top. It'll be there for the rest of the group coaching session and maybe into the next session also. So thank you, Coach Robert. You can all Venmo him $5 a piece before you download. I'm just joking. This is totally free to all of you.
100% free.
Thanks,
Everything. I did the entire drive. I shared the whole drive. You can see I got a bunch of stuff in there. There's one called Read Me First, folks. I'll say that again. It's called Read Me First. Please click it. It's a text thing, and it basically just tells you if you're going to use a spreadsheet, it's a read only because it's a public drive. Just download it, and you can do whatever you want with it. The calculator is there. It's a single file. Download it, run it, have a ball. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you want to see any changes. Let me know if you want to see something else. I'd be happy to take a look at it. And we'll do this again. It was a lot of fun. Right now, back to the charts, back to the questions, and thanks you all for listening.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. The link to the calculator that Coach Robert just went over is pinned in the chat right now for you. Go ahead and grab it. All right, let's get to some questions. First up, John W. says, if I have 5 XFAs passed and I pass more combines, it doesn't allow me to pay to have those combines upgraded to XFAs. What do I do with those past combines to make sure they are still available when needed? Well, if you're already in 5 XFAs and you keep passing combines, you will have 30 days to pay the activation fees on those trading combines, and then you will keep them in the bank and pull up new XFAs as you need them. Did I explain that correctly, Robert? Did that sound accurate?
That is exactly right. You have 5 XFAs you're allowed to have and 1 live account. And if you have multiple combines that you're ready to pass, you will not get the activation availability because you can have a maximum of 5 XFAs. So here's how you can get those combines over. You have 30 days on it, right? So trade some more, get called up to live, move 1, 2, 3, whatever the risk management team brings you over to live. If let's say you bring 2 to live. So those 2 XFAs now are closed out. Those balances are moved over to live. You now have 3 open XFAs. Take 2 of those take 2 more combines that you have waiting in the wings, pay the activation fee, start trading those as XFAs, and hopefully you go through the process. The other reason is if you lose an XFA, now you'll have a spot available as well. So we hope that doesn't happen. We hope you just continue the same process, and we hope you move over to live. And if you are copy trading those, if you're passing on 1 and they're copy traded and the other 4 are matching it, well, you'll probably get all 5 of those combined, hold over to live, and now you have 5 empty spots to move 5 combines over. So that's the reason. 5 XFAs and 1 live. The other ones will wait in the wings until you have room for them.
Excellent. And Andrew in the chat just clarified the 30-day timer only applies when you have less than 5 XFAs. Thanks for that update. Perfect.
Excellent.
I was still getting questions about the calculator. Where's the calculator?
Really?
It's pinned to the chat, guys. The calculator is pinned to the chat. All right. Next up is Alessandro. Alessandro says, I blew 2 accounts in 2 weeks. The account last week was $150 from passing. The one from today was $200 short of passing. I've passed accounts before and gotten some payouts. But lately, I'm struggling with passing that last hurdle. Do you have any tips on how to overcome the hurdle? Thank you in advance for your advice. Getting over the finish line, it's something that we talk about quite a bit. It's a very common, I should say, something that happens to every trader. In fact, we have a new segment now called Pass with the Pros, where if you're getting close to passing the trading combine, we're going to let you come on Topstep TV and the coaches help you get over that hurdle. maybe this is something Alessandro would be interested in. Maybe we could reach out to you, Alessandro. Drop your email, and that. We'll reach out to you. Don't worry about it. I was going to say put your email in the chat, but don't do that.
No.
Don't put your email in.
Don't do that. Don't do that. David Green does that, and I'm like, I cringe every time.
But what's your advice, Coach Robert, on getting over the hurdle, getting into that funded level account, and starting to take some payouts?
Yeah, we'll answer that. A lot of questions on this calculator thing. Somebody asked me what the name of it was. It's called Risk Management Calculator. You can find it in there. So for Alessandro, if you want to hit us up in Discord too, you don't need a email in there to send to us. If you can certainly reach out to any of the coaches, not just me, but there's 7, 8 of us in there. So definitely feel free to do that. And it's a general coaching session also. Specifically for what you're doing, Alessandro, if you're getting that close, we can get the heebie-jeebies here. We can get the shakes on it, and we're getting really close. We're getting really excited, and that can kind of have an impact on you. My suggestion is it's going to be twofold. But number one, don't change what you're doing. If you got that close and you're building yourself up, and you made them before you know how to trade and you're doing it right, just calm it down and just repeat the process over and over again. If you're looking at this and just from the fact you're saying, I'm 150 from passing, I'm $200 short of it, you're looking at that as part of the criteria. Just keep trading. Just keep trading. Maybe start your P&Ls off. Just keep trading. Get up what you need to do. You know how much you need to make. Use that risk calculator. There you go. There's another plug for that one. Use that. You know you need $150. Put your profit, put your target in there and say, I only need 3 points of ES for $150, $50 a point with one contract, with one lot. So use that. That's just a very simple example. Do you have to do a 3-point trade? No. Do 1 or 1.5. Take it when it's there. But keep your style. If that's not your style, I mean, just do it your way. But take a look at it. Say, what is my target? We know our price target, profit target on the 50K is $3,000. We know that. Well, then if you make $1,000, it's only $2,000. You make another $1,000, it's only $1,000. You're getting within $150. Maybe scale down. I don't know anything about what you're doing, how you're trading, the size you're using. If you're using 3, 4, 5 contracts, use 1. If you're using 1 contract, maybe use 5 micros. This is some good idea, but just focus on trading well, focus on reading the market and doing exactly what you're doing. If it's $3,000 and you are $150 away, you know how to trade. You're doing something right. Continue that process. Try not to let it get to you. I know we get used to it. Former performance athlete, I've done that myself. You do a 26-mile race, a 26.2-mile race, and you're 0.2 of a mile, and you can see the finish line down there. You start getting excited, your heart stops pumping fast, your legs start cramping up even more. It's not worth it. Just do the same thing steady over and over and over. I hope that helps out.
Yep, it's not a sprint. It is a marathon, so take your time and just get the job done. All right, next up, John W. Second question from John says, is there a limit on the number of trades per day or scalping trades? I've tried many trading styles, but seems I found my groove scalping. I've been doing about 60 trades per day and average 1,000 a day across 5 XFAs. Just wanted to make sure there are no rules with taking so many small trades. Well, John, it just so happens, if you were paying attention or watching Topstep TV earlier this week, we mentioned a trader who made $26,000 trading micro NASDAQ. Do you know how many contracts he traded that day, Coach Robert? Do you remember this?
I think it was like 32,000 or something like that.
32,000 contracts he traded in a day to make $26,000. Our risk team took a very close look at what this trader was doing. Didn't find anything foul with it. He was not excommunicated. He was not banned from the program. He did eventually lose his account later in the week, though. Just yesterday, I think, maybe. Right. Ben mentioned him on the shoulder tap yesterday. He did lose the account trading like a crazy person. 32,000 contracts. But I would say that the problem with taking those shorter term, higher contract size trades is SimFill logic is different across all trading platforms depending on data feeds and whatnot. And it's really not indicative of real life markets. If you ever found yourself in a live account trading in live markets, those types of strategies just aren't realistic. They're not viable. You're not getting the benefit of the doubt when it comes to order fills, so while it may work in a sim environment, not likely to work in a real live trading environment. But what's your take on high volume, quick scalping trades, Coach Robert?
Yep. So JD, this question, we always like to make sure we have it. So you did a great job answering it. And we want to see, is there a limit on number of trades when scalping trades? Well, the direct answer is no, there isn't. However, when you do have that many trades, risk is going to take a look at it, just like they did with this other trader. Did not find any foul play. They let it go and said, it's probably not a right way to do it because of exactly what JD said. Now, if they're TopstepX, there's no commissions on there. There are trade fees. Now, this is sim now. So like JD said, it's the sim logic. Once you get moved to live, it's going to be very, very difficult. Many, many times. Yeah, I would say many times, but 90% of the time, 85, 90% of the time, if I'm running something on my own, I will have the same exact strat, the same exact way, same exact settings running in my live account, but also on sim. And every time my sim does better than my live account, every time, without question, every time. I'll get into a trade. Sometimes it goes, hey, and the market came down to a certain level. I'm going to enter and I come up and I'm like, hey, I won that trade. The other one didn't even fill. Why? There were buyers at this one. This one, my live didn't get in. There weren't enough buyers in that area. It just came down to the location, boop, or sellers, I guess, at that point if I'm buying. So it is going to be different. So therefore, if you are looking for these lot of trades and trying to get in and out really, really fast like that, or stacking them up and just going, hey, enter, exit, it's going to work better for you in the sim environment, including the XFA environment, because it's still a sim. You get moved over to live, I will absolutely guarantee you it is not going to be the same. Guaranteed. So think of what you're doing, modify it a bit. If it's working for you and that amount of trades, and here, John, you said 60 trades per day. That's fine. That's totally fine. No problem. Yeah, not even a question. I mean, 32,000 is a lot, but that's not. You don't even get looked at. If you do 200-300 a day, fine. It's not going to be a problem. That happens a lot, especially if you're trading. What if you're doing micros and you do 10 to 12 trades with 5 micros? Well, that's 50 one way and 50 other. You're at 100 right now because each trade in and out, right? It's round trip. So it's not going to be a problem. Let's be clear that we're answering your question, which JT did a great job also. But don't do 32,000. That's just, you want to prepare yourself for, and one little side on this, JD, you want to prepare yourself for live market. If we sit here, if I'm a new trader, I come in and say, oh, look at this. I can throw 5 contracts on and I can pass this thing in 2 days. Good, congratulations. You're now limited to 2 with the scaling plan. Why? So we don't have to do that. It's going to slow you down a little bit. And not intentionally, I shouldn't say not intentionally, it's going to help you with your risk. There's no sense of throwing it in there and just throwing it at the market and sometimes getting lucky. Sometimes you're good and it works. Sometimes you get lucky if you're not good, and it's not going to work all the time. So we're going to back it down a little. You go into the live market, live funded account at Topstep, trade the way you want. You get you within your parameters of your of the combine you transferred over. Now when you go into live, it's very, very close. It's the live Topstep account, live funded Topstep account is incredibly close to live market. You exactly live data in there. The difference is Topstep's got a little bit better data feed than the one that I'm particularly using myself. So you're going to get those nice fills in there. TopstepX has that really deep looking DOM in the price ladder. So get yourself used to trading live. If you are used to trading 5 contracts to pass a combine in 2 days, it's not going to help you in the XFA because now you're restricted. Now you're limited, right? You have your scaling. You have that type of slowdown on there. So my suggestion is always this. I can say this in one line. Trade through your combine as if you were trading your XFA, because you'll need to do that eventually. So learn to trade that way. Use it through the whole process. And now you're into live. Do the same thing. And as you build your account, a little more. Build it some more, a little more. Build it up some more, little more. You can do that. And don't forget to take payouts. It's the whole point of this whole process.
Exactly. There were some questions coming through there when we were talking about this 32,000 contract trader. Some questions about commissions. On TopstepX, you don't pay commissions. You only pay exchange fees. So on those 32,000 contracts that the trader made, I think commissions, exchange fees were somewhere around $14,000 or $15,000. So after a $26,000 profit, still walked away with a tidy sum. But that type of strategy is just not sustainable. In the live market, you are at the mercy of liquidity. You are not entitled to a fill when you place an order, unlike on a simulator. If you put a bid in and if you trade, you might get a fill. When you're trading in the live market and you put a bid in and if you trade, you are not entitled to a fill. You are at the back of the line, and all those contracts need to trade out before you get yours if you're last. So that's where SimFill logic and live data come into play. All right, next up, we got time for a couple more. Coach Robert, I was wondering, this one comes from Lee. I was wondering if algos or other traders can see my orders on the Sim account. Thank you. We have a conspiracy theorist here. The Goldman interns are coming after your Sim stops, everybody. Be on the lookout. What's up with Lee, Coach Robert? Are people really trying to go after his Sim?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's I kind of agree with this question a little bit there, JD, on the conspiracy side of things, but it is a good question. Now, let's pretend, because we don't know Lee, let's pretend Lee is just learning how to trade and he watched a documentary recently, and it's his third day in the program. So we'll go with that route because maybe they just don't know, right? So Lee, the answer is no. In the back end, you can see them because let's say a trader has something to say, oh, I placed an order here. I placed my stop. It didn't hit my stop. How come? We can see that in there. We can see the price level, the date, the time, and all that stuff, and where the price was at that level. So in the logs afterwards, we have to be able to see that on the back end. Other traders, no, they're not going to be able to see that. Now, the second half of this is it is a sim account. So you're getting the live data from the market. So you can watch a live data feed wherever you're getting a data from somewhere else, another broker, and Topstep one. You'll see the same live data. But when you send that order out, it's not going to hit the live side. And we've done this a couple times now on Topstep TV Live, where to prove, I mean, you're looking at my account right now on the top left, it is a live account. You can see that it says live. This is my live account. This is my live TopstepX number. We have to keep those up there so people can have them. They can watch it. They can monitor it. If I come over to the right-hand side and I place an order for 100 contracts, that will show if I'm looking at, let's say, AMP futures, or you're looking at Schwab or something, you will see that order go through. If I'm on a Combine or an XFA, you will not see it go through. So other traders are not going to see those orders in the Topstep program or anywhere else in the world. Live, they will see that. And if you hear one of the common things we say during the fast markets now is the order that will not be named, because if you're going to throw 50, 60, 100 lots on there in one spot, you have your stop loss 10 points away, and there's 100 hanging out there, we don't want the live world to know that one person, whomever's placing, executing on that house account, that one person is placing that 100 lots. Because when you're looking at it, I'm looking over here now, and I see, let's call it his 19 on 20,443. There's bids on there for 19. That could be one trade with 19. It could be 19 traders with one, or any combination thereof. But if we threw 100 lot on there and that goes to 119, it still could be 10 traders just added 10 lots. But if we said, hey, we put 100 lot on, we have a 100 lot stop at this number, that is live in the market. We don't want that going out there. So the order shall not be named, and that's why. But as far as Lee, nope. The sim stuff inside, we see it in the logs in the back end, but none of the other traders that are trading sim are able to see your particular order.
Coach Jay came in the chat with a nice quote here. If it feels like your stops are being hunted, then they are likely in obvious spots. Keep that one in mind. Nice one, Jay. And
that's great.
If I've learned one thing trading over these last 20 plus years, it's that equities have a tendency to do whatever screws the most people. So keep that in mind. If you are putting your stops in obvious spots, they will get hit. And if you're moving your stops too much, they will get hit also. All right, we got time for one more quick one. Ivan G says, what are weekly kickoff levels? What do they mean? Thanks. Hogue spent about 15 minutes talking about weekly kickoff levels yesterday. We don't have a whole lot of time left to go over right now, but I do suggest you go back to yesterday's stream right around, what time was it? 12:45 Central Time. We started talking about weekly kickoff levels. All right, and finally, Darnell wants to know, Coach Robert, when is TopstepX getting automated ATM orders, orders that we can sit and forget? Yes, you have access. They're in the works. You have access to the TopStep roadmap right through your TopstepX trading platform interface. You can see what is coming, what we're working on, what has already been implemented. Keep yourself educated on new features rolling out on the TopstepX platform. Coach Robert does a great job of making those TopstepX in 5 minutes or less videos every time a new feature rolls out. There's a whole library of those videos at your fingertips. Learn more about your trading platform and what is happening with it. All right, folks. Again, Coach Robert, thanks for building that risk calculator. It is pinned to the chat. Robert just dropped the link. He dropped the link to the YouTube playlist in the chat.
Right.
The calculator link is still pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you click on that. We're going to keep it up for a little while longer. Robert, anything else you want to add before we jump out of here?
Nope. There's still VIP form coming out, so y'all better stick around. And that's all I'm going to say about that, JD. This was a wonderful session.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Thank you all for joining us. Coming up next, we got Trade with Topstep. We got a Topstep trader, Jared J. And Nick Fortick is here also. Stick around, folks. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
Hey, welcome back.
I feel like a VIP.
Oh, you do?
These VIP invitations.
Really?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
I'm sure you do. Well, it's that time, boys and girls. Yes, Topstep VIP expanding. We got Coach Hoop just sort of rubbing his hands, getting ready for that draft on Monday. Remember, we're going to have that draft on Monday. Be here early. We're going to do that right after this wonderful weekend that we have ahead of us. But in order to do that, we have put the link? There it is. My goodness. Super service. Thank you, gentlemen. The VIP form is up here in our chat, and this is ready to be filled out by you. Remember, fill out your Discord name, your Topstep Trader username, and then submit it. Only one time. Only need to do it one time. And this is the last one of the week. So remember, those that are picked, this is your random pick here, for the VIP, you're going to get 3 free months of a 100K trading combine, 2 free resets, 2 free resets every month. We got one. Okay, thank you, Tim. We do got one more coming. Oh, my goodness. This is not the last one, but we're not going to tell you when the last one is. No activation fee. Private Discord chat room with your coach and your team. Be a special. Nobody else can get in there but your coach and your team. And if you are chosen in the draft, we ask you just once, make an appearance on Topstep TV. Have some fun. We'll talk about your trades. We'll talk about your journey with the VIP. We'll talk about the experience. And I tell you, share it with others. Others want to hear what's going on. So what we're doing is we've got the bell to bellers. We're going to be got this form to fill out. And we're going to have one more. We'll have 15 all week. So we've dropped that form in there right now. It's going to be up there for about 15 minutes. Where's the link? It is pinned at the top of the chat that you have just asked that question in. Yes, there it is. Evans, Gabriel, scroll up, VIP form, click on that link, and that'll get you there. But otherwise, I think that is it. Good luck to all, and we'll be seeing you back here pretty soon for one more.
Eddie,
JD,
where did you
back
say
to
the link was? Where did you say the link was?
The link is, all right, the link is to scroll up to the top of the chat where there's, see the top step in yellow? Well, to the right of that, it says VIP form.
All right.
All right. So I want to make sure I don't want anybody getting mad saying I didn't see the link, but there it is, and I'm going to pass the torch to my good friend JD. JD, all yours, my friend.
Here we are. But if I can't read, how do I find the link to VIP? All right, folks, welcome to.
If you can't
Is
read,
it Friday? Are we getting?
I don't know how you got here in the chat.
You guys
So ask your
overestimate traders.
interpreter
I
or
will say that. We don't need to read. We just need to press buttons.
Just close your eyes and press buttons.
Chad always kills me on Friday afternoon. Thanks, guys. Always good for a laugh. All right, welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got a good lineup here. We got Nick for a tick back. We got the Hogue, John the Goat Hoagland, and a special guest, Jared J. Jared has been a funded trader here at Topstep. He's taking payouts. He's trading a couple combines right now, and he's here to talk about his experience, and maybe we'll throw in a few trades. How's it going today, everyone? Jared, what are you doing? You in the markets? You're trading some 150K combines. You got one that's just over
going
halfway
on a
to
50
pass.
lot.
We're going ham. We're throwing the pork out the window.
All the way.
Let's do it.
Pulled pork all the way. Oh man, this morning was pretty good for me. I traded in a combine and closed that out, so I'll get that funded over the weekend. So I'm pretty happy with that. And Friday for me is a practice day. I enjoy it. I try not to have any pressure, and so I usually end up resetting my practice account a lot of times, 10, 20 times. I mean, and just keep playing and reminding myself that I have to stick with my strategy because I keep trying other strategies and testing things. And I can tell it doesn't work because, I just reset my practice account 5 minutes ago. So that's kind of what Fridays is for. I just enjoy Fridays. All week was hard. It took work. So why not have a little fun on Friday?
Yeah. Friday is not the day to ruin your trading week, guys.
Oh,
this is
no way.
a day to celebrate.
Yeah.
Nick, Hogue, I'm sure you guys have all been there. I know I have.
Oh, yeah.
The Friday scaries.
Yep.
Friday F-ups. Brutal. Bust your ass all week, put together a nice little cache of coin, and you just blow it all on a Friday afternoon.
Give it away on a Friday and spend a lot of time in the bar after the close.
I mean, I feel like I've done that so many times. It's terrible. Well, it's better. It's better now. At least I guess I'm maturing in my trading at this point where if you've got a little green and it's kind of after initial balance, it's time to go touch grass. There's no point. No one wants to ruin a weekend by turning even a small winning day into a red day.
Yeah,
so I'm usually better about that now.
Experience.
Maturity comes with experience.
Experience.
Nick, have you noticed that, also, if you have a bad Friday, then all weekend you're churning on it in your mind, and then when you start Monday, you kind of come back with even more aggression or a little twist to it, and then your Monday gets started off wrong, and so then basically Tuesday, Wednesday, you're trying to reset your mind, and then that leaves you with Thursday of a decent trading day, maybe.
Yep. I mean, I know there's people out there that probably blew up today and they're going to stew all weekend. They're going to come into Sunday Globex. They're going to tune in for my show right at the start at 5 p.m. Central, and they're going to hit a daily loss limit, blow their account, something, and then they're locked out again until Tuesday. So you got even more time to stew. So I've seen that so many times where, you have a bad Friday, you think about it, and you're just itching for a trade on Sunday night, and you start out red, or you make a mistake, and you're already in a hole to start the new week, and you got to come back Monday and hopefully, try to dig yourself out of it. So I'm definitely a proponent. Nothing good tends to be happening on Friday. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just eyeballs, from so much screen time that I've had. I don't think I've ever had maybe at an options expiration Friday where I got a good chunk of a move early. But Fridays historically, I would say for me, I don't catch my large P&L days are usually not Fridays. So what's the point of kind of sticking around, hanging around, and trying to catch a ton of points when historically they just tend to be kind of drift up to the right type of days more historically. We always make the slogan of don't fade a dull Friday move. Something that's just kind of slowly drifting. It just don't do that because that's probably the move you usually get. So if you can get a piece of it, great. But there's no point in fading it, and there's no point in trying to catch it late, I guess, either. It's just go do something else.
Yeah, when you have a bad Friday and you come in Sunday night or Monday morning, full of aggression. I mean, you're looking for trades, and like we always say, if you're looking for trades, you're going to find them, but they may not be the ones that you're really able to sink your teeth into. Try and just kind of let go of that venom from Friday. You get 2 days over the weekend to try and come back into Monday, just very centered and calm. I know it's not easy. There's lots of things that people do: meditation, exercise, walking the dog, having a glass of milk, having a ham sandwich, whatever kind of brings you back to that stable mindset for the next time you address the markets. You got to let that go. You got to stick with your plan, your strategy, and you got to have a good mindset, man. Happy traders make better traders, and if you're still carrying around venom from a previous session, just going to make things a little bit more difficult and make you more aggressive. Staying calm, cool, and collected to me is always the way to go.
It's a probability thing, right? I mean, as traders, we never know if a trade will work, right? It's 100% random. So we're constantly taking a probability action. Do we know if this is a 30% chance of working or a 70% chance? Well, I know my stats on 70 or on Fridays are not a good stat, maybe till 10 or 10:30 in the morning Central Time. But after that, my stats go way down. So I'm fighting against probability. And why would that at that point, then you're gambling, or then you're just really kind of hating on yourself. Hogue, I got a question, and this is for maybe Nick or any of you guys, but the question has been asked many times. Why can I pass a combine, but as soon as I get funded, I lose it? I can't get ahead.
I think we answer this question in group coaching at least twice a week,
right?
Hogue. Yeah.
Yes. So I have something on this that I want to run past you guys. You ready for it? Okay. Because this happens to me. This is not, anybody else. This is everybody, and for me too. So I can pass a combine in 2 days flat, not without even thinking about it. And then I start trading a funded, and at this point, I'm not even scared anymore, not even nervous. So it's not even that, right? And it's like, what? And then I will almost lose it 2 to 5 days. I can. What happened to me the other day was, and everybody's like, don't change anything. When you get funded, don't change anything. I'm like, I'm not changing anything. I haven't changed my sizing. I haven't changed my stop loss. I'm taking the same trades. What I realized though was, because when you take a trade and you got a stop loss and a profit target, what I noticed was I'm picking where my profit target I think is. But what I was doing was picking where I thought it was, not what I had been using, which was like 100, 200 tick range on the NASDAQ. And what I noticed was that the NASDAQ tends to rotate in 100, 120 tick rotation, as far as like a pullback, move forward, pull back, move forward type of rotation. And what was happening, two things in my funded account. One, I felt like I had achieved, I'd made it, and I could kind of breathe and not be on edge, right? And not be careful. And that was wrong. I think that's a wrong mindset. I haven't made it. Nothing's changed. I still have to do exactly everything.
Actually, the beginning is when you get funded, right?
Exactly. And secondly, by setting my profit target to where I thought it was going to go, I was inadvertently shooting for the moon every time because in a combine, let's take 150K. Well, to pass it, you need to make 4,500 in 2 days. So, a 3 lot, I would put my profit target at 300 ticks, whatever it was. And I would hit that one trade, no problem. And then I go to funded, I would move that to like 500 ticks where I thought it was going. And what would happen is price would move up, come back, take me out, and I'd take a loss. Do it again, take a loss. Do it again, take a loss. And never hit my target. Does any of that ring a bell? So I wasn't changing anything, but actually I was, because I was trading slightly different. Even though my entries were correct, my targets were not, because I kind of was shooting for the moon.
Nick, you want to start this?
What was the question? Sorry, I was reading something.
Well, the question goes back.
Shift. Yeah. It goes back to a mindset shift from
go ahead, JD.
From trading combine to the XFA.
Oh, right.
Going
That was
from an evaluation state to actually having skin in the game, why is it that it's getting easier to pass combines, but once you reach the funded level, something just gets shut off or unbalanced, and you end up losing XFAs very quickly compared to
part of it's got to be mental for some people. Part of it's just at bats. I guess is your statistics. Are you just kind of buying combines and you pass one, you miss another, you pass one, you miss one? Because if that's like your level of statistics, I guess when going into XFAs, then you're going to have the same level of success. Where if you're doing so, or if you're trading strategically, let's say, and you're slowly building up the balance, but then you get in the XFA and let's say you're on TopstepX and there's no daily loss limit, and you're not a smart enough trader, I guess, or a good enough risk manager to set one for yourself, and you let one trade move against you 50 points or so on NQ, you probably just blew that account in one trade. So it also comes down to just at bats and strategic locations. Or are you're paying the activation fee, moving into the XFA, and just firing from the hip the first half decent little trade opportunity that comes out and right after the open, basically, or as soon as you activate them during Globex the night before. So it really can kind of just depend. But if you are patient, if you're strategic, here's the thing. Last week I had XFAs moved to live. My first at bat of the 5 that I had banked, I blew. But for me, it comes down to I don't change any way about my trading when I start from an XFA at a zero balance than if I'm trading my live account. It just goes down to statistics. And if I were to lose, let's say 2 to 3 trades in a row in a brand new XFA, that is basically blown for me because I don't change my risk despite the, $0 balance. I just play my game. And if I can get them off the ground, that's usually a very good situation for me. If I can't, I'm back in combines or I have to build a few more up. So I think it just depends on the way you kind of trade, how you kind of attack it. But there probably is a mental difference for some people of just, hey, I'm finally funded. And, then you kind of like hold on to a losing trade. I would imagine some people do rather than just play your game, do your strategy. You obviously were doing something right to pass an account. So whether that's luck, whether that was a little bit of gambling, or you have a system that works and you just got on the wrong side of it in the XFAs, because you are in some way maybe just not sticking to your guns and what got you there in the first place. It's hard to know without really looking at someone's trade report of what's causing it. But I think a lot of it is mental because you're still in a sim, you're still, operating in the same type of environment. So the only thing that's going to change is the variable of your mental going in from a sim account, a combine account to an actual one that you can truly earn passive income on. That's the only thing that's changing in that equation.
So
Hogue,
Jared,
I think it's about time to
bring out the slide.
You know exactly where I'm going with this. Yeah, we do this in group coaching. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen it. But let's talk about balance for a minute.
Jared says, he's fine. He gets through combines, no problem. When he gets into the XFA, he doesn't feel, I think, at least what he's saying is he's not necessarily feeling the added pressure of the added risk and the fact that he does have skin in the game. What he's saying is he starts to get dollar signs in his eyes when he gets a position on. And, one of the things you said, Jared, is you noticed, depending on the time frame you're looking at, if you're looking at an average bar of 100 points in the NASDAQ, and that's what you traded to in your trading combine to try and get funded. And then you get into the funded account and all of a sudden you're looking for 2, 3, 4, 500 point moves. Have you changed the time frame of the chart that you're looking at to seek those kind of levels? Or, is it really just that mindset like, okay, I can make money now. I'm going to make money.
It's a great point. I can show something if you want to jump to my chart, something that I noticed. And this isn't a new strategy that I'm going to show or anything. This is bringing to light how I was doing something different, if we might say that. So I normally trade, as I've said, on the 15-minute, but I'll trade smaller. What I noticed, for example, I'm on a 5-minute right now. If you take a trade, in the middle of this range right here where we are, and this was at 1150 today. So if you take that trade up to here, you're at 250 points. That right there on a 3 lot will get you $4,500, and that's halfway to your combine. That little movement. Yeah, sure, you missed this huge movement. But once again, what was happening for me is I'd throw on a 3 lot because that's what I trade with, and I would grab that little movement. Now, I have no reason of knowing if this will continue on up. I have levels up here. It might, but what was happening was I would catch this movement as I did in a combine. I get funded, I catch this movement, and then it might come back down and take me out. And so this kind of goes into a second thing. I started using 2 targets in my trading because I identified how I was trading differently. And yes, I do want to catch the bigger movement, but at the same time, I don't want to change my strategy. And I know that I have a high statistic of capturing this movement. And you can find this movement right here as an example. And there was 3 of these, 1 here, 2 here, another one here. In the overnight session, it was slower, but same thing, this little range that keeps repeating generally over and over in the NASDAQ. And that's just normal movement of the NASDAQ, nothing special. And so that's where I was jumping out of that range and taking on risk. And I'm obviously maybe someone else who's trading VWAP doesn't have my issue that I experienced because maybe they're doing it differently. But, price usually goes from VWAP to something, comes back and checks, price check on all 3 and then moves out again. So You know, for me, it was a light bulb moment that I got super excited about because I was like, I'm not changing anything, but I was changing something.
So you weren't changing your entries.
Right.
You're changing your exits.
Exactly. Yep.
So how would your performance be if you never changed your exits?
I would have really nice funded days. Yeah.
Okay. And what is your goal on any day?
Well,
Is to have a really nice funded day.
No, that is a great point. So my goal every day is to trade my strategy. And did I trade my strategy? And was it statistically successful? Because whether I'm trading a 1 lot or a 15 lot, it should not matter. That might be, but did I take that trade and did I take an exit on that trade when I was supposed to? And that's what's important. The price doesn't matter because I don't feel bad about price, you know, right? My profit, sure, we want to make money, but at the end of the day, what eats us up is did I follow my strategy?
And that's 100% true. I would completely agree with that. I'm trying to figure out where you're getting the dollar signs in your eyes once you get funded. I mean, yeah, you can make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But if you know, that's something that, you know, you've been trading for a while. I mean, I'm not talking to somebody who's new at this, but I mean, expanding your ability to stay in trades for longer, some more successfully is something that it's like a muscle. It's something you've got to practice. And you know, if you're strictly trading off a 15-minute chart, if you're looking at longer time frame charts, you may get a better kind of overhead view of the longer time frame context to look for, you know, areas or opportunities that may provide bigger opportunities, but you can't count on them. And don't think you're ever going to get out of anything on the high or low tick. Take your bite out of the middle, be happy with it, and, you know, rack up those winning days because you're getting more confident. Always pay attention to what happens after you get out of a trade. Don't try not to feel any loss if it continues to go in your direction.
Yes.
But, you know, just try and remember that for the next time, the next situation, and the next context that kind of equals something you've seen in the past. It ain't easy. We all know that.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's awesome.
That's a great point, Hogue. You're never gonna high tick and low tick the market. We're just here to get on the right side of the market.
Do we still want
a little piece of each move?
Do we still want to show the slide?
I mean, we might as well. We teased it, and it's been a couple weeks. Let's see the slide. Pull it up.
Markets.
Here's the slide.
The markets are moving slow. We may roll over here, but we are moving pretty slow in here in the afternoon.
Yeah, we were tapping on the ceiling in equities just a little while ago, kind of easing back into our range, though. Not a whole lot of price action at the moment.
Yeah, and if somebody does see something, please, you know, definitely shout it out because we do have the house account ready and raring to go. So yeah, this is something that I put together a few years ago, and what it's like to add risk to your trading plan. So, you know, if you're on a balance beam and it's right along the floor like this, I mean, you know, the three of you could probably dance across this. I would probably just walk across it, but you're not really experiencing any fear of falling off and hurting yourself, right? So you could dance across it back and forth. Well, if this were a sim account, the process is going from end to end, and the risk is very small. There's very little risk. Yes.
Do you think you should take there's a short opportunity? Sorry to jump in, but I'm just wondering if there's a short setting up, at least on the
markets. Looking at the NQ, what do you
think?
And the ES too, if we can hold below 60.
Yeah, on the ES. Now, here's the twist.
It's just the classic. Do we really want to trade a Friday afternoon? Slow moving market. It's always my debate at this time.
We got a lower double top up there. Now, the delta is plus 6,000 on the ES and plus 4,000 on the NQ. So, we are counter trend trading on the delta.
And this 58.60 spot was where we had that like 7,000 positive iceberg earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's definitely, I mean, that's where we're sitting right now. That's definitely a sell iceberg order. That is a longer time frame participant.
No surprise, a new
What's our
all-time high.
risk on
Somebody may
this?
be exiting.
I know, and
Or
I hate
initiating.
selling a Friday rally, but I mean, we're looking at about 7 points of risk on this. If that's just if we put up a new high, we haven't left the initial balance yet in either the Nasdaq or the S&Ps.
I know.
I wonder if
The Nasdaq is basically flat on the day.
can you get in at 58.61, which just ticked, and your stop is 64.25.
64.25. Okay. All right. So we're going in with a 5 lot here.
I don't hate it.
Got the offer in at 61.
Yeah. There is liquidity.
House account is working an offer.
475 is the stop you're saying, Jared?
64 even. 58.64 even.
64 even. There's a little bit of liquidity up there at 63 and a half. Well, no, that looks like the spread bros. So I'm going 64 and a half on that stop.
Okay.
And we are in the market now, Hogue. You're working 61s?
Yes, we are short.
All right. House count short 5 from 58.61.
Jared?
61 even.
Jared, we believe in you.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I made it.
No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure.
What
at
is
all.
what is
No,
a
no
viable
pressure.
target?
You have my
I'll come back.
check mark there for at least the stat.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
All right. Now we're back
we
to
looking for
my
a
target.
little bit of money.
Target.
We looking for a move back to VWAP target?
52.
Yeah, potentially. What, 50s, 52s, somewhere down there. Maybe a little lower.
All right. I'll push the fun order to 52, and we'll see what's happening.
The fun order. Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, not
All
the
right.
order that
We're
shall
back
not
to-
be named.
Are we back to teeter totter or balancing beam? Sorry.
Oh, teeter totters.
We'll keep honoring the trade.
Yeah, I mean,
And hey, everybody.
I mean, you think about it. You think about it. You get into the trading combine. You've got a little bit of skin in the game. There is a little bit more feeling of risk. That balance beam is going to be a little higher off the floor and increase the potential for injury or pain.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's not that far off the floor, but I could probably roll an ankle off of this thing for no problem, right?
Yeah.
So, but the process is from going from end to end is the same as it is in on the floor or in a sim account. Funded, now it's 4 feet off the floor. The process from going from end to end is the same. Just you're going to be a little bit more ginger and you're going to step a little bit lighter going across this balance beam over here because 4 feet, I could break a leg. That's just me. So there
Hey,
is.
So here's an example of the slide. And I think originally when I started trading, Topstep, that slide applied to me significantly because I knew it. The first trade I took as a funded trader, I mean, I was sweating. I had to go change clothes afterwards. I'd sweated through them in 5 minutes. But then after a while, and especially after getting a payout, I was like, okay, this is old news. But then having to always refining, but not changing to another strategy, not jumping to another strategy. Because there was nothing wrong with my strategy per se that got me that far. And something else I noticed this week too, which is supposedly someone's got a giant iron condor out there on the ES that's got the ES pin. And we feel it this week and last week, I think. Now, these last few days have been really tough to trade. We haven't really had breakouts, a lot of fakes and all that kind of stuff. So a trader not knowing that, or having maybe they got funded last week or passed a combine and went really well, and now they're struggling this week, they're going to go back and say there's something wrong with my strategy. But there's another participant in the market that is impacting your strategy. It doesn't mean your strategy is wrong, doesn't mean you should change it. It just means that you had to be careful with your strategy. And maybe there was less opportunities for your strategy.
does that kind of lend itself to context?
And yeah.
How do you know about this huge condor option thing?
Yeah,
Just
I was told by
somebody
a
read?
friend who knows a friend.
Ah, okay.
Friend of a friend?
I'm trying to, yeah, I
Heard it from a
don't
friend who
apparently
heard it
have
from
the
a friend.
tools. Yeah, maybe if you have the Bloomberg terminal, you can see it. I'm not for sure on that.
Okay.
That might be the case. I was trying to see it through not financial advice, GexBot, and also MintRQ, but either I don't know what I'm looking for, or you would have to see maybe that trade go down and not so much the position, which maybe Bloomberg only shows you. I don't know on that. Yeah, I'd like to know.
Hey, real quick, guys. We've got 3,500 people here watching on a Friday afternoon, and I just got word that we're only a couple clicks away from 124,000 subscribers. So everybody jump in there and hit that subscribe button, and let's get over that next hurdle.
For
today.
sure. Yeah, if you're not subscribed yet,
Appreciate
why
it.
not? Go ahead, click subscribe.
Why not?
We appreciate you.
Hey, Nick,
Starting
what do
to see
you
a little
think
follow through.
if you had a second target on this? Where would you put it?
Well, we're only taking 4 off and
Where's the
leaving a
first one,
runner if we get
52s?
to our target.
I mean, you could see this. 43s is the only other logical place. If you're not going to kind of cover around the 50s, which would make perfect sense to do, it would probably go naturally find buyers again around the previous day high. Be my next logical place. But if you do break that, if you fail, I mean, this was just kind of this breakout it caught me by surprise, at least my initial short attempt that I had kind of in the 49s earlier today. I took in my live account. We just kind of went up, straight up with no pullback through the all-time high, which, like I said, caught me off guard just a little bit. So yeah, I'd be looking to cover around 43s total, like even with the runner. I just can't see us rolling over at
that
this
hard.
point. I think we would have already done that today. So
I don't know.
Our
If you
52s,
look
it
at
looks
book
like
now-
this
Here
is
we go,
definitely
here we
going
go.
down. Here we go to VWAP.
We're moving.
So
We're
that's a
moving.
nice trade. This was a good read. This was definitely a good read.
So here's where I would get in trouble. So on a combine, I'd be getting
you
out
just got
because I
filled.
would have made my target. So boom, there you go, Hogue. Made your target. Now I see a potential, like if the rally sold off today, then I would see like 58.13 as a potential. Now that's really far down, right? But that's where the multiple
so-
targets.
The low there was
The overnight low.
52.75. Our bid was 52 even. I 10%ed that.
Nice.
We would still be in this trade right now.
That's a good cover.
Nice job, Hogue.
I mean, I have a high probability that this would not. I mean, it looks like buyers stepping in. You're seeing a negative 1,200
Right
delta
after that
almost on that low there, Hogue. So it was a good cover. Somebody stepped in. But you probably are going to have a difficult time breaking. What is it? Where are we? Basically 10 points lower than this. Be 46s, 47s, because that's SPX 5800, which I would imagine is going to be
Okay.
difficult to kind of break through today, just given options on a Friday for the end of the week.
We got VWAPs right
With
above
the
there
low
too.
volume that we're kind of seeing, I don't think we're going to break through that level at this point. Maybe we would, but that would be the lowest kind of like runner cover, unless you got Armageddon here in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
1,200 stops
And Hogue.
at that 53 level.
1,200 stops
Hey, Hogue,
there.
for the
Hey,
people in the back.
give us the liquidity
Hogue,
to
for
get
the people
out.
in the back.
What, JD? Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm saying, Hogue, for the people in the back, explain what your 10% rule is. I know we've heard it quite a bit, but there's some questions coming through. What's your 10%
Okay.
rule?
So we had a short at what was it, 61, and we had a profit target of 52. As price approached that 52 level, when it got within 4 ticks of it, I said, all right, we're just going to get out of this. So the 10% rule is anytime anytime price gets within 10% of a profit target of mine, I'm allowed to take the trade at 90% of the profit target, and then I can call it a full profit target hit. That's just a rule I've given myself, and that just kind of saved us a little bit of a pullback here. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen now, but turned out to be a really good out.
Yep. Next one out. Thinking on your feet, Hogue. Well done. Did you guys see a re-entry opportunity up here?
Good question. I don't know. I think we got potentially the little bit of weakness that we were going to get into the close, not into the close, but at least at this time of day. I hate the 1 p.m. Central Hour. It just can be weird or completely slow, but that was the right read. We kind of went up to go retest the high of the day. We started failing. 60s, 61s made sense. If you were to break that, I think it was a good trade location where it's just, our risk was defined. We were going to have a stop at a new high, and if we got a new high, we were definitely wrong. So it was worth the at least stab short to see, do we kind of make a run back towards VWAP, back towards kind of, below the, I guess where majority of the volume kind of traded for part of the day. So good trade. I don't know if I would take it again. If we get back up to 60s, I guess would be the logic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we would probably be outside touching grass right now.
Yes. Speaking of which, let's do this.
Uh-oh.
We want to go to my charts real quick.
Drum roll.
What are we doing?
1,400 in these 5 XFAs, and I'm going to touch grass after I get off here today. I will enjoy the reversal challenge and watch you guys, but I'm not doing anything more today. That's a good day.
All right. The house account is up. House count is up 2,800. Nick is locked out. Jared, it's all on you now, bud. What are we doing next?
It was a good call, Jared. Good check mark too, Nick for a take. Really good.
Excellent. Yeah.
So this was a perfect example where I got the entry right, and the exit I would have probably held on too long. And that's where experienced Hogue stepping in saying, "Hey, it's close to that target, 10%. Boom, pulling cord."
Well, I'm glad it worked out as it did. It was a good trade. Got close to our target. We took it. This was it was a good entry. I think technically we would still be in this trade if we still had left that target there. But we don't know what's going to happen now.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Just a
That's
couple points
a
from
veteran
our original
cover
entry.
there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I would still be in that trade if my target was VWAP, and then I would have been pissed. As soon as I saw that stop run go off for 1,200, I've been like, oh no. And then I'd be hoping that it returns back to 52s, 54s even.
Would you have moved your stop to break even?
My stop? Oh yeah, on that flush, my stop probably would have went break even, and then I'd be at the risk now for getting nothing instead of covering majority of it like Hogue did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one of the things that was in the back of my mind when we took that short was see money, take money.
Also good for Friday.
The regime that we've been in.
Yes.
Sorry, Hogue, go ahead.
I was just going to say I don't like selling Friday rallies. Go ahead, Nick for a take.
And the regime that we've been in with the markets, guys, it's really, really difficult to not only just short, but to hold a short. So I 100% agree. Like a lot of my shorts lately have been me, raccooning trailing my stop. Like it runs 10 points on NQ. I'm kind of trailing it, hoping I can maybe run for 20 on some of these just because it's been that difficult to kind of catch a good down move because you look at the wick on the 5 minute for NQ. You have moves like that, and it's just like your entry was good, the trade was right, but if you're not, scalpy taking profit, it's now back to your entry, and you're pulling your hair out.
Yeah,
and we are now back to entry.
I don't have that much hair to pull out. I can't spare any hair.
So
I will say it's been great house account management today. Trade and fast market.
talked it out like pros.
Mhm.
This trade, same thing.
Yeah.
This is
This
exactly
was a
how we
little
want the house
redemption
account
as
to
far
work.
as
So.
the execution on that house trade this morning was concerned. There was a poor execution on that house trade by me this morning, but I just redeemed myself by getting out of that on the 10%.
You sure did.
You remember, JD,
Yeah.
you're only as good as your last fill.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't see any problem with that house account trade this morning. I think it was managed correctly. Talked out the trade. I won't say we got the check marks. We were all in Confluence together, and you put the trade on. Maybe I wouldn't call it slippage, but there was nothing wrong with the execution, Hogue. It was a good trade, and same with this one.
It was good. Awesome. Good
I
call.
mean, the chat wants to know how my live account went this morning. It went poorly. That's what happens when you fade a breakout.
Oh.
Let's see what's going on here.
Oh man, that reminds me of the fading, because as chat knows, they want fade MP or whatever, right? Like apparently that's supposedly a strategy, right? But what's the stats on fading another trader? Like, are you really going to put your strategy around this concept of fading another trader, and you're going to call that a winning strategy? What happens when that guy
If you're
gets
going to do
sick?
something like
What
that,
happens when he takes the
yeah.
If
you're going to do
tough,
something like that, you
'cause
need
you have someone like
amount of
Dakota.
data.
Yeah, because you have someone like Dakota who's got a lower win probability, but is very good at what he does and makes a ton of money. And you have someone like me who's more scalpy, wins about 60, 70% of their trades, and has a completely different style. But my biggest winners are not going to be as big as maybe some of Dakota's winning days. So it's like, it's very difficult to just be like, I'm going to fade someone's style and hope for the best. Because you can fade me, you may be right, but you got to hope I get run over on some of the trades. Because I'm usually right with my entries and my exits are a little more precise. So,
well, how do you backtest that?
I don't know how you could backtest fading somebody. Too many variables.
You would need access to their trade report, I think. You would have to see what they're doing on every single individual trade and look back at least 6 months in order to get a good data set for fading that. You can't hold out for home runs either. If your entire strategy just consists of taking the opposite side of somebody else's trades, you have to have a set risk parameter, right? You're not going to hit home runs doing that. Like you were saying, if you're fading a guy like Dakota, you might win 7 out of 10 times, but those 3 times that you lose are going to blow you up.
You better have good risk.
Yeah. You better have the risk
your
down.
account's blown.
Yeah. But it really, I'm sure some people are just having fun, but the people that think that that's a strategy or that they can actually take a trade on that, you don't understand then what probability is. You don't understand what backtesting is. You don't understand what it is to have a strategy. And I'm not trying to beat on anybody, but I was just kind of thinking it this week. I was reading a book. Can't think what it's called right now. And it's a really simple read. But this person is just hammering home. Have you back tested it? How many times? 5 times is not enough. 1,000 times is maybe enough. And then you have to know what your probability is. And you have to know what your chances, your percentage of winnings are. And then you have to know, then you have to have practice with that so that you know when not to trade. And, we all want to, when can I get an entry? And we're always looking for an entry. But more importantly is, does your strategy tell you when not to take an entry? Because it's easy to, what's the number one rule? Not lose money. So, right? So if you don't know when not to take an entry, then you're always going to be losing money.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Hogue, have you ever pointed out a trader when you were on the floor? Did you ever look at a guy and say, this guy is going down today, and just take the opposite side of his trade?
There have been times, but it's
a little different when you can.
It's when they put
see
on,
the whites of their
on
eyes,
moron
the
trades.
sweat on their brow. Yeah.
Yes. It's when they put on moron trades. So they buy him at 8. Now it's trading 6. They buy more. Now it's trading 4. They buy more. Now it's trading 2. They buy more. You can just see them just sweating and looking sick. And by the time it goes even offer, they're dying to get out of it. And you want to take the other side of that trade, because when somebody does that, seems 9 times out of 10, when they get out is when they should have really started to buy it. You're just taking the other side of that guy's stop. And it seems mean, but if you caught somebody doing that, and you could just kind of sidle up to him, and as soon as he starts bitching that trade, you want to get a piece of it, because that's just bad liquidity getting out. And I mean, there were people in the pit that would that would just die to know where the stops were in the decks. Of course, it was illegal for the brokers to tell them that, but the locals were always looking to take the other side of stops, because you're getting number one, you're getting an edge. You're buying the